Well, hello, everyone. We're just want to welcome everyone in our small church Rising Summit. My name is Pastor Jason Carver. I want to be moderating here as we get going, as we are waiting for.
I hear you. I can no longer hear you. As is typical, we do have technical difficulties and do not believe that you can hear Pastor Jason, but hopefully we'll have that corrected shortly. And we will work on that as soon as possible. As is typical, we do have technical difficulties and do not believe that you can hear Pastor Jason. But that's okay. So we're going to keep moving forward. I'm really excited about the fact that you're here today. And Pastor Jason was having some technical difficulties prior to coming on with some of his amazing tools that he had to be able to share with you as you're coming on. So as you log in today, let me know where you're from. Show us, we have people coming in from different countries and plenty of different states. And let me turn my volume off of here so that you don't hear me twice. There you go. Let me know where you're calling in from and where you're checking in. And also know that we're excited about the fact that no matter what the size of your ministry, you're going to get good tools today. And if you haven't registered yet to get your note-taking sheet, then please go to summit.fishingfortruth.com, summit.fishingfortruth.com. And that'll send you an email that has a note-taking sheet. Now, the note-taking sheet is not just a normal note-taking sheet with a bunch of lines in it. If you print out one for each speaker today, you're going to find that at the bottom of each one, it's going to have different segments. It'll have your key takeaways. It'll have a place just for you to take notes. It'll also say, how committed are you to taking action? And there's two little graphs at the bottom to really make you assess, you know, how dedicated are you to taking action to what you're learning today? I'm also letting you know that we have some stay on bonuses for those of you who stay on for the entire time. And yes, we're going to be here but we have amazing speakers. And it's going to go really fast. You'll be surprised at how fast all of these speakers will go through their material. And we do have little breaks that'll come on in between each speaker to give you an opportunity to put into to decide what you're going to put into practice, but also to spend a moment with God and say, God, out of everything that I heard in this last speaker, what would be the thing that you would want me to apply to my specific ministry and my specific context? So the time frame that we'll be going through here, so one speaker, our spotlight speaker, will come on second, and then all the other speakers run for about a half hour. We have 5 minutes in between each one of those, and then we have a half-hour break right in the middle. And so again, as you hop in on here today, let us know where you're. Hey, Pamela, it's good to see you here today. Let us know where you're coming in from so we can see all the variations of places where God is reaching out today. And let's see. If you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. If you have questions for our speakers, now there is a delay. There's about a 20-second delay between the time that you type in your question and the time that we will see it on our end. So please try to be patient as you type in your questions so that we will be able to see. Let me see if I can figure out how to undo that. I'm going to put a little smiley face in the chat and see if that'll reduce that. There we go. All right. So if you put in a question, we will do our best to get to it as we see them come through. All right. There's Pastor Jerry from Naomi, Kentucky, and Pamela's from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oh, no email for the worksheets. Okay. Well, I apologize for that. So Pastor Jerry, since I know you, I can I wish there was a way that I could send this to you now, but yeah, if you register, I don't know if it'll send you a new one unless you have a secondary email that you can send that to and register with a secondary email. So that's summit.fishingfortruth.com. And there should have been like, an automated email that came with a link to the worksheets in them. So again, let's see. So we have Kentucky, New Mexico. Our first speaker after me is going to be from Canada. And we have another speaker later on today from Canada. And we have another speaker from California. And you'll be amazed at the wide variety of things that you'll learn today by just because of the fact that we have speakers that are coming from so varieties of context. So our speaker from Texas, we have one from Georgia. Speaker from Texas is a completely unique context, working with her population, tiny little church doing amazing things. And gosh, we have someone from Florida coming in. And I really hope that you'll just allow your divine imagination to take place and notice that God can do unique and new things at your location if you allow him to do so. So, moving right ahead. So I apologize again for Pastor Jason. I cannot hear him, and his intent was to come on here and let everybody know a little more about. So that's why I feel like I'm stumbling over my words, but I want you to know that we're happy that you're here. It's going to be an exciting day today, and you're going to be surprised at the creativity that you're going to hear from the variety of people that we have.
One in our small.
Hey, I can almost hear you now. Are you there? I still can't hear you. I did for a second. Well, I'm going to go ahead at this time and go ahead and read my own bio, I guess. I don't know. For those of you who have not ever met me or heard of me before, I'll just let you know that I am an author, a speaker, a shepherd, and a friend. And I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist. I live in Northern California, and I thoroughly enjoy being able to take Christian leaders and help them live into the call that God has designed for them uniquely. I am an ordained elder, and let's see, what else did I put in here? I really enjoy helping people be freed from imposter syndrome. And it was really interesting that somebody asked me, do people even know what imposter syndrome is? And I'm like, yes, those who are in Christian leadership, they have heard of imposter syndrome. They struggle with inadequacy and self-doubt a lot when they're in leadership, and it's not just Christians. And so that is one of the joys of my heart, is being able to help people overcome imposter syndrome and self-doubt. I do have a ministry. It's called Fishing for Truth, fishing the number 4 truth. And it has my biggest thing that I do the most, I do a lot of things, but the thing I do the most is I host an online community for Christian leaders where we work on these things. And it's a fantastic program. We've got great results, and I really, really enjoy it. We help Christian leaders and pastors develop their leadership potential by overcoming feelings of inadequacy. And I also promote spiritual maturity. We actually dig into Christian leadership, spiritual maturity, and also attaining professional skills, including professional speaker skills, so that you can confidently fulfill your unique calling. And it is interdenominational, which is what I really love about it, because that creates that variety, and we get to see each other as the body of Christ, the true body of Christ. Let's see, who else? And when you hop on today, please type in the chat where you're from so we know where you're from. Let's see. I also, in my spare time, I love reading, board games, and fishing. Lots of fishing. Yes, I am a fishing addict. And I used to love fishing just because it was calming and relaxing. And then somebody taught me how to catch. And once I learned how to catch, the fishing was over. And so I joined a local club, and I enjoy it a lot, which is where the whole title Fishing for Truth came from. And my website, fishingfortruth.com, you'll see little hints of me fishing here and there, and a theme about being outdoors. I love that. Now, I want you to understand that today you will, beyond the shadow of a doubt, know that your ministry, regardless of its size, is hugely valuable, and that you are making a difference. You genuinely are making a difference, and God smiles when he thinks of you. I really want you to know that. You will, by the end of today, know that. And also throughout the rest of the day, you will gain tools, not only to up-level your ministry, but also to help you become a healthy minister and therefore have a healthy ministry as well. I want to again, welcome everybody this morning. And I'm glad that you've chosen to invest in yourself and your ministry. That means that you have also chosen to invest in the kingdom of God and the furtherance of the gospel. And somebody was joking today or last week about your travel arrangements. I hope you've experienced pleasant travel arrangements to be here today, and that you're comfortable wherever you're at, that you've got your note-taking sheet, and you've also got some snacks or something, but 2 things to write with, 2 pens to write with, because the last thing you want to do is hop up and have to go look for another pen that's not working because the one that you have isn't working or broke or whatever. So 2 things to write with, your note-taking sheet or something to write on. And let's see, Carmelita from Stockton, California. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us today. All right, let's see if we go here. So as we get started this morning, let me pray. Father God, we are so grateful that the King of the universe cares about us and has called us to unique contexts and unique places to share the truth about who you are to others. Father, help us to truly be good stewards of the call, that we might be able to do well what you have called us to do, and to do so with a freedom of self-doubt and with creative tools, and help each other and uplift each other. Make this day a day where we have a newfound confidence in the call that you have given us. And we just ask all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. So your success, your ministry success is the purpose of this summit. So somebody type in my success. My success is the purpose of this summit, because that's the only reason why we're doing this, to get as many people who are in ministry to be successful as possible and to share ideas and share tools. But the idea here, though, is transformation, not simply information. You're going to get a lot of information, but we have requested specifically that everybody give practical information, so that when you get this information, you can apply things truly that are going to be transformational and see the change in your ministry. Everything that Fishing for Truth does is intended for transformation. We try to do everything interactive, so that you feel like you're part of something, and that you know that you're being supported, and to see that you truly are able to make a difference in your context. And as we use our divine imagination that God has given us, he says that he can give us more than we ask or imagine, which means that he gave us imagination. He's expected us to use it, and he can give us more than that. As we allow him to give us that divine imagination and utilize the tools of other people, we're going to see the kingdom of God expand in our unique contexts. Again, you're going to be given time between each speaker to ask God, what did you get? What for that particular speaker does he want you to apply to your context? So there'll be a little 5-minute video that plays that just gives you an opportunity to sit back and ask God, how do I apply this to my context? Not everything is going to apply to you, but there will be something that you'll be able to take away from each speaker that will help you in your context. So as we combine our expertise and knowledge, may it reduce your stress and expand your leadership potential. No one should feel alone in ministry. No one should feel alone in ministry. So I want to jump right in. And because this session is a little bit shorter, just due to the introductory time, I'm going to take this time and we're going to jump in and do some speaker skills. Okay. Now, I want to tell you that there was a time when I was super shy. Yes, super shy. I would have never been done something like, if you told me I was going to be doing something like this, I would have called you a liar. Okay. I used to sit by myself. And in fact, there was one church that I went to that I sat by myself. I went to Sunday school. Nobody talked to me. I went to the church service. Nobody talked to me. And I thought, I really I just thought, I don't want to come back here. I was shy. I was alone. And I thought, people are just going to think that I'm weird. And, and I went to my kids and I thought, I'm just not going to come. And I said, well, guys, what did you think? And they're like, oh, this is so awesome. The youth department's just so great. We want to come back. And I thought, okay. And I still would sit by myself and I would still but eventually, believe it or not, I became the Sunday night preacher. I would preach every single Sunday night at that church because I learned the value of my message and the impact that it would have. And by getting good mentorship along the way, I was able to lean into really what God had called me to do, which is, again, sharing the gospel and helping others be up-leveled in what they do. So I really want you to take good notes and spend some genuine time thinking, how can this take me to the next level and what God has called me to do? And you will see how it will make a difference in your ministry. So I'm going to cover 3 areas about speaker skills, 3 areas. All right. So number 1 is getting the listeners to pay attention. How do you get listeners to pay attention? Because I'm assuming that you don't want them to sleep. Occasionally we'll just say, hey, only one person fell asleep, so I guess I did okay. But how do you get people to pay attention? And the number 1 way is story. Now, think about this. Jesus was the best storyteller. He was constantly telling stories. And when you read the stories of Christ, there's so much information in there. And to be able to take Jesus's example and apply it to your context and say, I'm going to learn how to tell story in an effective way. Now, the reality is that it makes you relatable. When you tell story, you actually get yourself in a position where people are going, wow, I can relate to that, or I understand that, or even I know somebody else who had that experience, and it makes you relatable. And so the more personal the story is, the better. So I just told you the story about coming into church and what it was like for me. I was shy, but I was alone. And the combination of those 2 things are rather unhealthy. But some of you may have known what it was like to go into a new church, and also what it's like to be alone or to be shy. I would only talk in small groups. So by telling you that story, it makes me more human and not just some person who knows a lot of stuff, who's coming on and just saying a lot of things, but it makes me more relatable. And as you learn to tell effective story, then when you begin your messaging, people are going to be able to relate to you, and it will make that more memorable. They're going to remember the story. It's going to be the easiest thing for them to remember. And the second part of paying attention is beginning with the end in mind. Can you begin with the end in mind? What do you want them to believe? So what do you want them to believe? And make an I believe statement. Okay, you have to, if you want them to remember something, you have to think about the end, and what is it that you want them to believe or do? What is the end result that you want them to have? That will help you weave that into the entire messaging that you have. So for me, I want you to know beyond the shadow of a doubt, if you apply these things, your messages will have greater impact. So with all these things that I'm covering, that your messaging will have a greater impact if you apply these things. So that's why I'm telling you these things. So the number 1 is getting the listener to pay attention. Story. Make sure you use story. And it has to be applicable. I heard somebody tell a story not too long ago, and it was a big stretch to get it to relate to the rest of their message. So try to make it, relative to the message, so that when they remember the date, they'll remember the message. So somebody type in story and begin with the end. Okay. Begin with the end. All right. Number 2. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, Pastor Nancy. Good morning, Trex Espresso. Not exactly sure who that is. Hey, Pamela and Grace. I'm glad you guys could join us. All right. So number 1 was getting the listener to pay attention. Number 2, getting the listener to remember. So you have pay attention. How do you get people to pay attention, right? Because story, they're going to pay attention. And the next one is remember. So keeping it simple. And this can be really challenging for a lot of people. All right. You can expand your points, but only use 3 to 4 points. Now, I've been a notorious over-deliverer for a long time, and I'm really trying to hone that in, but I love teaching. I love teaching people things that are going to help them and encourage them and enlighten them. And so I have a tendency to over-deliver. And yet the best way is to do 3 and maybe 4, 5 at the most points. Because when somebody, if you went to listen to a message and it was, let's say, somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour long, and it has 10 points, how are they going to remember that? It's just going to be too much. But if you say 3 points, 3 to 4 points, yes, Pastor Jerry, keep it simple, silly, KISS, yes. And so you can expand each point. You can expand each point, but quote, review your points as you go through it. So my number 1 was getting the listener to pay attention and using story and keeping the end in mind. And number 2 is getting the listener to remember. And in getting them to remember, we need to keep it simple. Don't make them have to remember too much, and ask them to repeat after you or what they've learned after the message. So say, getting the listener to remember would be keep it simple. And so I would say, okay, everybody type it in the chat, keep it simple. So I'm having you repeat it, because as you repeat it, your brain is intentionally repeating it, and then you're typing it in, and then your eyes are actually seeing it as well. So those multiple ways of being able to connect with your content are going to help the hearer remember what you have said. And then memorize your first line. Now, this is going to be interesting, memorizing your first line. When you start talking and you memorize your first line, and when you go in there and you look them in the eye, the concept about the way that adults learn. If you're looking at your paper and you're kind of fumbling your way through stuff, they're going to kind of be distracted, and they're not going to have that continuity. So try to memorize your first line and come out clearly and helpfully with a story, because that's gonna bring them in. And when you ask them, even if you're preaching and you're doing it the following week, and say, so what did you apply from last week's sermon? They're likely going to remember the story, right? They're going to remember the story. It's going to be easier for them. And if you come in and you're telling that nice and clearly, that's going to enhance their memory. You're more believable when you know what you're saying. Okay, there's this idea of certitude. And that means I am certain about what I'm saying. And when I look you in the eye and I say, this is what I believe is true, that they're going to remember that better. So I have this I believe statement that says, I believe that Christian leaders are an integral part of the moral fabric of our society. I believe that. And when I say that, and I say you are part of that moral fabric, and you're an integral part of that, I can say that because I've memorized it, and I can look you in the eye, and that's going to help them remember it as well. And so you can look away when you have historical or statistical information. So I have 17 pages today of information about different speakers and contexts and breaks and all this kind of stuff. And so there's going to be times that I have to look away. Now, there's also pastors who read their material and they will write it out verbatim and memorize it. And those who can memorize it and speak it out and just look down for reference, that's fantastic. The more eye contact that you make with people, the better it's going to be. All right, so number 1 was getting them to pay attention. Number 2 was getting them to remember, which is keeping it simple and memorizing as much as you can. And number 3 is getting the listener to take action. Take action. So you want them to pay attention to you, and you want them to remember it, and then you want them to take action on it, right? So you need to be specific and clear on the action that you want them to take. So somebody type that in, take action. Okay, specific. What is the specific action that you want them to take? And this, for some reason, can be really hard for people. A lot of times when people speak or preach, they have a philosophy or a concept that they want people to understand. But if we took it to the next level and said, is there something that I expect people to do, something specifically that I want them to do, then insert that in there and be really clear about it. Because if people leave and they go, wow, that was a really good message. And I used to, when a when people would come out after I was done preaching, they'd say, wow, this is a really good message. I would stop and I'd say, oh, what did you like about it? And they would they would have such a hard time with that because they're like, oh, well, all of it, they were kind of felt put on the spot, but eventually they got used to the fact that I was going to ask them, can you relay to me what was the point for you that really stuck with you? Or what was the new idea that came up for you? Or was there a new passage of scripture that stuck out to you? What was it that stuck out to you? And if you ask them to do something specifically, then you're going to be able to come back the next week and say, did you do that specific thing? And now if you do something like, I want you to come to the altar, right? That's pretty specific. You're going to see on the spot if they're doing it. And to take your message and slow down enough to look at it and say, what is it? What is it that I genuinely want people to do after hearing this message? And it can be a wide variety of things. It can be, I want you to participate more in volunteerism around the church. It can be reaching out to unsaved loved ones. It can be reaching out to your neighbor. It can be participating in, the leadership team. It can be a wide variety of things. But the more specific you are, the higher the likelihood they're going to know what to do. Otherwise, they're going to just go, yeah, great message, but and then go home and then go and watch a sporting event or something, and you want this to be transformational. I want all of my speakers to learn how to be transformational influencers. You are influencing people. Regardless of what you believe, your life is influencing others. And when you speak, it definitely influences people. And I want your influence to be transformational in the way that that God wants it to be, not just whatever they happen to apply it to. Okay. Hey, Pastor Rob. Yes. Take action. Keep it simple. Hey, Pastor Don. Yes. Thank you. Okay. And in order to be able to do that, also to get them to take action on it, is to be clear on the benefit to them if they take action. Be clear on the benefit to them if they take action. So, and this sound, I know that it sounds manipulative, but it's human nature. People don't like to do stuff just because somebody asked them to. There's usually a benefit to them. It either makes them feel good or there's some sort of benefit to them. And I really want people who have come under my training to not use shame and guilt as a motivator, to say, well, you're going to avoid shame and guilt, or you should because this is what God wants you to do. And if you don't, you're a bad Christian, right? We want to avoid using shame. So somebody type that in, avoid shame and guilt. We want people, I say this jokingly, but it's true. We don't shame people to go to Disneyland. We don't guilt people into going to Disneyland. We invite people to Disneyland. And we have this vernacular in the church of inviting people to the altar, right? We invite them down to the altar so that they're going to experience something that's going to be phenomenal for them. And we need to maintain that concept of invitation in all that we do. And sometimes when we think about what is the end result that somebody is the benefit that they're going to get from that, it can be a little tricky to figure that out. So if it's mowing the church lawn because we need volunteers to mow the church lawn, what is the benefit to somebody else in order to mow the church lawn? How creative can we get to doing that? So so I want you guys to think about this. If you want someone to do something that they don't want to do right now, they're like, yeah, I don't want to do that. How do you make it beneficial to them to do it? And if we use the church lawn, what is the benefit to somebody of mowing the church lawn when their initial reaction is, yeah, I don't want to do that. If you went up to somebody and said, hey, I need somebody to mow the church lawn, and they're like, yeah, I don't think so. What could you use? What could you come up with that would be a benefit to somebody mowing the church lawn? Now, you can say pride of ownership. And it shows a pride of ownership. So the church belongs to the people, right? The people who attend the church. The church belongs to them, and they're showing pride of ownership. And so it also shows the community that we're proud of our God and that we value what he's given us, and that we want to display him in a good way in our community. And I don't know, does anybody else think of another way that we could come up with an end result for the person who we're asking them to do something? And even when yes, making composting material. So we can enhance our gardens and put box gardens in the back and have a community garden. There's so many ways to do this. So even if you say, come to the altar and say, if you're struggling with sin in your life, I want you to come to the altar so that you can live a life of freedom and a life full of forgiveness and know what that's like. The end result, what are they going to experience it? Yeah, it's true. They can keep the clippings for themselves. Absolutely. That's a good one, Pastor Jerry. I hadn't thought of that. Yes, bartering. That's a good one too. Thank you, Kathy. So Pastor Kathy says that you can exchange for working at God's house and at the home. That's great. So Pastor Kathy is a community pastor, and she's very creative. Thank you. So again, let's go back over this. It's getting the listener to take action. You'd be specific on the action and then clear on the benefit. So specific on the action and then clear on the benefit. All right. Now, let's go back over these 3 areas. Number 1 was getting the listener to pay attention. Number 2 was getting the listener to remember. And the 3 was getting the listener to take action. Those are my 3 main points. And the last thing about speaking is tell them what you're going to say and then say it. Tell them what you're going to say. So I said, I'm going to talk to you about speaking. I'm going to give you 3 points about speaking, and say it, and then tell them what you said. And I repeated my 3 points about speaking. So we're going to get the listener to pay attention. We're going to get the listener to remember, and we're going to get the listener to take action. So if you can remember those 3 things and think about how we get those things to happen, then I can guarantee that your speaking skills are going to have a greater impact, and that you're going to have more transformation in those who are hearing the words that you have to say. So I hope that that was helpful for you. I hope that you'll take the next few minutes before our next speaker comes on and write down some ideas on your note sheets that you can apply to your context today. And I'm going to play a little bit of music for you as you spend that time. Let's see, and do that. Try not to. Do that. Oops. And we're going to share the screen. I'm going to do it. It's going to work. Here we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope that you got some time to really reflect on some of the points that we spoke about. And I'm really excited about our next speaker. I'm waiting for our next speaker to join us. And in the meantime, I'm going to read his bio so that you can get an idea of what he has to offer. Now, we've had some interesting challenges with some of our speakers in time zones and traveling and weather and all that kind of stuff. And so this particular speaker is coming to us from Canada. And I heard that sometimes there's a minute's time zones difference in some of the time zones. So our next speaker is Stu McLaren, and in 2008, he founded the world's most popular membership platform, WordPress, which was called Wishlist Member. When he sold his interest in October of 2014, they were powering over 58,000 online community and memberships. So think about that, 58,000 online communities and memberships. And I really want you to understand that this is one of the reasons why I asked him to come and speak to us, because he is a phenomenal expert on communities and memberships. And when we think about the church as a community, and also we also do membership, right? In most churches we have memberships. Then what he has to say, even though he hasn't applied all of this to necessarily religious organizations, he has an amazing amount of knowledge on how good memberships, healthy memberships, and healthy communities are run and how to organize them. So I'm really excited about that. Because of this, it gave him a unique understanding of the dynamics involved with building highly profitable but low stress communities. Most importantly, he discovered what keeps members happy. What keeps members happy and coming back month after month. Now, we talk a lot about, retention in the church. What keeps people coming back? How do we really genuinely look and apply these things? And that keeps the succeed. So keeping them coming back month after month is the secret to soaring success. So Stu's, hang on a second. I need to make sure that I'm not being messaged. Okay. Let's see here. I am going to, says he's getting an error message. And so I'm going to find the Zoom. Now let's see if I can. Hang on a second. Be patient. This is live TV. That's the one. He's got the right one. All right, he's getting an error message. Well, we'll have to wait and see if he can hop in here. So it says here, Stu's wife, Amy, had inspired him to use his entrepreneurial skills to make money for causes that they were passionate about. And that led them to start their own charity called Village Impact. And they build schools for children in Africa, and lots of them. Interesting. Meeting does not exist. All right, so please be patient with me. Oh. We're going to see if we can't get him to join. All right, let's go back here, and I'm going to find my Zoom link and do an invite. We're going to copy the invite link, and we're going to go back to email. We're going to make this happen. We're going to get him on here in just a second. I go here and here. Try it again. Direct from the and we're going to send that over. I sent it again. Don't you just love live TV? We're going to make this happen. It's interesting that it's saying that it's not. Oh, it should work. Just type the Zoom number into the join. Join. Event. Hello. Let's see. Let's try it again. Hopefully the second go around it'll work. So we're going to give him a few more minutes. So nonetheless, Stu has done a lot of good, and he runs multiple high income businesses. And I'm really hoping that he'll be able to hop in here and join us. This one looks like it might work better than this one. Okay, so it says it worked for her, so now we're just going to see if it worked for him. So hope it works for him. So there was a J instead of an I in the link. That can mess us up, right? When it comes to anything online, for sure. So let's just see if that brings him up. And we'll get him. So they focus on bringing education to kids who didn't have a chance to go to school. He and his wife, Amy, live in Canada, and they have 2 beautiful children. And yes, we have a live body. And welcome. Here he comes. Are you excited? I hope you're as excited as I am. Yes.
We made it.
We have a live body. Yes. Nothing like live TV and tech. So welcome.
That's right. Well, thank you.
I need you to do your typical, well, hello.
Well, hello there.
Thank you so much for your patience in this regard, for coming on. And I've read your bio rather slowly and twice in order to be able to give you some time to connect. I'm looking forward to what you have to share because, as you know, this is for people who are in small church contexts. And I read your bio about having connected with, thousands and thousands and thousands of small communities and memberships. And we do have memberships in churches. And I think that what you have to offer and share with us is going to be relative to all of us. And I need to let your Summer know that we made it. Yay.
Well, I'm excited to be here, and I appreciate you having me. And you're right, there are a lot of parallels between, online communities, memberships, and churches. And I'm excited to dive in and chat about it.
Cool.
And I do have to give some context. I am on a family vacation, so I apologize because the kids may come running in at some point. I'm trying to do my best with the lighting and everything, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely so grateful for that. And so for those of you who didn't hear me earlier, that Stu had made arrangements to join us, and then he had weather issues and that messed up his vacation, and he's actually with us on holiday.
Yeah.
And so I want you to send some love in the chat for him for being willing to step aside from his family for a few moments just to join us today and to share with us some of the insights that he has. And so, Stu, can you give us a little bit of insight on how you even get involved in the whole idea of communities and memberships?
Yeah, for me, it wasn't intentional. It wasn't like I set out to do this, or, I was actually saw a friend of mine from high school here on this vacation, and I've known him for 30 plus years. And so it's not like I, was at that time always had this vision of, starting communities, leading memberships, or anything of that nature. But it just it was a series of events. And what the real spark for me came from was I had a business that was doing really well, and it was a consulting business. But the only way that I could, increase the amount of money that I was able to generate in that business was to give more of my time. And I didn't have any more time. So if I wanted to reach more people, then I had to find a more leveraged way to do that. And a mentor of mine said, Stu, you should really just take what you're doing with your clients, and instead of doing it one-on-one, you should teach it inside of a membership, and then you'd be able to reach so many more people. And this was the first time I had heard of this. This was around 2008. And I said to him, explain to me more. And he said, well, Stu, right now you're getting paid for one-on-one work with a client. But if you were to take the same principles, instead put them into, video lessons inside of a membership, now you can reach so many more people, and at the same time, it not require more work from you. And I was like, interesting. So I started going down that path, and the technology in 2008 is not what it is today. And before I knew it, I was, shoulder deep in things like HT access files and server settings and like things that are way above my pay grade. But then I was moaning and groaning about this to a friend of mine, Tracy, and I was just telling him, like, all I want to do is I just want to teach. I don't want to have to deal with all this stuff. And he said, well, why don't we partner up together and we'll create our own solution? And I was like, dude, like I'm just sitting here telling you that I am not techie, and you're telling me that we're going to create a solution. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. And he said, no, listen, he's like, I have a really great programmer that I've worked with for years, and I think that we could make something together. And so we ultimately did. And that product became what was now Wishlist Member. And that went on to become the world's #1 membership platform for WordPress. And it just took off, Elaine. And like before I knew it, we were serving literally tens of thousands of people in all kinds of different markets. And so since then, I started to really see like what was happening behind the scenes of these communities that were growing and that were flourishing. And year over year, that we're seeing this growth. And I started paying attention to what they were doing differently than everybody else. And ultimately, that's led me to where I am today. And since 2016, I've been teaching people how to launch, grow, and scale membership sites and communities in all kinds of different markets, from things like photography and calligraphy to fitness and finance and music and art and health and dog training. And heck, we even have a woman named Holly George in our community who has a membership teaching people how to make balloon animals. And she's got thousands of members. Her membership's called the Twisterhood, so
I love it.
yeah, it's amazing. And I'm super grateful. And I'm what for me has been really rewarding is just seeing how all kinds of people with all kinds of experience and all kinds of messages to share have been able to utilize a membership model to reach so many more people. And to me, that's ultimately the real blessing behind what a membership can provide us.
That is so awesome. And so for those of you, because I really haven't shared this, is that I got connected with Stu because of his membership concepts. And that's how I started my Elite Masterclass, which is designed specifically for Christian leaders to overcome self-doubt and to really kind of up-level their own spiritual walk and even get some professional speaker skills on the side. And through Stu's training, I've been able to up-level that membership to quality, and learning so many of the things that you've taught, Stu, has just helped I'm personally thanking you right now, and it'll bring me to tears for the impact that your training has had on pastors. Has just been incredible. And so I definitely want you to know that you're making an impact. I mean, I know you know that, but in this particular sector, you are making an impact on my students who have gone on to do really amazing things because they've been able to get over some of their insecurities about being in the ministry.
Oh,
so
that's amazing. And see, that's like the magic of this is like, there's this incredible ripple effect, it's because it's not only, are we, in our company helping people like yourself be able to launch your memberships, but it's like the impact that then you are then having on, all these incredible pastors in this case. And that's the ripple effect where it just keeps on, giving and giving and giving. So thank you for sharing that. That means a lot. And I cherish those stories. And I actually want to follow up because I'd love to hear more about how it's all unfolded for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So can you share a little bit about how you would define or describe a healthy membership? I mean, what does that look like to you?
Well, I think there's a few ingredients to a healthy membership. Like one of them definitely is, a clear common purpose or a goal or an outcome that people are after. I'll give you a couple of examples like in different markets because it might be easier to really cement it. But like, let's just say there's a membership and they're teaching people how to play the guitar. Well, the goal is pretty simple. It's like, I want to go from, picking up a guitar for the first time to being that guy or gal around the campfire that anybody shouts out a song they know how to play, right? Like that would be the ultimate goal. And so there's a clear goal, there's a clear objective, a clear path. Like another example might be like somebody who is overweight and they want to get to their perfect weight, right? Like there's a clear outcome or clear objective that they're trying to achieve. And so a healthy community has clarity around what that common purpose is, that goal, that objective. That's essentially the thing that is, pulling everybody together and rallying everybody around that common purpose. But then I would say there's a few other ingredients that kind of tie into that. And that is that a healthy community is one where people are actively working towards that common purpose and goal, right? So like those are signs when I'm doing consulting as an example. And I reserve 1 day a month for one-on-one consulting. And the reason I do that is because it keeps me sharp. And I love like getting in the weeds of helping others in their business. But in this scenario, like oftentimes if I'm looking at their community, some of the signs that I'm looking for is they may have thousands of members, but if those members aren't actively working toward that common purpose, that's a red flag for me because that's a sign that it's a matter of time before those members are just going to cancel because they're not getting any value or they're not actively. So the active working toward that common purpose is a really important thing. And that coincides with engagement. So if the community is not engaged.
So before you go on to engagement, which is super important, I kind of want to do a little parallelism here. When you talk about active towards a common goal, I think that it's important for people in ministry to understand there should be a common goal. Can you step back from your ministry and say, what is the common goal for people? And if you say the common goal is to have a deeper walk with God, then that's going to be unique for each person. Just kind of like losing weight is going to be unique for each person, but the common goal is losing weight. And to step back from your ministry and ask yourself, what is our common goal? Do we have a common goal for the people who are coming through the doors of our ministry? And being able to articulate that is going to be super powerful. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. And I'm so glad that you took time there, because we often assume that people just understand what the common goal is, or that they just get it, or that they've all got the same common goal. But that's a poor assumption. And as leaders of our community, we want to have clarity around what that is, and we want to continuously be talking about it. It is not something that we talk about one time and then that's it, and we just assume that everybody understands it and they get it. No. Like, that common goal is something that we want to be talking about, and we want to be bringing up, and we want to keep in front of people over and over and over again, because ultimately that's the rallying cry. Think of it like a sports championship. Like, I played competitive sports all my life, and there was always a common goal, which was like to win the championship, right? So, now you can back up out of that, right? Like, you've got your regular season and you want to do well in the regular season, then you get into the playoffs and you want to win each game en route to the championship. But at the end of the day, what are we working towards? We're working towards the championship, right? That's the common goal. So, we want to be clear about that as leaders in our community. And so I'm grateful that you took a moment just to pause there and reflect on that, because that's important. And then similarly, it's about engagement in the community. So, like, if people aren't engaged, we have to stop and ask ourselves why. Like, why are they not engaged? Like, is it that they aren't believe in that common goal, or maybe they have something totally different? Maybe stuff's coming up in their life. Maybe they're stuck and they need clarity. Maybe they need accountability. Maybe what do they need? Like, what's preventing them from moving forward and engaging in that? And we want to be proactive in identifying that, because if people aren't engaged, again, it's a matter of time before the majority of them are just going to cancel or fall off. So if we can be proactive in identifying that, then it goes a long way in keeping people happy and keeping people engaged. So,
I really believe that there needs to be a philosophy of expectation there, especially in ministry. If you think about a church environment, and this is why I'm hoping to really inspire those who are in church leadership if you have a philosophy of everybody's going to be engaged, and you own that philosophy, then you can walk up to people and say, hey, how are you engaged? And you don't have to use that kind of vernacular, but you can have that expectation and talk to them about that. And a lot of pastors, it seems they're afraid to really go forward and address somebody about their engagement. But if you're really bought into the end result, and we're all together on this, and again, what I spoke about right before you came was not using guilt and shame, but then using that expectation and that long-term goal, and saying, how are you a participant in this, and inviting them to that engagement. And do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think it's I definitely lean much more heavily toward inspiration and aspiration of improving one's life as being a part of this community, as I utilize the positivity of being around others who are working towards a common goal, and drawing inspiration from that. Because sometimes I think people join communities as well because they may not have total clarity on what they're looking toward or what they're striving toward, but in the process of doing is where they get the clarity, right? So I think too often we make assumptions to our fault that everybody's on the same page, everybody's coming from the same experiences and backgrounds and dealing with the same things. That's just not true. Like, one of the things I've really had to learn is that everybody's dealing with different situations in life, and what may be super easy for some of us is really difficult for others. Like I had my high school friend that was here. Okay, so funny story about him. He is one of the most brilliant human beings I have ever met. So in all throughout high school, always straight A. We went to university together, business school, always top of the class. He now is really high up in Fidelity, very, very successful. But I was telling his kids on this trip, when we were college roommates, there was a number of incidences where it was very clear that Joe's brain was brilliant in some areas and absolutely the opposite in others. And I was telling the kids how when we first started, Joe and I first started living together, we had the situation where one of our roommates was leaving like next to no juice in the juice jug. And Elaine, it used to drive me bananas. And I was like, who is this? So I set out this booby trap where there was enough for one glass of juice. And I watched, and my first roommate came and I saw him like pour the whole glass and then he refilled it. So I'm like, okay, it's not Jer. So I let him in on the secret. And then we set the booby trap again and we watched Joe, and Joe came up and he kind of like looked around and he like poured just enough. And then he left that little bit and put it back in the fridge. And we jumped out. We're like, you're the juice bandit. We're like, Joe, you got to make a full jug of juice. Like when you finish it off like that. And he kind of hung his head and he went and he got the juice concentrate and he's got the jug and he's like looking at, and then he like looks at us and he says, guys, the reason I don't make the jug of juice is I don't know how to use a can opener.
Oh
And
my
we're like,
goodness.
oh my goodness. He was one of the most brilliant guys ever. But in this case, he just didn't know how to use a can opener. So we showed him how to use the can opener and it opened up a whole new world for him. Elaine, like at that point, like I remember we went and got groceries and he got these can of beans and he was so excited and he opened the can of beans and then he puts the can of beans in the microwave and we're like, oh my gosh, Joe. No. But I'm sharing the story because like here is Joe, absolutely one of the most brilliant guys in the world. But the way I explained it to his kids, I'm like, he wouldn't let information into his brain that he didn't deem absolutely necessary, so that he had the most brain capacity for what he saw as the things that really mattered. And I share this because, we all just assume that everybody has the same skill sets many times, or it comes from the similar backgrounds, or is dealing with similar situations. It's just not true. And so, given that, we as leaders of our community have to take that into account, and we have to be mindful of that and observant of that, or where people might be getting stuck, or where they might be falling through the cracks, or how we could provide more support. Because if they're not experiencing progress, then they're going to drop off in terms of engagement. If they're going to drop off, then they're not going to be working towards that ultimate goal and objective. And that's what really serves as a healthy component of that community.
And I think even being able to have that conversation and saying, what are you expecting to get out of this community? Oftentimes,
here, yeah,
they come into a environment and we don't ask, what is your need? What drew you here at this moment in time, and what are your needs? And I had worked for this. We won't name names, so I'm assuming this is okay. But I worked for a pastor one time. And he had made mention of somebody having this possible issue. And I said, well, did you ask? And he goes, well, no. And I'm like, why not? And he goes, well, it's none of my business. And I'm like, yes, it is. That is actually all your business, and to get over that fear of just looking somebody in the eye and saying, what is your point of need? And how can I be of help to you at your point of need? And back to your point about everybody being on different journeys, I did a webinar a couple of weeks ago about the journey of knowing God, and how the questions that we ask. I do this inside my masterclass, but in this webinar, I kind of took it a little deeper, and I said, when did you first hear the name God? And who did you hear it from? And what did you learn about God? And everybody's answer is going to be completely different. Some of them are going to hear it in a swear word, some of them are going to hear it in Sunday school, and everything in between. And we cannot make assumptions about what people understood or what they grasped from that, or their parent figures and how that impacted their sense of God. And so when we do stuff to know, we need to have those conversations of where are you at, and how are you wrestling with what before we just dive into next steps necessarily.
Absolutely. And, we'll perhaps talk about it in a little bit, but that's a really important part of any membership is really helping people identify where are they in this journey of theirs, because then we can help provide them clarity around like what their next steps are going to be. But if we don't know and we just make assumptions, then we could be sharing things that are completely irrelevant for people or overwhelm people. And then that's when they just begin to check out. Like that's when the disengagement begins, you know what I mean? Where they're overwhelmed or don't have clarity and they're just like, and they just kind of don't do anything. And that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I remember you making mention of that and how to go through your membership and just ask people, what do you not really care? If everything, I think what you said was, if everything was taken away, what would you miss the most, or something to that effect?
Yeah.
And going through and saying, okay, all of this extra stuff, they're not even looking at it because they don't have time, effort, or energy to do so. And
Right.
it actually cleaned up what I'm doing so that people could utilize the most effective stuff more easily. And
Yes.
and being able to take that into a church environment and saying, okay, what are all the stuff that we're offering that really isn't moving people towards their goal? I mean, what an amazing question that would be to step back and look at all these things that we might be doing. And are they genuinely helping people along that journey?
Well, and oftentimes, Elaine, like we're providing these things because, you know, the natural assumption is the more we give, the more value we create. But in a membership, that's actually not true. Like what we're really trying to do in a membership is provide people clarity. And so the example that I always share when I talk about that scenario that you referenced is Paul Evans. He had a membership site for youth pastors. And what he was doing was he was providing teachings and resources for youth pastors, but he noticed that a lot of the things that he was providing, people weren't watching, consuming, or engaging with. So he asked that question and he said, you know, if I were to get rid of everything inside the membership, what's the one thing that you would want me to keep? And there was an overwhelming response to the one thing. And that was a PowerPoint presentation that he would prepare each week for those youth pastors. So all they had to do was come in and make a couple changes and they'd be set for the week. And the reality of it was they weren't interested in the community component. They weren't interested in all these other videos and blog posts and all this other stuff. They just didn't have time for it. The reason they were there was they wanted the convenience of having a sermon ready to go type thing. And so he got rid of all of it. And the crazy part was that he actually saw his retention go up because people were consuming the things that mattered most more, and they were getting more value from it. So you're right. I think communication with our people is vital, especially in the beginning, to understand why are they there? What are they looking to get? And where are they in this journey? If we can help get clarity around that, now we can best serve them at the highest level.
Absolutely. And Stu, thank you so much. I hope that you guys are getting something out of this. And again, if you have any questions for Stu, type them in now, because we do have a lag delay on what we're saying and what you're hearing. And Pastor Kathy says, I used to get so frustrated that others didn't have the same passion as me because I didn't ask questions where they are. And so really understanding that, I mean, that's super helpful to really understand where people are at. That'll even explain some of their passion level, right? So
yeah. And it allows us, I think, like, especially in ministry, to be able to serve people better. You know, like the more clear we are about who they are, why they're there, and what they're navigating, the better we can serve them. You know, like it just opens up more opportunity, I think, for us to be able to serve at the highest level, where we're not guessing. We know exactly where they're at, what they're trying to achieve, and we can therefore bring in people and resources to, you know, support them in the best possible way.
Absolutely. Now, this is kind of a broad-based question, and it's probably a little bit of a trick question that says, what is the biggest thing that helps a community grow? And there's typically people will talk about growth numerically. And the intention of this discussion really with you, Stu, is to talk about growth and quality. So if you had to answer that question, how would you answer that? The question is, what is the biggest thing that helps a community grow?
Okay, so this is probably, I'm going to approach this from a different angle. I'm a marketing guy. I love marketing. So when I think about growth, I think about like, okay, what are the best marketing assets that we have that will help us grow? And funny enough, the best marketing assets to help any membership would be the same best marketing assets to help any church grow. And that is stories of progress. So imagine this. Imagine that somebody is having a really hard time in their life, and they're going through a whole lot of stuff. Maybe they're going through financial hardship. Maybe they've just lost their job, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and they're full of fear. How are they going to provide for themselves and their family? And then maybe there's a whole lot of embarrassment around like them losing their job and feeling really down on themselves. Maybe they've just lost a loved one in their life, and it's really hit them hard. Maybe it's a dear friend that suddenly had a heart attack, which happened recently in my life, and it just sets you back, and it has you thinking about all kinds of things. Maybe it's a loved one, like a grandmother or a spouse or somebody like that, and or maybe they're dealing with health complications, and for the first time ever, they're facing things that they've never faced before. Whatever it is, you and I, we don't know this, right? But let's just say that's their starting point. And then they come into the church and they find this amazing group of people who are able to help them just think through what their next steps are going to be. Maybe there's people in the church who have had a similar experience that can provide their insight and their wisdom. Maybe it's a pastor who is there as a source of comfort and guidance that can help them, again, guide their thinking. Whatever it is, it begins to help them experience progress in their life. It begins to help them get back on track, and it begins to help them go from this place of hardship and despair to now maybe they have found a job, and maybe this new job is actually a better situation for them. Maybe it gives them more time to be at home with their kids, and is maybe earning as much, if not more. Now, if that were the case, if somebody prior who didn't have a job just lost their job and feeling down and embarrassed about their situation, to now like this incredible opportunity where now they're in a better job, more time for their family, and it's all happened as a result of their experience in the church. Do you not think that they're going to tell others about it? Do you not think that they're going to be raving fans about the church? Of course, right? And so these stories of progress are the most powerful marketing asset, because what happens is when people then go and share the progress that they are experiencing in their life, it naturally attracts others, because we as human beings, we love to feel success. We love to be around success. We want to be around progress, especially if we're working towards that common outcome, that common vision, that common goal. And so what happens is, if we can begin to identify the journeys that people are on, and we can begin to measure the progress that people are experiencing, now we can help them formulate stories that they can then share. And that becomes the most powerful marketing asset any of us can have, whether it's in a church or in a business or in a community. It's all rings true. So for me, like when I think about how do we grow a community, success is contagious. Progress is contagious. People want to be around that. So what we've got to do is we've just got to measure that. And where are people now in their life? Where do they want to be? And we begin measuring the progress that they have along the way. Sometimes that's going to mean huge wins. Awesome. But other times it's just going to mean that first step forward, that first little itty bitty step of progress. And those little itty bitty steps matter just as much as the big leaps, because the little itty bitty steps are so much more relatable for people who are in the similar position, and they can see themselves in those stories. So stories of progress are the most powerful marketing asset to help us grow any community, church, or business.
Absolutely. And I actually spoke about story, the value of story, the power of story, just before you came on. And I'm so glad that you reiterate that, because it causes people to understand that there's relatability with other people in the community as well. And I think about the whole idea of a testimonial. That's what the business world would call it, right? You know, you get a testimonial, and we used to have testimony time in the church all the time. There was a consistency about, you know, telling your testimony. What has God done for you, and what is God doing in and through you, and taking the time to share those things. It's not necessarily a marketing tactic per se, but it's a sharing with the community of the reality of the fact that God can make a difference in your life, and that God is doing and moving and things today, and is still active today, and taking that, like they say, a witness. And I reiterate that all the time about the fact that when you go into the court of law, they ask for a witness. And what are you witnessing? What have you witnessed? And all they're doing is telling their story to the best of their memory. And that's what you do when you give your witness, is you tell your story to the best of your memory. And you can do that simply because it's not something that you have to aggrandize. You're simply telling your story.
That's
and
right.
The impact that has, because other people will say, wow, well, I'd like to have a story like that as well.
And they draw inspiration from it. You know, like when we see, you know, here's a perfect example. Like I'm coming back to the sports thing again, Elaine. I apologize. I'm a sports guy, but like, you know, when I always wanted to play on teams where the players around me were so much better, because I would learn from them. My skills would grow, you know, so much faster. Like, and I was fortunate because I played soccer with, you know, at university. We won 2 national championships, and many of the guys that I played with went on to play for our national team, went on to play pro. And I mean, I still think about, like, you know, going up against these guys in practice, and like every day, like my skills were getting better and better so much faster, because I was just around the, you know, people who were, you know, focused and determined to get to the next level. And that's part of that contagious feeling in a community. When people are experiencing that kind of progress, we draw inspiration from it, because people see, like, that's where they were, this is where they are now, and they've made this progress by staying plugged into this community. And so on a subconscious level, it's just continuously communicating, like, this is the place to be. This is where you want to be. This is the thing. As long as we stay plugged in, as long as we stay together, as long as we stay focused on this common purpose, this common goal, and we keep putting one foot in front of the other, success will come. And so I think that it just continues to speak to the value of church, in this case, the value of community, the value of staying plugged in, and the value of, like, you know, continuously, you know, taking the next right step in all of our journey. And so people draw inspiration from it. So it's not only a quote marketing tool to help us grow and bring more people in, but it's also a great marketing tool to help, you know, create more engagement and enthusiasm within the community.
Exactly. Yes, people want to see progress. Yeah, that's what Pastor Jerry said. Absolutely. And I wrote down here a Stuism, because I hear you say this a lot. The main thing is to keep the main thing, and to stay on track, right? If we stay on track and everybody knows what the main thing is. Yes.
Yes, 100%. That's exactly what I was referring to earlier, where we were talking about, like, why are people there? Like, at the end of the day, there's all kinds of things that we can do and all kinds of things that we can talk about. But at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters in a community is that they're experiencing progress toward that outcome. And so, you know, that's the main thing. And we got to keep the main thing, as Stephen Covey would say, because if we try to, you know, deviate from that and get off track, it's really not serving the people and why they're really there. So, you know, this is why I think you taking a moment and just, you know, reflecting back for the audience, and why are people coming to your church? Like, get clear on that, you know, and because that at the end of the day is the thing that's driving their, initial motivation to come. And we always got to reiterate that, communicate that, keep that front and center. And that's why these stories are really important too, because the stories keep the outcome and the goal front and center, right? And it celebrates that progress, and it creates this feeling that I want to be I want, Pastor Elaine to be talking about my story. Like I want, Pastor Jim to be sharing my story. And it creates this desire to be an example for others. And I think that is a very healthy component to any community.
Absolutely. And I used to joke, and maybe someday it'll happen, that if I ever went out on a limb and just started like my own church, my own dealie, I would call it church. So when people say, where are you going? They'd say, church. Where you been? Church. And then the sign underneath it would say, get right with God, stay right with God. So that when people come, they know they're either going to get right with God or stay right with God. And that would be the main purpose all the time. And then I honestly believe the more simple we can make it, the more we can stay on track, and the more we can actually gauge whether people are making progress. And that really kind of brings me to that. I know you talk about a success path, and we've kind of addressed that a bit today about, having the steps and knowing where they're going and why and how. But then also the whole idea of onboarding. Now, can you just talk a little bit about that? So onboarding in my head from a church perspective would be when somebody walks through the doors for the first time, and then what happens. So talk to me about that from a community's perspective.
Well, in a membership, there are three things that I always focus on as it relates to onboarding. And I believe the same is true for a church. Okay. So I'll tell you what the three things are, and then we'll unpack them. So the first thing is connection. The second thing is content. And the third thing are results. So connection. The best way to explain this is through a little story. 2 years ago, my family and I, we moved to a completely new area. So what that meant was our kids were going to a completely new school. So you can imagine at the time they were 9 and 7. So they're a little nervous, they don't know any of the teachers. They don't know any of the kids. There's a lot of, nervous and anxiety that, and so Amy and I, my wife and I, we walk the kids to school, we drop them off, and we're just fingers crossed. We're like, please let this be a good day. Please let them just feel settled and comfortable. So at the end of the day, we walk to school to pick them up, and I'm waiting. And my daughter, Marla, is the first to come running out. And I was kind of like watching, like, oh, what's the reaction going to be? She comes out and she's got this huge smile on her face, and she comes running. And I'm like, how's the school? She's like, Dad, this is the best school ever. And I'm like, really? I'm like, tell me why. She's like, Dad, okay, you know how like I used to go to a Montessori school? And I said, yeah. She's like, well, there's a girl in my class who also used to go to a Montessori school. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys have that in common. She's like, yeah, but it gets better. She's like, you know how I love horses? I said, yeah. She said, so does this girl. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's crazy. She said, yeah, but Dad, you know the new stable that I'm riding at? I said, yeah. She said, her mom owns it. I'm like, what are the chances? She's like, this is the best school ever. Time out. Her framing of this being the best school ever was because she made one meaningful connection. And that's the power of one meaningful connection. So we don't need people, in this case, when they come into our church, to connect with everybody all at once, right? Like we don't need to take them on an introduction train all around meeting everybody, trying to remember everybody's names. Like that's super overwhelming. But if we can just help them make one meaningful connection, maybe meet one other family that they connect with, very quickly what it does is it begins to frame that whole experience. Now, just with one meaningful connection, they feel welcomed, they feel safe, they feel like these are their people. And now that sets the stage for them to be much more open and receptive to everything else that is coming forward after that. So connection is really important. We don't need them to connect with everybody. We just need them to make one meaningful connection, and preferably in the first 30 days. Now, I'll give you a stat. I don't know how it translates for church, but I know how it translates in the membership world. And that is, if people experience some kind of success, or they have a positive experience in the first 30 days, it will, on average, triple the lifetime value of that member. So, meaning, what is a positive experience? Well, a connection, a meaningful connection, is right in that bucket, right? So we want to help people form a meaningful connection right away. And I think about it, and I'm sure, people in your audience, their minds are already rolling about how we could help people form meaningful connections. But a lot of the time, it's because of people who have things in common, right? So like we want to, when a new family joins a church, as an example, we want to find out as much about them as possible so that we can then, introduce them to others who may have those things in common. As an example, with my daughter at this school, the reason the school was framed up as the best school ever was because she had this common interest in riding horses with this other girl in her class, and they bonded immediately over that. And because of that, it set the stage for it being the best school ever. So you want to find these commonalities as quickly as possible, and you want to make introductions or connect them with one other family who they could immediately have a common connection with right away. And now you've set the stage for meaningful relationships to begin building. So connection is number one. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I'm a fishing addict. And so when I go to church, people say, how's the fishing? How's the fishing? And so there's always that underlying, thing that they know about me as an individual, and being able to have that connection with other people is just phenomenal. And even the people that connect with me online that happen to attend the same congregation that I do, they'll be able to come and have conversations with me because and feel that they know me on a real deep level just because they've connected with me in some fashion and seen what I do, and it'll enhance the ability to have conversations with people because you know a little bit more about them as well.
That's right. It's that starting point. So, connection is really important. Number two is content. We've kind of already talked about this, but this is really about like helping people get clear on where are they in their journey, and, what are they ultimately working toward, and what should they focus on now in regards to that. So in my world, like, if somebody's teaching guitar, or they're teaching relationships, or they're teaching weight loss, or teaching their dog how to become the perfect puppy, like they don't go from like the wildly out of control puppy to like the perfect puppy like that, right? Like there's a journey to that, outcome. You don't go from not knowing how to play the guitar to becoming the next Eric Clapton like that, right? You don't go from not knowing how to paint to becoming the next Picasso like that. There's a journey in that progress. And we all, no matter what we're teaching, and same with church, like in our on our journey to learning about God and that relationship with God, like it doesn't happen instantaneously. There's a journey to that. And so what we want to do is we want to help people figure out, like, where are they in this journey? And given where they are, what should be the few things that they focus on now? Because we don't want to overwhelm people. We don't want to load people up with so much information that now they're overwhelmed and anxious about all the things that they've got to do in order to begin. No. We want to take the weight of that learning process off their shoulders. We want to zero it down to the few things that really matter to them right now, given where they are in their journey. So when I talk about content, it's really about helping them get clarity around what the next steps are for them to begin experiencing progress in their journey. And that's where the success path that we talked about really comes into play. So we've got connection, there's content, and the last one is results. And we've spoken about this too, but again, knowing that big results, yes, they're exciting and they're awesome, but the little results and the little progress matters just as much. And to begin sharing those stories as often as possible so that we create a culture of progress. It's really important. I want people to write that down.
Say that again.
We want to create a culture of progress. So we want people to understand that, in our community, in our church, in our group, we are committed to an outcome. And the only way we get to that outcome is if we are continuously doing X, Y, and Z. And so we want to celebrate that. We want to talk about that a lot. And that is where, we're going to be sharing the stories on a regular basis. And if people are experiencing progress, they won't leave, right? Like in the membership world, like I joke about this all the time, like I don't know, in the tens of thousands of membership sites that I've helped, I don't know very many people that have ever left because they were experiencing too much success, right? Like people don't come and say, you know what? I'm out of here. I've just been experiencing way too much success by being a part of this community. And I just can't take all the success that I'm having. So I've got to leave. No, people don't say that, right? So as long as we're focused on, again, helping people experience progress in their life, people will stay. So connection, content, and results. Those are the three elements of an onboarding that we want to really zero in and focus on right off the bat. Connection, helping people form one meaningful connection with one other person or family as quickly as possible. Content, helping them to get clear on the few things that matter most for them at this stage in their journey. And results, celebrating even just the teeny tiny little bit of progress that they've experienced, especially in the first 30 days. That's the thing that's going to create momentum and move them forward.
That's awesome. I absolutely love that. And so one of the things that we do inside my masterclass to celebrate, because the little wins, you talk about often celebrating the little wins. And so no matter how little it is, if somebody says they did something good, this is what we do.
Oh, I love it. That's awesome.
It's because you just want to be able to celebrate no matter how little it is. If you've made progress, it's important. And I think one of the challenges that people are going to have in this is looking at each individual person and saying, where are they on their scale of progress, and looking at them and saying, make sure I'm plugging them in at a place that's right for them. And that's going to be challenging for you, those of you who are watching, when you look at all the people that you work with, but it's going to be valuable to take the time to do that. So Stu, right before we wrap up here, is there anything else that you would like to end with or share with, or how people can get a hold of you, or yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, let me just say that you can always reach me on Instagram. That's probably the easiest place to reach me. My Instagram handle is just my name, Stu McLaren. My website is probably the easiest website for anybody to remember. It's stu.me. So stu.me. So super easy. And then if anybody's interested in learning more about memberships and community, I just encourage you to come join us. We have a free workshop that we start in just over a month. It starts on April 20th. And you can find more about that by going to membershipworkshop.com. But I'd wrap up with this. At the end of the day, when we're thinking about the communities that we are forming and creating, we are obviously doing it because we want to serve people at the highest level. And when given that intent, what I would encourage people to do is just really get granular with the people that you are serving. And especially like when I think about like small churches, to me, like there's a huge opportunity because we can get to know the congregation at a much more intimate level. And the more intimate we get to know our people and who we serve, then the more we get to know how we can show up and what resources we can bring in and what connections we can help them form and how we can help them go from where they are to where they want to be. And before we know it, if we go deep, we're going to have this momentum in our church. And at the end of the day, whether it's church, whether it's business, whether it's memberships and communities, marketing matters. And if people see that anybody who's coming to your church, they are different, they're positive, they're alive, they feel this different energy, there's excitement, there's progress, people want to be around that. And so the only way we can get there is if we get to know our people and help them get clear on where they're heading towards and what the outcome is, and then support them in that journey. And if we just focus on those few things and just double down on that, it's a matter of time before we begin to build massive momentum for our church, for our business, and certainly for our lives. And so I'm super grateful that, in 2008, a mentor of mine steered me toward memberships and communities. It's opened up a world for me that I don't know that I ever would have experienced otherwise. And I'm just grateful that, it's been able to help so many others. And I just can't wait to hear the stories of how, these principles and so forth continue to help in the church and so forth. So thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate you inviting me.
Well, thank you so much for coming, and may God bless you on all that you do, and may you really, truly enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. So I want you to take the next few minutes and ask God to show you what He would like you to apply to your specific context. And we'll be back in a minute.
Hi, Elaine. How are you?
Well, I hope that you all enjoyed Stu's presentation and his sharing, and were able to think of some creative ways to add that to your context. And I'm really excited to bring to you our next speaker, Pastor Sigrid Blandón, who is coming to us from McKinney, Texas. And so if you guys are watching online, if you can type in "all is good" so that you can hear and see us and we know that we're moving forward, okay, that would be fantastic. And again, let's see, Linda says she's coming in from Oregon, and so Carmelita said, "Thank you, Stu. Connection, content, and results, and celebrate all the progress." Yes, Gerald, Pastor Jerry, celebrate the little wins. So let me read Pastora Sigrid's bio. It is lengthy because she's doing a lot, and I want to share all this with you. So Pastora Sigrid is a native of Costa Rica, where she accepted Jesus as her Savior during vacation Bible school at age 7. She received her call to ministry at age 10 at the Women's Congress she attended with her grandmother. In 1998, she graduated in social work at the University of Costa Rica. 4 years later, she moved to the United States, where God confirmed her call to the ministry, and she was ordained in 2021. I hope I got that right. Did I get that right? No.
2012.
She was ordained in 2012. I think I got that wrong the last time, and I didn't correct that on here, and I apologize. So I knew I got it wrong. So I'm glad that I corrected that. So we're going to fix that so it doesn't ever happen again. So both Sigrid and her husband Alejandro Morales see ministry from a family perspective and have served together as youth pastors, Hispanic ministry pastors, and now they minister at Renovation Church in McKinney, Texas, where Sigrid has been the pastor since 2013, and they have a beautiful daughter, Daniela. They developed their mission with a clear emphasis on community service and coordinating different outreach activities with a variety of local organizations, namely, and there's the list, the McKinney Police Department. Sigrid is a member of the Advisory Council for the Chief of Police, the Unidos program, the police program focused on the Hispanic community. Number 2, Mexican Consulate, headquarters for the Consulate on Wheels. Number 3, North Texas Food Bank, a fresh produce distribution once a month. Number 4, the McKinney Hunger Coalition, a food distribution program in coordination with the McKinney School District. Number 5, the Cottonwood Church, community school supplies distribution program. Number 6, recently they opened up, I guess it was probably last year, Caminando Juntos, an adult education program. Sigrid was part of coordinating group for the Renovate Women's Congress in the Northern and Western districts of Texas. So please welcome with me Pastora Sigrid to the Small Church Rising Summit. So welcome.
Hi, Elaine. Hi, everyone. And thank you for the invitation again. And thank you for the opportunity to share what God is doing in our church and in our community. This is my first time I will do by myself in English. So I hope I I will do fine.
You will do
I
fine.
will try my best. So I want to share with you a few steps. I want to share with you a presentation first. And with that presentation, I will try with you how we do the things that we are doing right now. One of the feedback that we received from last presentation is, how do you do that? How do you do the ministry there? So Elaine, can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to share your
I will do that. So I will try to do this one. Mm-hmm. Did you see it?
Yes.
It's a little. Okay. 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 Our name is Renovación, and we are a Hispanic a small church that we embrace, and they are like, we embrace the mission and vision of the Church of the Nazarene in a small church. We really want to be and to do Christ-like disciples of Christ in our community. So we are like asking ourselves, how we do that? How we do that? This is the first question I ask myself. So we embrace that. Let me do something, because I could not see myself. I will see. Now, so I need to see myself. Sometimes I miss myself in the talking. So we embrace vision, a mission. We say we really want to be Christ-like disciples, and we want to do Christ-like disciples in our community. So, and we really want to do it like serving our community, like having compassion for them, like compassion love for them. So my first question was, so how do we make Christ-like disciples? So we created a process for our discipleship process. The first is connect with God and with others. The other one is grow as a Christ. The other one is serve God and other people. And the last one is touch the life of the people around you. So in that part, it serve and touch the life of the people around us, we decide that we are going to do like having compassion for the people. So this is my first, my second step. Then I say, so we need to do something for our community. So we start knowing the communities. And the second step, then we say, I will know the community. I will know where I will serve. So I start looking for some demographic characteristic of our community. We start walking our community. We start doing like prayer walking, knowing the people, the neighborhoods around us. So when we realize that, we say we really need to have this compassion to serve the community and touch the life of these people, like in their specific needs. We need to meet them in their needs. So because if we are bringing some programs and they don't need that, so it's not going to be a connection between us and our community. So I start reading all the assessments from the hospitals. I start like walking, and I start participating in some community meetings, trying to realize how it's happening. And I use a tool that as a Nazarene church, we have a socio-demographic tool. It's online. It's available for everyone if you want to check. So I did a research about like who the age, the culture, the language that they talk. So around our community, we realized that our church is located in the middle of the Hispanic population. Around us is like between 88% are Hispanic. So we say, okay, they're Hispanics, and then the second biggest group is they are African American. So what they need. So this is the third step that we did. We say we need to respond to this specific population and exercise compassion. We really want them to see us than as a Christians, and we have compassion for them. So we start, this is my third step. So we start small. We start very small. I believe that God can do a bigger things with the small projects. So I believe that. So I say, okay, we start small. So we start with a little pantry, like you see in the presentation. It's a small box. Then we put some food over there for the community to try to see if they are coming or not. So we realize that the food is a need, and there is insecurity if food in our community, especially for kids and teenagers. So we realize we are going to start with this little pantry, bringing food 24/7, free access. But also we realize that the people really wants to eat vegetables. So I will talk about later. So we start with a community feast, and we receive between 100 and 150 people coming to our church in Thanksgiving Day and Christmas, and we have a blast with them. So it was like all of them are coming, they want to talk, they want to share. We share the gospel, and we share the food with them and other resources that we have. So because those two connections, I start going to the meetings. So I got connected with the Mexican consulate because they need volunteers who speak Spanish. So we went there, and I got connected with this person. She was in charge of a no-profit organization in our community. So we at the end we connected to a small, like a little bigger, to a small opportunity for us. So she said, do you want to be a mobile pantry from North Texas Food Bank to distribute food once per month? I say yes, because I take advantage of opportunities. I could do it, and I know the church could do it. I say yes. So and we start doing that. For 5 years, we were a mobile pantry. Now we are agency for them, doing the second Saturday of the month. So I got connected with them, and that opens opportunity also to have the Mexican consulate in our church, like hosting them 4 times per year. And we receive about 800 people per week during that week. So we touch the life. So we realize at some point that you always think that you have to be a big church, the biggest church of the community, to touch a lot of people, like multitudes, thousands of people. So at the end of that, a few years ago, like 2018, 2017, we realized that we were touching about between 3,000 to 5,000 people live. With the compassion ministry that we have.
That's
we
amazing.
Really, it was like we didn't count until the end of the year, and we realized, so we are a church of multitudes. So because we always believe you have to be like, I don't know how many, like thousands of people, members of people in your church to touch the life of the people, and we realized you could be small and still touching life in your community. So if you want to ask me something, you could. So we start with those small projects, taking advantage of those opportunities, and that opens another opportunities for us, like just to share the love and compassion. So at that moment, we realized we need to embrace the opportunity that God had guiding us. He said, you are going to be a church with a compassion ministry, and you have to embrace that. When you realize that God is opening all these doors, we just like, okay, hug this vision and do it everything that you can and the best you can. So we have a church, but our compassion ministry, it respond the challenges faced by our neighborhood and neighbors. So with this, we call our ministry Caminando Juntos, walking together. And this compassion ministry is not like that we didn't create a non-profit organization for that. It's under our church. It's our church a way to share the gospel to them. So we start some projects. I realized Elaine, that I didn't change the date for my projects, but in 2021, we start a food assistance program. So we transitioned to be the mobile pantry to be an agency for North Texas Food Bank. We are the first mobile pantry to do that. So they were like experimenting with us. So we were opening a space like a way. We were opening a way to other mobile pantries to be an agency for North Texas Food Bank. At the beginning, I just want to let you know that at the beginning, they rejected us like 5 years ago in 2017, 2018, they rejected us. They said, you are too small to be an agency. And they say, no, you are going to be a mobile pantry. And then 5 years after that, they asked us to be an agency and to be the pilot program for them to like how to transition.
And I think that is so incredible because you said yes to God, and they just didn't know that they were going to say yes to you eventually.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And we realized that God, He is opening our doors. And I told the church, God is opening the doors to the people to come to us. That so we need. I told them we need to share the gospel with them when they are here, because He's bringing the people to us. We are reaching them with the programs, but He's bringing the people to us. So we really need to share the gospel with them. So we put the food assistance program. Now we are opening 6 times per month. So no, just one time. So because there are a lot of needs in our community, especially because we are receiving a lot of immigrants from Venezuela, Colombia, and from Central America. A lot of them are our first contact to receive some package or like food is our church. Their friends refer to us and they say, go there, they're going to give you a big package of food and everything, and you are going to be fine for the first weeks or first months here in the United States. So that opportunity also we gave the information about the educational program that we have. It's an adult educational program we call Plaza Comunitaria. We offer ESL classes like literacy, elementary and middle school, also GED classes, and also computer classes. Because my husband, he really wants to help the people to use the computers in order to get a job. Because we, as he always said, we realized that the food situation is just a symptom of something else. So we need to try to help them in other places in order to then to get some job and to be able to meet their needs at home. And also the main core of program is spiritual. So everything that we do is to glorify God, and everything we do is to reach these people in our to meet Jesus and to have a Jesus in their hearts as their Savior. So we always do that. And if they are coming to our church, we have all these programs like discipleship program for them in order to start learning. So give me a second. Alex is always with me. He's always doing the presentation, and now I'm doing both. So, but
you're doing a fantastic job. So
thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So as I mentioned, now the community pantry, we are serving between 435. The last month, I think our average of family coming to our church to receive food was 500 families. Around 100 families, and we are doing the second and the fourth Sunday of the month. And sometimes because they are coming to ESL classes, they could take the food with them after the classes. I'm receiving in an average of 20 families coming on when I there for the ESL classes. So, and the ESL program is growing. We partnered. We do a lot of partners. Everyone's asked me, how did you do it? I say, oh no, we partners with them. So I'm not giving the ESL classes. I'm doing the computer classes, but it's because we lost the teacher now, but everything else is doing for volunteers. So we have a volunteers and Grayson College as a partner, that the Mexican Consulate as a partner too, doing all these programs in our church. We are just like hosting, and they're using our facilities, but we are like trying to take advantage of that to share the gospel. And as I always say, what is the main reason to do is we do what we do to glorify God. We prayed a lot. We pray a lot, and we really become a social actor in finding complex solutions in our community. And they are starting inviting me in some different meetings now. And one of them is the only people around our community in our area that attended one community, McKinney, the city of McKinney meetings for the neighborhoods. It was us, so they called me directly. The city of McKinney called me directly to ask me if we could approach to the neighbors to be a contact between the city and to them. So we are trying to see if we assign that to someone else, but no, we knowing God is opening all these doors. We don't always say yes to all of them because it's too much work, but we always say yes to the activities or to the meetings or to the opportunities that are connected to a mission and vision in our church. So we partnered with other community agencies, and we prayed and reflect and add in the social transformation process in our community. We always believe that God put us there with a reason. So for us, the church, as we mentioned, that is the redemption agency of God's kingdom, called to be the conscious and prophetic voice of society. And we are there to do that. So if you have any questions or you want to follow up, so you could do a Renovación Nazareno, Iglesia Nazareno Renovación in Facebook and Instagram if you want to know more. Is there any questions that you want to ask me?
I think that the clarification that you made regarding the volunteer, like you're not doing all of these classes, but you're utilizing these other agencies to come in and so saying and so there were two things. One is you're not doing it all.
No.
And so a question is, do you show up though during the ESL classes so that you're present there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I always there. And the reason because I always there, now it's going to be someone else. So she is going to be one of our members. She's showing up because if they need something else, sometimes they want just to talk to me. Sometimes some teachers and some people from the Grayson College ask me to pray for them and for their needs too. So I'm always there to be available for them. I don't have to be. I just allow them to use the facilities, and they take care of everything. But I always want to be there, especially on Tuesdays, to be accessible or available for them if they need something else. And sometimes they want me to ask to pray for them at that moment. I pray for them. Some say I really want to come to the church. Some they have trouble with the kids and the teenagers, so I talk to them about it, and I always available to look for other resources. Sometimes I don't want to take all the hacks then we have to. No, I always refer people if it's not related to the spiritual needs that they have.
That's awesome. And I think it's important, like what you did say, is that you don't say yes to everybody, that you take it to God, and kind of like what Stu was alluding to, remembering where your goal is and what your hope is. And you're saying being compassionate to the needs of your immediate community. And that way, you know what to say yes to and what to say no to, and taking it to God and saying, all right, God, is this part of your vision for us here? Because as a small church, you have to, my understanding would be is that you would want to do things well, not do things a lot.
And I always say that we need to create a excellent culture of excellence.
Nice.
And with that means I say you do your best to God.
Yes.
Excellence is not like doing the things perfectly. No, it's your best. The best of your time, the best of your talents, the best that you give it to God, and He's going to take care of the rest. So if you do the best, He's going to take care of the best. Now we are increasing in our attendance. We couldn't believe that, but because all the things that we do that, because we are preaching the gospel without saying it, just showing them, they are coming to our church. And we open our children program again and the youth program again. And we have a trouble now because we have to use all the rooms, the classrooms that we have. And there is a lot of noise because we have a lot of people coming on Wednesdays. So we have a very good problem now.
That's
and
awesome.
we are
That's a great
attendance
problem
like
to have.
between 50 to 55 in average of attendance. If
Oh, that's
all of
awesome.
them, if all of that come, I believe we are like 70, 75.
Yeah.
But nobody comes every single Sunday at
Right.
church. But it's a good thing to do.
And I think for those of you watching to remember that one of the things that she said was to know your community demographic, and to be able to serve your community well, you really need to know your community graphic. So thank you, Sigrid, for coming and joining us. I think the first time you came, you had 25 people in your congregation. So the fact that you're actually up in the mid 50s is fantastic. God is using you, and keep up the good work. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye. And so please take the next few minutes and ask God what that you heard that you can play and that you can use in your own context. Welcome back. And I'm excited to introduce to you our new speaker. And Pastor Jason is coming to us as an associate senior pastor from Christ the King Community Church in Waco, Texas. He is also the founder of Jason Carver Ministries, an international speaker and tennis teaching professional. Jason spreads the message of hope and encouragement worldwide by teaching people that their destiny is still active and alive, regardless of their past, and offers courses on how to stand supernaturally for family restoration. He lives with his wife and 2 daughters in Waco, Texas, teaches tennis at Baylor University, and creates his own e-courses and digital content. Jason's passion for people and his belief that everyone can walk in the best version of themselves is evident in everything he does. His ministry, called Standing Supernaturally, has seen hundreds of marriages restored by the restorative power of God. He teaches people to tap into the love, grace, and power of God in their lives, inspiring them to experience the fullness available in Scripture. Jason is a true testament to the transformative power of faith and the endless possibilities that arise when one believes that their destiny is still active and alive. Welcome again to the Small Church Rising Summit, Pastor Jason.
Thank you. How are you doing today, Elaine?
I'm doing really well. Thank you.
Well, this is just a fantastic summit that you're putting together. So I just want to say thank you for all of us who are a part of a small church. And so just thank you, Pastor, for putting together. Stu was great. You know, your previous speaker is fantastic. So I can't wait to see all that you have in store for us today. So thanks for having us.
You're very welcome.
Well, it's an honor to be speaking with you guys today. She gave you a little bit of our background, a little bit of a bio of who we are as a ministry. We are part of a local church. We also do other things as well. And we help marriages come back from the dead. And specifically, our ministry is called Standing Supernaturally for Marriage Restoration. And that was birthed out of our own personal life and our own personal story. It was on Mother's Day, actually. I was walking out the door to get things set up at church. And as I was walking out the door, my wife stopped me and she said, "Jason, before you go inside, why don't you give the girls a kiss and tell them that you love them?" Now, that was very, very strange to me. I wasn't like, okay, that wasn't our normal conversation talk on a Sunday morning. I was getting set up for our Spanish church, and they were going to show up at 10:30. And like I said, it was Mother's Day. And so I said, sure, I'll go inside. And I gave the girls a kiss and told them that I loved them. And that was the last day that I saw my wife or my children for over a month. The very next day, I found myself standing in a police department. And I had said these words I didn't think I'd ever say. So I need to file a missing persons report. I do not know where my wife and children are. That day started probably the greatest crash of my life that I've ever experienced. And I was praying, God, what is happening? What is going on? Did something happen to my children? Did something happen to my wife? But luckily, I did find out that my wife and kids, they were okay physically, but my marriage was anything but from being okay. It was on that day that I discovered that my wife has left, that she moved out, and completely a shock to me, started the divorce process. And it was in that journey of walking through the Lord that I knew without a doubt this was not the plan of God over my life. This was not the plan of God over my family's life. I knew this was not the Lord's plan. I knew this was an attack on me, on my family. I believe even on the calling that we were walking out. Can you relate to that? The enemy coming against you, your family, your calling. This isn't a grand revelation for me to share with you today that marriages are absolutely under attack. And may I speak even more specifically to this community, marriages of pastors are absolutely under attack. The enemy knows if he can really get involved and begin to separate the family unit, even at the small church level, it will make such a reverberating negative impact. And so I knew that day, I knew that was not my plan. I knew that was not our story. I knew that was not what God was doing in our life. I knew this was not right. And there were things involved. And I went on this process as I was standing for my marriage, as I was standing for the restoration of my family. I was able to get really real with the Lord. And I'm sure many of you know exactly what that's like when it's like, okay, I need to have a come to Jesus meeting for myself. And I just needed to say, Lord, what is going on here? Months went by, another month went by, another month went by, another month went by, and everything just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I was looking at our life and I was like, there's no biblical grounds for divorce. My understanding of what our marriage was apparently was completely different than my wife's understanding of what our marriage was going through. And she was going through some personal situations and she was going through some sickness and illness and some confusion. And it was just this massive just explosion just happening in my family that I didn't see coming. And so then I simply asked the Lord, I said, Lord, what is happening right now with my family? I know this is not your plan. I know this was not you touching my wife and telling her to, out of nowhere, just leave. I know that was not the situation. And the Lord talked to me very clearly. He says, Jason, your marriage isn't finished. It's just under construction. He's like, Jason, right now it looks like it is awful. And I had this picture, and I don't see visions a lot. I don't see a lot of visions. But that day I saw this vision in my mind. And since we're a church community, sometimes when I share this story, I leave this part out of it. But I saw a construction site, and specifically I saw angels. And I saw these angelic beings, and they were wearing hard hats. They were wearing these yellow hard hats. And I was like, Lord, what am I seeing? And that's when he said, Jason, your family's under construction. You're in a construction zone. The enemy is coming at you and coming at your family, and he's trying to destroy stuff, but I am building something up even greater than you can even imagine. But here's where I want to share with you today. He said, Jason, but there are some things that you can do to actually partner with me. And there's some things that you can do that are actually going to make this whole thing a whole lot longer. And it'll make this construction zone that you're in, it's going to spread it out, and there can be some hurt and there can be some difficulties. And he took me on this journey. And so what I just want to share with you here, that if you feel like your marriage is under attack, there are so many great marriage ministries. There's so many, ministries that help husband and wife come together, and that is fantastic, and we celebrate that. But specifically, the calling the Lord has put on our life, myself and my wife's life, is we are specifically called when maybe there's just one of you standing. That's why our ministry is called Standing Supernaturally. It's just when you're the only one wanting this marriage to work. The other person's checked out. The other person said, no, you are this and you're that and you're that, and I've given you every chance, and you're just the only one standing. I'm here to tell you, God will use you to bring breakthrough, even if you're the only one. There's this great quote by John Knox. I think he's a 16th century. I could have the century wrong. He's a 16th century theologian. And he says, you plus God make the majority. You plus God make the majority. And I just took that with the Lord. It's okay, Lord, I need you to show me. I need you to guide me. How can I stand with love and with grace and with passion and with forgiveness? And he just kind of took me on that journey. And he just began to share with me just some simple principles, and he showed me, he said, Jason, there's these 4 things that right now there's an attack, but if you can just if you do these 4 things, you're going to see some breakthrough. And so maybe you're watching this and you feel like your marriage is completely under attack, and maybe your spouse is done and says, I'm moving on. I'm tired of this. I want you to know there's hope. And I'm going to walk you through the journey that the Lord kind of walked me through. And I would encourage you to encourage you to walk others through this. One of the sad realities of, we have about 5,000-6,000 people in our ministry. We've seen hundreds of marriages restored that were completely dead. Divorce has already been filed. So my wife did file divorce, and she went through the proceedings. And it was in this process of fighting and hoping the marriage doesn't come through or hoping the divorce doesn't go through that I was walking these things out. But the reality is, my story, our divorce did go through. It was a year and a half of me standing for my marriage, praying and believing, God, will you do a miracle here? Well, during that year and a half, I was praying the divorce would stop. It would not happen. But it did. But I kept praying. I kept loving. I kept walking out these steps that I'm going to introduce to you real quick. And then just 2 months, guys, after the divorce was finalized, the state of Texas says our marriage was dead. But 2 months after it was finalized, my wife came back home. We got remarried 4 days later. We went to Vegas, stood in the middle of the strip, and God said, go stand in the middle where marriages are being destroyed all the time, and stand there as a prophetic sign and say, this is what can happen. I can restore something that's dead, and I can do this to the world. And so we got remarried 4 days later when she came home, 2 months after the divorce was finalized. So if you're going through something that looks impossible, I understand. You're looking at something in your life that is dead and you need a resurrection, I understand. But more importantly, this is what God does. And so I want to encourage all of you pastors who are going through struggles. Get connected with ministries, get connected with, humble yourself and reach out. Reach out to other men, reach out to people. And let me say this one, this is very important. Reach out to people who are full of faith and who are actually full of belief. Right now, even in church life, people just brush away marriages. I mean, like I said, we have this ministry that we're a part of, and we hear all the time of pastors saying, well, just move on. Well, God can find someone new. And yes, I believe that. I'm not knocking. You're never going to hear us knocking someone who's remarried. You're not going to hear us say that. But so many of us just brush it away, and we don't believe God can actually bring something that's dead back to life. He can. So I just plead to all of you pastors, when you're having someone walk into your office, let them know God restores dead marriages. He does this. He did this in my life, and he's doing it all over the world. And so for all of you to walk in healthy connections, we want pastors to be healthy and their marriages to thrive. And the enemy is coming at marriages, and I think specifically coming at people who are in leadership. And so if this is you, if you feel like your family, maybe this isn't marriage, maybe it's your family, maybe it's your children. Maybe you're in this relational connection and you feel like your kid has just gone off the deep end and they want nothing to do with you. I want you to know God is in the habit of restoring. I mean, even the Ezekiel, the prophet said, I will restore the hearts of the fathers back to the children and the hearts of the children back to this is what that's Malachi. But Ezekiel says, I turn a heart of stone into flesh, into a heart of flesh, into a heart of stone. And so, yeah, absolutely. And so the reality of us standing with hope and power is crucial as a leader. It's crucial. So with my time here, and then if there's any questions, or if Pastor Elaine wants to hop on, we would love to. But I want to just kind of teach you what we teach our community of what the Lord showed me as I was standing in an impossible situation. How do I stand supernaturally for reconciliation? How do I do that? And the first super encouraging aspect of that I want you guys to be aware of is I'm going to put a couple of verses on the screen. You guys know these verses. I'm talking to pastors. But just remember, if anyone is in Christ, I'm sorry, the thing just went crazy there. But if anyone's in Christ, he's a new creation. The old's gone, the new has come. But he keeps on going. He keeps on declaring. He keeps on saying that but he has given us the ministry of reconciliation. You and I, if we're a new creation in Christ, according to 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 17 to 20, we are a new creation. And then it says, and I've given you the ministry of reconciliation. You have it. I have it. We are ministers in reconciliation. And so we walk this thing out. And so here are when I was standing for my marriage, looking at an impossible situation, the Lord said, here are 4 things that if you can really walk in, you're going to see breakthrough. And this is what we call the 4 pillars of standing supernaturally. This is what we share, are the 4 pillars. And I'm just going to talk very briefly on each one of these. And I want you just to, as you go through these, I want you to ask, how are you doing on these? I'm going to mention these 4 things. If you're standing and believing for a miracle in your relationship, a restoration in your family, make sure that these 4 aspects are part of your journey and a part of your process. Number 1, first pillar of standing supernaturally, is we need to learn to stand with the divine perspective. That are you standing for your family reconciliation? Are you standing for the healthy connection that you're believing God for? Are you standing for that? And are you actually having the divine mindset, if you will? We all know the verses, Romans 12, okay? We want to be transformed by the renewing of our mind. But as a pastor, it is so easy for our thoughts not to be the Lord's thoughts. You know, for me, it was like, oh my gosh, is this really going to happen? Is God really going to restore this? Is God really going to turn this thing back from the dead? Is God really going to heal this thing? And I really had to fight really hard, this first pillar. I was like, I have got to stand. I've got to have my mindset. My mindset has to say, God, you can restore. It is your heart to restore. It is your heart to make all things new. This is what you do, Lord. This is not your plan. I had to tell myself, God, this is not your plan for my family. This is a work of the enemy. This is the effect of sin. This is the effect of sickness. This is the effect of brokenness. This is not your plan. So all of these things, God, you can heal this. And I just had to get a mind shift of what we call as the divine perspective. And so I just ask you, in the context of hope, and that's really what we're talking about, how's your hope? Do you have hope? Because hope is getting attacked. Whether it's a family relationship with your spouse, whether it's your children, the enemy is really strong on trying to remove hope from the equation. The psalmist says, and whoever hopes in you will never be put to shame. Paul said, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him. Why? So that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. You guys know these verses. But our first pillar, if you're standing supernaturally for reconciliation, I believe we got to have the divine perspective. We got to have, God, I need your thoughts. I don't need my thoughts. Because my thoughts are getting bombarded with fear. My thoughts are getting bombarded with speculations, right? My mind is just going all over the place. And I have to understand, wait a second, no. God, I need to know, I really need to know, who are you? What is your power? What is possible with you? You know, for nothing is impossible with God. From Luke chapter 1. Job 9:10. For you performs wonders that cannot be fathomed, miracles that cannot be counted. I had to renew my mind and get the perspective of heaven. And the things that I was struggling with and that my wife was struggling with, I had to say, God, this isn't your plan for her. This isn't your plan for my children. I had to get the perspective of heaven on that. That was number 1, pillar 1, standing with the divine perspective. And I'll go through these pretty quick here before we wrap up. But the second pillar of standing supernaturally is what I would like to call the standing successfully in the storm of opposition. I have got to learn to stand with strength and actually successfully doing it when there's opposition all around us. Because like I said, again, marriages are under attack. My marriage was an attack. The enemy was coming against me. The enemy wanted this thing to fall apart. There was a storm all around me. There was a storm relational. There was all these storms. And I had to, like, God, you got to show me, how do I stand in the storm of opposition? How do I make sure that I can be aware of the enemy's tactics? I got to know. You know, I love what 2 Corinthians says, that we can know the enemy's schemes. One of the New Living Translation says that we know his sly ways. So one way that we stand successfully in the storm of opposition, I believe, is we begin to see and recognize who our opponent is. That the battle that we're facing over marriages, the battle it's not just communication. That's a part of it. It's not just you were being a jerk and they were just being a jerk. That's a part of it. But really, there's a spiritual battle. That my battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities. It's against the forces in the heavenly realms. And I had to say, okay, I know my wife is not the enemy. Now, she left. She's moved on. There was even another person involved. But my wife wasn't the enemy. The other person wasn't the enemy. And I had to understand, I've got to stand successfully in the storm. And the one way that I can stand successfully in the storm is I need to understand who is the one truly opposing us. And you and I, we're in a battle. We're in a battle over families. And so there's one way that, one point on the second point is to really be confident is that your battle is not against your spouse. It's not against your children. It's against those forces that are trying to destroy, that are shooting arrows at them. So how well are you standing successfully when opposition is there? Or do we just cut and run? Let me reword, a lot of relationships, when opposition arises, when storms raise up, we just cut and run. And we don't learn endurance. And we don't learn long suffering. I don't want that. I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, Pastor Elaine, heck, I don't even like short suffering, much less long suffering. So this is so important for us to learn. Point number 3, real quickly, is I've got to stand with a healed heart. I've got to make sure that I'm healed. I got to make sure that I'm working on me. I got to make sure that I understand my brokenness. I got to understand that I understand my aspect in how my lack of gentleness played a role in the marriage. I've got to understand, wait a second, Jason, you were many, many times the opposite of gentle. And I understand what were my issues. Now, Christine, she's the one that left. She's the one that moved on. She's the one that got involved in other things. She's the one that kind of made some bad choices. But I had to be honest. Okay, what about me? And I had to stand with a healed heart. And I had to come and get rid of bitterness, had to get rid of unforgiveness. I had to get rid of all these aspects that my heart was being ruined. I had to make sure my heart wasn't being hard, even though her heart was very hard. I had to make sure I didn't partner. I did not repay evil with evil. That's me. That's the third pillar, standing successfully. And finally, how to stand using supernatural resources. How to understand that God is equipping you and he's equipping me with supernatural power, prayer, declarations, the word of God. God sending his spirit. He uses angels, right? Like-minded people. All of these things, there are resources, getting connected with other people believing for your restoration, getting connected who can encourage you, getting in the word. I mean, there's so many, we have a whole teaching on that, but there's so many things, but these are the resources. So in conclusion here, guys, I want to encourage you, whatever your relationship looks like, God is in the restoration business. And these were four simple, but yet profound tools that the Lord showed me. Stand with the divine perspective, stand in the storm of opposition, stand with the healed heart, and stand using supernatural resources. And so I just bless you. God is restoring families and marriages and children back to it. This is what he does. And so, Pastor Elaine, thank you for letting us share. And so love to just turn it over to you. If there's any questions or thoughts that you want to just chat about, I'd love to jump in with you.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for just your honesty and openness about your journey and all that you went through. That is so powerful. And I think that people can understand just based on your story that God is in the healing business. He is in the restoration business. And the entire Old Testament is all about restoration. The New Testament is all about restoration. And I did put into the chat the file for the prayer for marriages. So if you want to get that resource in the chat right now, you can hopefully.
Can I just share what that is for just a second?
You got, sure.
That is just a simple thing that we give people, and you can see that's just the prayers for marriages right there. All that is just a bunch of prayers with fill in the blanks. And one of the things we need to do as pastors, we need to get connected with other people. So print these out and fill in your name, fill in your spouse's name, and give them to a pastor buddy. Give them to someone who will pray for you. Get people praying for you by name. And there's 2 pages. You can fill it out, put in your name, put in your spouse's name. And there's a Bible verse, and these are all biblical prayers. But get people involved with your situation. Don't hide as a leader. Don't hide.
Awesome.
Find people you can connect with.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And the last question that I have is I need to know what your t-shirt says.
It says, if you stand, it will be restored.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
If you stand, it will be restored.
Well, thank you again so much for sharing. And I want you all to take some time now for the next few minutes and ask God, what can you apply to your specific context and all of that Pastor Jason shared? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Pastor.
Well, Pastor Jason's share was so powerful, and I hope that, like Pastor Jerry said, that there's a lot of implications in that sharing, and take the time to really look at your relationships and what's happening in your marriages and in just relationships in general, and say, are you standing supernaturally for healing inside your relationships. I'm going to share now about your leadership potential development. Leadership potential development. And when I am done, we have Pastor Karl who's going to be talking about finances for dummies. So let's talk about your leadership potential. How do you develop your leadership potential? Are you living out in your leadership potential? And there's 4 things that I love to cover about leadership and the things that we need to be those transformational influencers that I believe God intends us to be. That yes, we do walk and talk the walk of Christ in the gospel, but I think also as we speak out into the world to be able to do that effectively, to see the transformation of the world around us. We're not always going to see the fruits of our labor immediately, but be able to do that more often by honing our own skills. And I want to tell you a little bit about myself, my history. Some of you have heard this story before. It starts off a little rough, but it ends really well. And I just want you to understand a little bit about why I ended up doing what I'm doing. And it kind of starts off way back at the very beginning. Now, I was adopted as a baby, and I was raised in church all the time. Anytime the doors were open, we were there, in a very strict home, and also went to a private school. And when I was probably about 8 years old, my mom had called me into the living room, and I walked down the hallway thinking I was probably in trouble for something, or I had a chore to do, because we were in that era of to be seen and not heard as children. And when I got to the doorway of the living room, she was standing there, and I could see past her, my dad sitting on the couch behind the newspaper. And she turned and she looked down at me and she said, "Your brother tells me that your dad's been doing stuff to you. Is that true?" Now, needless to say, that was the last question I expected. And I was kind of stunned, and I was afraid, and I wasn't sure what to say. And all that went through my head is, you can't lie, because lying gets you in trouble. And so I just kind of stammered out a yeah. And she turned and she looked at my dad and she said, "Is that true?" And he says, "I don't know what she's talking about." And he never looked up from the newspaper. So we had this kind of weird conversation going back and forth. And the sad thing is that my dad never looked up from the newspaper, and nothing ever changed. Now, when we're lied to, it can really jack us up. It can change our sense of self-worth, our identity, our value. And it really, really messed me up. And I don't often share this, but I was hospitalized 5 times in 1 year for depression, 5 times in 1 year. I got really messed up by all of this, being raised in this really strict home with all this other stuff going on behind closed doors. So I did what any good jacked up person would do. I became a licensed marriage and family therapist and an ordained pastor. And technically, I just became Pastor Elaine, the professional codependent, right? And I just learned how to really just do and be anything for anybody else. And yet I went on to do 13 years of personal therapy. I had 11 years of college. I had 17 years of doing therapy, 1-on-1, 3-on-1 in my office. And my clients were still getting stuck. And that was very frustrating, because I really felt like with all of my experience and all of my knowledge that I would be able to help just about anybody. And it was very obviously arrogant of me to think that. And I was sitting on my couch one day at home, just thinking about these clients who would over-identify with these negative things in their life. And I'm like, why? Why would anybody do that? Why would anybody just hyper-focus on this negative thing and just get stuck there? And I heard 2 words. If you never remember anything that I tell you about anything at any time, these 2 words are the 2 words that I want you to remember. And I want you to type them in, write them down, and share them with somebody. Identity abuse. Identity abuse. Now, somebody write that in the chat. I had heard of physical abuse and sexual abuse, but I'm like, what is identity abuse? I would have never put those 2 words together, because they were kind of ethereal. How do you abuse your identity? But I spent 3 days in prayer with God thinking, okay, if my identity that was given to me by God was abused, what would that do to me? What would be the long-term impact of that? And what I realized was that my identity was abused before I was even old enough to know I had an identity. And so I just lived with this broken identity the rest of my life, just assuming that that was what was true, because nobody showed up in that moment saying, "Hey, your dad's a liar, and your mom really ought to believe you, and this ought to stop, and you're going to be okay, and you're a good person, and you're worthy of being protected." You're worthy of being heard. And so I never had that. And that keeps us from being able to believe the truth. So the lie ends up feeling true. And because the lie feels true, then I started believing it. So I took that knowledge, I went back to my clients and I was explaining them all about identity abuse and explaining them how that impacts us and how the lies that we have in our childhood feel so true. And we don't even realize, hey, we don't have to believe that anymore. And I was watching them all change. And even like the people on my staff at the church where I was at were texting me saying, thank you so much for sharing about that. And I thought, well, how do I share this more? And how do I do this in a way that's constructive and kind of like what Stu was talking about, kind of more programmatic and helping people along that journey. So I created a course, which I did in person at the church that I was at the time. And I thought, okay, how do I reach more people than just the people that are at this particularly local church or in this particular community? So I made an online program, and I've really focused it now into for church leaders and pastors. And we go through this process. And that's where the whole masterclass, you might have heard me talk about that earlier today, masterclass idea came from, was helping people come out of the lies of self-doubt and imposter syndrome and the things that hold us back in ministry, and walking into the truth of who we are and really digging deep into our own spiritual journey and what that looks like. And then walking out, being able to have some professional speaker skills and seeing the enhancement in our ministries. And so that's why I ended up doing what I'm doing and why I love doing these events, to be able to enable people to up-level their ministry, regardless of their size, to know that God is using them. You make God smile just simply because you said yes to him, and we want to celebrate you today. So I'm going to cover 4 things that every influencer needs to have, every transformational Christian influencer / leader. Okay. Again, I'm all about transformation. I don't want you just to take all this information and go, hey, this was great information. I want you to apply it. I want you to pick something out of each speaker and apply it to your ministry and watch the transformation. So the first one is you need to think like a leader. You need to think like a leader. This is all about mindset. And you have to have certitude, know what you know. And I used to talk about this on Clubhouse and have this little framework of know what you know what you don't know, and be okay with it. If you know what you know and you can speak about what you know, people are going to be drawn to that because they're going to go, wow, you know what you're talking about. And if you speak from experience, it's even better. But if you know what you know why you know it. Did you leave it? Did you leave it? Did you learn it? Did you live through it? Or did you avoid it? Those are usually the 3. I avoided this by doing A, B, C, and D. I lived through it, I survived it, or I learned about it through education and academics. Those are the 3 reasons why you know something. So know what you know. I don't know anything about brain surgery, and I'm okay with that. Know what you know what you don't know, and be okay with that. And then walk and speak in certitude, okay? Having a healthy mindset is the biggest part of leadership all the time. And the thing that most people learn out of the masterclass, at least the first mindset portion, is facts and feelings are not the same thing. If it's a fact, it's not a feeling. It might be attached to a feeling, but just because I feel something doesn't mean that it's true. And even if I think something, it doesn't make it true. There's facts, what is actually true, and then there's the feelings. So I felt like my voice was unworthy of being heard, and speaking up was a waste of time. That was a feeling that I thought based on an experience. It felt true. And so I lived that out in my life. It was not factual, because now I speak all the time and I'm asked to speak constantly. So I know that the messaging that I have is definitely valuable. So I hope that you will see that your certitude will make a difference when you know what you know, and then you have the facts divorced from feelings. Now you're going to have feelings about stuff, and people are always, well, I shouldn't say always, often saying, you make feelings sound like they're bad. They're not bad, but we should not dictate our sense of self or our behavior on feelings. It should be on the facts. Okay. So having a healthy mindset, and Romans 12:1 talks about being transformed by the renewing of your mind, not being conformed to the world. So the world has a lot of things that you should think. And if we go out into the world's going to tell you, you don't look right, you don't sound right, you don't live here, you don't know these people, you don't have this information, you don't have this car, you don't wear these clothes, you don't have this education. The world's going to constantly tell you that you're less than, constantly. But 12:1 says, don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And if you became a Christian and that was instantaneous, it wouldn't be in scripture. The scripture wouldn't have to tell you renew your mind if it was automatic. So please don't feel guilty if you have to work at this consistently. And I tell my students all the time, we have to read the Bible over and over and over again to remind ourselves of all that's in there. And so if you have to practice mindset things, that's okay. We need to be reminded about the things. If you take all of the messages that the world is going to give us in any given day and think about, there's between 3,000 and 5,000, I think it's on the higher end now, of messages that you get on any given day, and say how many of those messages come from God. Now, odds are the majority of them aren't. But then think about the ones that are, and how many more there would have to be just to balance it out so that you would have an equal amount. And then how many more you would have to have so that the positive would superimpose itself on the negative. It's just really important that we take the time to say, you know, our mindset matters. Okay. So we need to think like a leader. And you are not what you believe. You are not what you believe. You are who God says you are. So oftentimes we believe things that aren't true. And sometimes we'll feel like I am unimportant. So I felt like my voice was unimportant. I felt that. It was a very strong feeling, and it enveloped me, and it made me feel like this is who I am. But that's not who I am. God dictates who I am, and I'm having a feeling. The feeling is outside of me, and I can decide if I label the feeling, oh, there's that feeling again. I'm having that feeling of unimportance again. What am I going to do with that feeling? Am I going to lean into it? I'm going to own it. I'm going to let it become part of my identity. Or am I going to say, wow, I'm going to go check that against the facts and decide how am I going to handle that emotion? All right. Think like a leader. Number one. Number two, believe like a leader. Believe like a leader. So this is the second segment of the masterclass where we go in a deep dive of what do you genuinely believe about God and faith. And we do a deep dive into this. This isn't, your typical give me a Sunday school answer type of evaluation. This is what do you genuinely believe about God on any given day? How are you connecting with God, or are you connecting with God? Are you mad at God? And I was telling somebody the other day, you can't be mad at a God that you don't believe in. So there's people who are like, oh, I can't believe in God because he wouldn't do this. And it's like, well, you can't be mad at a God that you don't believe in. And really stepping back and saying, what are the characteristics of God that you genuinely embrace normally on a regular day, and which character traits do you have a tendency to dismiss or neglect because you're not seeing it experientially? And we do genuinely take time to look into that. So John 8:32 says, you will know the truth and the truth will set you free. And in order to be able to have a healthy view of God, you have to have a well-rounded view of God and really have a strong faith expression. What is your faith expression? How do you express it? And be really confident in that. Being able to speak life into other people comes with that certitude. And John 8:32, he says, if you're truly my disciples, then you'll cling to my word, and then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And it's not the feelings set you free. Okay? It's the truth. It's the facts. The facts set you free. And these are scriptural, biblical truths. All right. What do you truly believe about God? And can you believe what Jesus believes? Somebody type that in. I will believe what Jesus believes. And it made me think about that bracelet. What would Jesus do? What would Jesus believe? What does Jesus believe about who you are? What does he believe about who God is? What does he believe about how God loves him? What does he believe about the forgiveness level of God? What does Jesus believe? Jesus believes in prayer, believes in a lot of prayer. He believes in redemption. He believes in loving your neighbor. He believes in loving your enemy. What does Jesus believe? And can we really stop and say, okay, what does Jesus believe? Am I believing what Jesus believed? And I think that if you think about the variety of contexts that you live in on any given day, to ask that question, what would Jesus believe about this scenario? It will really make an impact. Yes. Believe what Jesus believes. Yes. Yay. Pastor Jerry says, I will believe what Jesus believes. Yes. Amen. Amen. All right. And then protect your faith. Protect your faith. Do you protect your faith? Do you take the time to say, there are things that I know are interfering with my faith walk? And then are there things that I know enhance my faith walk? What specifically am I doing to keep things away from my faith walk that are detrimental, and then doing things to enhance my faith walk? And so there's a lot of things that you can do as far as the enhancement goes. So there's Christian podcasts, radio, television, I mean, every kind of imaginable media out there. And then there's also prayer walking and just daily meditation and journaling. There's so many things that you can do. And there's prayer cards. You can put sticky notes on certain places that are important. Like the first thing in the day, I have one that says, start your day with gratitude. That's right at the foot of my bed. There are things that you can do in practical terms to enhance your faith walk. Okay, so number 1, think like a leader. Number 2, believe like a leader. Number 3, talk like a leader. So we're going to think and we're going to believe, and then we're going to talk like a leader. And this kind of goes back to what I was teaching earlier this morning about speaking well and taking the time to say, am I articulating things that are going to make people listen and pay attention, that are going to make them remember and then make them take action? You need to be willing to hone, be willing to hone your speaker skills. And my favorite verse to read about all of this is in Isaiah. Somebody type this in, Isaiah 52:7. And it says, again, Isaiah 52:7, how lovely on the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who announces peace and brings good news of happiness, who announces salvation and says to Zion, your God reigns. So again, how lovely on the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who announces peace and brings good news of happiness, who announces salvation and says to Zion, your God reigns. So that, somebody type in, my feet are beautiful. My feet are beautiful, because we are the carriers of this gospel message that is good news to people. And to be able to speak effectively and share that message with people is unbelievably powerful. And we so desperately need that in our generation, to be able to make sure that the gospel goes on to the next generation. So be willing to hone your speaking skills and use professional speaker skills. There's nothing wrong with using professional speaker skills and saying, okay, what can I do to make sure that I am improving in my way that I articulate the gospel? Yes. I love that. Yes. My God reigns. My God reigns. Like, okay, really focusing on how adults learn. And I read a book about this, about, really comprehending the concepts that adults, when they listen, people listen differently. And the using a variety of things, whether they be simple props, hand gestures moving across the stage, as well as inflection and tone, all of those kind of things are going to impact the way people will hear your message, because people learn in different ways. So be willing to hone that. And again, I'm going to reiterate this, and this is probably the third time of the day I'm going to talk about this, but use invitation and not shame or guilt. So when we talk about the invitation, we're going to give the invitation. We're going to play an invitation song. When we think about having an invitation, when you get an invitation in the mail, usually it's happy, right? You get an invitation to a birthday party or a wedding, a graduation, and it's a happy thing. When we give an invitation to the altar, it should be a happy thing. And we want to invite you to a place where you're going to be able to lay down all of your baggage and your sins and your past, and be able to find freedom and hope and joy. Really focus on the way that we bring people into something is an invitation. And again, we don't shame people into going to Disneyland. We're like, hey, you're going to have a good time. And we tell them the benefit. You're going to have a good time. It's going to be the best vacation that you ever have. You're going to create great memories. There's going to be something that they're going to get out of that in the end. So really focus on the word. Somebody type that word in, invitation. Use invitation. Yes, use invitation, not shame or guilt. Oftentimes, shame and guilt is spoken out of frustration. And I think that's worthy of remembering. Shame and guilt is spoken out of frustration. And I remember walking into a building one time, and the senior pastor was saying something, and he wasn't paying, there was people kind of milling around, and he was bending over picking something up, and he said, well, isn't anybody else going to da 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 da? And he stood up, and I was standing right behind him, and I said, hey, how about if we use a little invitation, say, hey, who all wants to help us da 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 da? And it just takes a little bit of tone, you know, and it is true. It's spoken out of frustration, but to step back and say, all right, do I want people to participate? I need to use invitation. All right. Think like a leader. Think like a leader, believe like a leader, talk like a leader. And the last one, you should know, walk like a leader. Okay. We can think it and we can believe it and we can speak it, but we also have to walk it. We have to walk like a leader. And what I really put down here is the whole idea of mentorship. We need to have mentors. If we're going to mentor other people, it's important that we have mentors that'll keep us in line with our walk, that can tell us, hey, you're kind of diverting a little bit, or hey, you're doing a fantastic job here. And let's see if I can find this quickly. I'm going to be in Proverbs. Proverbs 11:1. That's not the right one. Yeah. It's definitely not the right, but I'll read it to you anyway, just for humor's sake. Proverbs 11:1 says, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. So don't ask me what it was that I was gonna read, but that's not it. Okay. And I didn't underline it. So but 12:15, Proverbs 12:15 says, the way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but a wise man is he who listens to counsel. There is nothing wrong with getting counsel. There's nothing wrong with getting mentorship. It says right here in the scripture, in the proverb, the brilliant man who walked on the planet, Solomon says, get counsel. So when you do it, you are actually investing in yourself and in your ministry. So get good counsel. You need mentorship. Break your goals and stuff down into bite-sized chunks. Know if you have all this stuff and you're like, I don't even know where to start in mentorship. What I had to do last year was I broke everything down. I said, I need help here, 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 and here. And I stopped and said, what are my highest priorities? And I prioritized all of those. And then I started with the highest priority. And I said, who would be the best mentor for this? And I went and sought that. And I paid good money for some of my mentorship, but I got some of the best mentorship because I was willing to say, I need help. And if I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, I want to do it well. And so make sure that if you're going to walk the walk, that you have somebody walking with you who's going to help you see your blind spots, but then also give you invitation to new things and new ideas and new places. So be a mentor and model your desired result. As you live out your life and you walk the walk, you are showing the people under you how you want them to live. They're going to follow your leadership and do what you do. And remember that they're not always going to do what you say. They're going to pay a lot of attention to do what you do. So when you think, believe, and speak like a leader, and then you walk the walk, you're going to have that ability to create a transformational impact on those who are underneath you. So I hope this was helpful for some of you to really understand the 4 things that really help you be an effective leader. Think like a leader, believe like a leader, speak like a leader, and then walk like a leader. So take the next few minutes and ask God, what of those things do you need to apply to your specific ministry? And I will see you in a few minutes. Welcome back. And I hope that you had some good notes taking there. And I'm really excited to bring forward my next speaker, Karl Vaters. And I wish we'd have had him at our last summit because we had a specific request regarding church finances. And some people will go, but you know what? I realize that so many people go into the ministry and have no idea on how to do any kind of church finances. And that's why I'm really excited to have Pastor Karl here today. And let me read his bio, his impressive bio. Yes, it says Karl has been in pastoral ministry for over 40 years. He is the teaching pastor of Cornerstone Christian Fellowship in Southern California. He is the author of 4 books, The Church Recovery Guide, 100 Days to a Healthier Church, Small Church Essentials, and The Grasshopper Myth. He also produces resources for helping small churches thrive at his website, karlvaters.com. His heart is to help pastors of small churches find the resources to lead well and to capitalize on the unique advantages that come with pastoring a small church. Karl also hosts the Church Lobby, Conversations on Faith and Ministry, a podcast where he interviews a church leader about the topics that concern pastors, especially those who minister in a small church context. Karl has written for many publications, including Christianity Today, Outreach Magazine, Church, Law, and Tax, and more. Karl Vaters' current church is a healthy small church in Orange County, California, where he has ministered for over 30 years with his wife, Shelley. They have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. So welcome, Karl, to the Small Church Raising Summit. It's glad to have you here.
Thank you, Pastor Elaine. It is great to be with you. I just put into the chat to you, Elaine, a Google Doc with all of my notes. I normally put all of my notes onto a page on my website, but something happened to my website this weekend. It went down, and we're still working to get it up. But I created a Google Doc, so I'll leave that to you to be able to put in for others to be able to access it if they want to, because I'm going to go through a whole lot of principles in the next 25 minutes or so. And some of you are going to want to follow up with that because it's going to be very, very practical. So the title of this particular session is called Church Finances for Dummies. It's not because I think any of you are dummies, but several years ago, I had a friend who was going to Bible college, and he had as an assignment, everybody in the class had as the assignment to go to their local congregation and talk to either the pastor or to the treasurer and to interview them about how finances worked in their church. None of the figures, but here's how we do finances here. And there was a specific checklist sheet that they were supposed to go through and say, do you do this? Do you do this and this? And then they came back and they reported to their class. Later on, my friend told me after all the reports were given that the teacher, like everybody in the room and the teacher gave 1 A, and it was to our church. Nobody else even got above a D as far as the churches and how well they handled their finances. And we're talking small churches all the way to very, very large churches that weren't doing basic financial stewardship and basic financial oversight. So I realized at that time that some of these things that I think are just obvious financial principles are not as obvious as they ought to be, and are not done as well as they should be. So in this session, I'm going to walk through what I'm going to call 10 well-duh principles about church finance that may not be quite well duh to all of us, as I learned through my friend. Then we're going to take a look at the 2 biggest mistakes that I see small churches regularly making regarding church finances and how to make sure we don't make those mistakes. And then we're going to conclude with one last step, which is a very practical, simple step to create a year-end giving bump in your church that we fell into a few years ago and that really works well for us. And I've seen work well in other churches as well. So first, before we get to all of that, though, why does this matter? Why are we talking about finances for church? And here's why. More churches have been destroyed by bad stewardship than by any other reason. More than by bad doctrine, more than by even pastoral transition, which is probably a close second. Financial mismanagement, financial overspending, lack of budgeting, theft, all kinds of different reasons. If you add up all of the financial reasons why churches have collapsed, there are churches collapse, churches have been destroyed, churches end their lifespan due to financial reasons more than any other reason in what I've seen and the work that I've done with churches over the years. So that's why this matters. So let's jump right into it. And first of all, let's take a look at the 10 biggest well-duh financial principles for small churches. Reason number 1 is this. Don't, the principle number one is this: don't spend more money than you bring in. Like, well, duh. Except that so many of us do. And it's even in the church, it's so easy to go, well, we'll step out in faith and no, overspending is not faith, it's bad stewardship. And it can turn into theft because you end up not paying people that deserve to be paid for the services that they provided to you if we overspend. So don't spend more money than you bring in. Don't give into the temptation to go, well, we'll just put this on the credit card now because it'll come in the offering next week. It's as bad to do it in your church as it is to do it at home. Don't spend more money than you bring in. This is financial principle number one. Don't spend more money than you bring in. 2, create an annual budget. It was shocking in my friend's report that he came back to me how many churches, including churches significantly larger than ours, don't have an annual budget. But it shouldn't surprise us because if you take a look around, most families don't have an annual budget. Most people's financial plan is this. They've actually done studies on this recently, and a shockingly high percentage of people, their entire financial plan is, when I get paid, that's how much money I have to spend for the next 2 weeks. And they do. And that's it. And there's amazing how many churches are the same thing. This is the offering from Sunday. This is how much we have to spend for next week. And that is not good stewardship. You've got to create an annual budget. If you don't know how to create a budget, because budget is a skill set. How to create a budget is a skill set. Learn, find out, check. If you're in a denomination, check with the denominational headquarters. If you know of a church nearby that seems to have their financial house in order, go and ask them for help. You'd be astonished at how many churches nearby will just help you out to get you on a solid financial footing because they want to bless the kingdom of God. So create an annual budget is number 2. The third one is this: set aside money every month for annual bills. This should be a part of our budgeting. Again, the idea that, well, we got this money this week, so this is what we have to spend for this week is not good, because there are going to be annual bills. There will be annual subscriptions that you have to pay. There will be annual insurance that you've got to pay, right? There are going to be things that you've got to factor in. And if you set money aside out of every week's offering for that annual bill, you won't be surprised when it comes due next year. You should not be surprised by your church's insurance bill because it's going to come every year and they tell you the date in advance. Now, you may be surprised by how much it rises this year, but you shouldn't be surprised by the arrival of the bill. And if you set aside money every month for the annual bills, then you'll be able to do that when they come. Principle number 3 is this: anticipate seasonal fluctuations. In most churches, there are times in the year when you know you're going to be getting a little more offering than usual, and there will be times in the year when you expect you're going to get a little bit less than usual. For most churches, the less times tend to be January, after everybody's overspent for Christmas, and summer, when a whole lot of people are gone. That may not be the pattern in your church. It hasn't been in ours, but that's a pattern in most churches. But you should be able to look through the last few years, see the annual giving, and get an idea of, okay, we're about to come into a low season here in the summer, for instance, which means during the spring, we should put a little bit away to be able to cover our summer expenses. It doesn't take much to think ahead, to plan ahead, to do this. But if you don't know that you should do this and don't begin to anticipate it, you will be surprised by it every single year, and you shouldn't be. So anticipate seasonal fluctuations. Principle number 5 is this: start an emergency fund. Heaters break, roofs leak, regular givers lose their job and move away. These things happen. We live in a broken world where bad things happen. Even to good Christian people in churches, bad things happen. And if we set aside an emergency fund, then when the roof does leak or the water heater does break or something occurs or the insurance bill is higher than you expect it, put money away. You have the money there. The rule at our church was this: for the first 15, I've been at my church for 30 years. And for the first 15 years, we were month to month and sometimes week to week. It was a typical small church situation until I got to the point where I felt like we're not honoring God. And quite frankly, I'm tired of this. So we decided to put 10% of our general fund, that is undesignated giving, put 10% of it away every month into a contingency fund. And I said, let's do that until we have 3 months worth of budget sitting in the contingency fund. And we thought if we do that every month, it should take 2.5 years to do that. It took, and we gave ourselves 3 years to do it, and it took us 10 years to do it. Why? Because we're a small church that had a tight budget and we couldn't put money in every month. But that happened about 7 or 8 years ago, that we finally had 3 months worth of budget in the bank ready to go. So when COVID hit, or when we had a water heater break, or recently when our roof started leaking, we were able to draw from that right away, rather than wait for money to hopefully come in, while in the meantime, the water coming through the roof starts soaking through the ceiling and the problem gets even worse. We could do it immediately because the emergency fund is there. So start an emergency fund. It will not be easy. You will not build it up quickly. But if you don't start now, it won't happen. They say, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. The best time to have started your emergency fund was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Have it ready. Start an emergency fund. It will take a while, but you'll be glad when you do. Principle number 6 is this: include an ongoing building maintenance plan in your budget. It's amazing how many churches don't think about the fact that chairs will wear out, carpet will wear out, paint will strip off. Entropy happens, and every part of your facility, everything that you've got in your church building will wear out. It's not a matter of if, but when. So it's amazing how many churches will go 10 to 15 years without doing a single repair. And then all of a sudden they got a ton of deferred maintenance and they got to go to the bank for a loan just to simply to paint the walls or replace the carpet and repair the chairs. But if you have an ongoing building maintenance plan and you budget for it, you should always be improving some part of your facility. It should be a part of your process and a part of your financial planning. And if you're always doing it, then you're never surprised by a huge thing where all of a sudden everything's busted at the same time. But again, you got to think about it in advance and plan for it. That's number 6. Principle number 7 is really simple. Invest in a sturdy safe and bolt it into the floor. Now, I know that now more people are giving online, but not everybody is. And even if everybody's giving by check, I learned this the hard way. We had an offering many years ago that came in, and we put it into what we thought was a place that nobody knew. And all of a sudden it was gone. And it was, a couple $1,000s. It was a full Sunday morning offering. Most of it was in checks, but you know what? Most of those checks weren't replaced. We've got a hold of everybody who had written the check, or that we thought had written a check, because now we didn't have the checks there. And most of them said, oh yeah, we'll just write another check for that and we'll cancel the other check. But you never get all of it back. And you certainly don't get any of the cash back. Invest in a sturdy safe and put anything of value in it. Yes, we feel like we should be able to trust everybody in the church, and we should, but we also invite non-believers to the church. And a lot of thieves know that churches are soft targets. They know that they can walk in, and as long as they look like they belong, they can walk in pretty much any room of any church during Sunday morning services, and nobody will question them as long as they look like they belong. Invest in a sturdy safe. Number 8, never leave anyone alone with the money. Anyone, for a couple reasons. One, for accuracy. When you're counting it, there should be a second set of eyes looking at it. Second, for honesty. Make sure each person is keeping each other honest. And thirdly, even if you trust them and these people are completely honest, it protects people against accusations of theft. If you've got a second person there to go, no, I was with them the whole time, that was never touched. You may think you put $100 in, but all I can tell you, it wasn't in there when we counted it. And you can protect innocent people from accusations. Never leave anyone alone with the money, ever. This was probably the number 1 rule that was broken by these other churches. In that report that my friend gave at the Bible college, there were so many of them that didn't follow this rule at all. And you're really leaving yourself open for scandal at bare minimum, let alone for theft from someone who's maybe an honest person, but is in a real tough financial spot and thinks, I'll just pull that 100 out right now. Nobody will notice, and I'll replace it next week. And the next week they can't. Don't put somebody in the position where they even can be tempted to do that. Never leave anyone alone with the money. Number 9, speaking to pastors, pastor, remove yourself as far as possible from touching the money. as far as possible, for all the same reasons as above. If you can't touch the money, if you're not the one counting the money, then no one can blame you. No one can accuse you of anything. Yes, you should know what the church income is. You should stay within that budget, but you should not be the one physically handling the money. Neither should your family members. And I know I'm a small church pastor. I spend a lot of time with small church pastors. In a lot of places, you or your spouse may be the only people around who can do that. But you should only do that if it's absolutely necessary, and you should work as hard as you can to remove yourself as much from that as possible, which gets us to principle number 10 is this. If you cannot afford an outside accountant, then have an independent financial expert do an annual review of your books. If you're a part of a denomination, call them and say, is the treasurer of the denomination, can I send it in annually so they can just do a quick overview of it? If you can't do that, get a hold of a church nearby, a larger one perhaps that has a full-time treasurer, and just go in and ask. We keep our own books. We just would like to have somebody once a year look over them so that we can report to our congregation at our annual business meeting. Not only did we do this, but we had somebody independently look at it and assure us that we followed correct accounting practices. It's really good. They can also help you with principles that you may not be aware of. And again, it's amazing how often this can happen for free, especially in smaller congregations where the books aren't all that complicated. Other churches, people who are Christians, who are treasurers, people who maybe are tax experts even, or accountants, but they're believers, would be willing to help out a small church for very little, and then just buy them a Target gift card or a Walmart gift card to say thank you. Make sure you say a thank you, but it's amazing for a $10 Walmart card what you can get out of real professional people who want to bless the church. Okay, so those are the 10 principles that every single church should be doing. These are really basic financial things. Okay, now let's take a look at the two biggest mistakes small churches make with finances. All right, two biggest mistakes and then the solution to it. Mistake number one is giving veto power to the accountant, the treasurer, or the budget. There are far too many small churches, especially, in which the accountant or the treasurer, or simply looking at the budget, says, okay, well, we want to do that ministry, but we can't because we don't have the money for it. Do not give veto power to the accountant, the treasurer, or the budget. Whether or not you have the money should not be what the deciding factor for whether or not you will do ministry. Now, we're not going to go financially crazy. There's another mistake on the other side of that, and there's a solution coming in the moment. But let's start with that. Never give veto power over the church or over its ministries to the accountant, to the treasurer of the budget or the budget. Mistake number two is the flip side of that coin. Mistake number two is do not ignore the accountant, the treasurer, or the budget. Okay. I learned that early on. We've got a very good treasurer in our church, and that's his job, is to watch the money. So every time we come up with an idea, his first thought is, where will we get the money for it? And I can get irritated at that, or I can look at it and go, he's doing the job that he was called to do, that he's supposed to watch that. Okay. Now, his question of where will we get the money doesn't give him veto power over it, but it does factor into how we'll do it. So mistake number one is giving veto power to the accountant, the treasurer, or the budget. Mistake number two is ignoring the accountant, treasurer, or the budget. And those are by far the two biggest financial mistakes I regularly see small churches making. So what's the alternative? Here's the alternative. We don't let the budget decide what to do, but we make it a factor in how to do it. Okay. Don't let the budget decide what ministry you'll do, but make it a factor, not the only factor, but a factor in how you'll do ministry. This week I was at a conference, and in the Q&A, somebody asked, how do we balance appropriate, risk-taking faith with good biblical stewardship and caution? And the answer that I gave them was simply this: take risks when you're deciding what ministry to do, take caution when you're deciding how to do it. So step outside of your comfort zone and say, we're going to believe by faith that the Lord is going to help us to do this particular thing. And then you look at the budget and you go, but we're going to have to figure out how to do it with duct tape and baling wire. Or we're going to have people in the church do crafts at home to do it. We can't hire a professional, right? And that's a big part of the nature of the small church, is figuring out how to do big faith steps on a small budget. So don't let the budget decide what ministry you'll do, but let the budget factor in to how that ministry is going to be carried out. All right. And then the final piece is this. I'm going to give you one simple step that will help you create a year-end giving bump in your church. For years, when we would send out our report of giving at the end of the year, so everybody had it for their taxes, we would always do it in January or February, and we'd send it out. And every once in a while, somebody would come to me and go, "Oh man, I forgotten that when I was gone in the summer, I didn't tithe then. I'll try to make it up now," or they won't make it up at all because, well, I missed it for that year. I would have really liked to have given it last year and gotten the tax bump for that. So what I did one year was in the fall, September or October, I sent out a short letter to every regular giver with a thank you for your giving this year. And here's your record of giving so far. And if there's anything wrong about this, please let us know. So that before the other part of it is this: if in February you send out the giving record and it's wrong and they're under the gun for their taxes, it's like, oh, we're not going to be able to get it done. So if you send that out at the end of the year, October, let's say October, middle of October, you send it to everybody and do it by snail mail. The physical copy really makes a difference for people in this. And there's a thank you letter on the top that says, "Thank you for your giving. We are grateful for that. Here's a record of it. If anything looks off, let us know. We just want to give you an idea." And in January or February, you'll get the entire year as well. But we just wanted to let you know what it looks like so far. And thank you for your giving so far. Every time we do that, we get a bump in giving the next 2 or 3 weeks because people look back at it and go, "Oh, I forgot to give in the summer," but now they have a chance to make it up this year. And in that Google Doc, I've actually put in a sample of how we've written that out, that you can get an idea of what that looks like and you can use it in your church. Every year that we do that, we see a little giving bump at the end of the year. It's a nice reminder to the people that are already giving. It's a great way to thank them, and it's a great way to give them a chance to do something that they want to do, which is give before the end of the year. All right. Those are the principles. I hope they help you. You are not dummies, but that's Church Finances for Dummies.
Thank you so much. That was really fantastic. And like you said, so full of so many things. And I did drop that link into the chat so that they can
Great.
really look into that and get the help that they need, just practical help. And again, super practical insights. And I wanted to reflect that people look at the stolen money situation and they kind of like go, yeah, I just don't see that happening. But it happened at a church I was at on a Sunday in between services. We had 2 services. And I'm not exactly sure if they didn't put it in the safe or what happened, but right after the first service was done counting the money, 2 ladies walked in and took it all. And somebody caught them on their way out the door, but they didn't know what to do. And their car had no license plate on them. And they got in their car and drove away right in front of everybody. Yeah.
That happened with us with on-stage instruments. People who looked like they knew what they were doing, walked in, grabbed a couple guitars, walked out. So we've had to set policies in place just to protect against that kind of eventuality. They know churches are soft targets because we're very trusting. Yeah.
Right. And it's not to have a negative perspective on culture or anything like that. It's just being smart, and knowing that
absolutely
people will do those kind of things. And I also like that whole idea that you said, don't give veto power to any kind of financier that's involved in the situation or the budget. And I was a finance administrator for a couple of years to a church that was literally going $30,000 a month in the hole. So they had a CD, they were burning through it, and they hired me to stop the bleed. I was already on staff as the associate pastor and as a therapist as well. And I said, well, I'll do it, but everybody will hate me because I'm really black and white, but I was able to do it. It took 2 years to get us back in the black, but people were afraid to come to talk to me because they'd say, oh, you're going to say no anyway. And I think that people don't understand the idea, like you were talking about, of having money broken down. So just because the youth department has a budget of, $10,000 for the year doesn't mean there's $10,000 in January.
Yeah.
And really breaking that down and saying, okay, you have $1,000 worth. If you don't spend that $1,000 this month, you'll have $2,000 next month, and it'll build up over time. And just really having that more global perspective of the financial situation was super helpful, I think, for most of them. But yeah, they used to say, you're just going to say no. And I'm like, give me a shot, just give me a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, money in the budget does not necessarily mean money in the bank. They aren't the same thing. And a lot of staff, especially, don't quite understand that. And it's educating them. It's part of the process of educating people to bring them up to speed on those principles.
Right. And the only other thing I want to know is, are you going to write a book called Big Craft Things on a Small Church Budget?
I hopefully will find somebody who does that well, because you would not want my ideas on that. No, it would not.
I'm
be
thinking
good.
popsicle sticks and pipe cleaners,
Yeah.
and
Oh yeah, yeah. We've done. There's a reason why everybody seemed to have pallets on their stages for several years, because it was cheap and you could do it. So those trends come and go. But every time I see, and people were like, "I hate pallets on stage. Why are they doing that?" I always loved it every time I saw it, because it meant somebody's being creative somewhere. Will it last a long time? No, it's going to be out of style soon. So what? But for a while, it's fun. It's cheap. We can all do it. Let's do it.
right. And pallets were cheap. I mean, cheap.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
They're not anymore, but they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so Pastor Jerry says budgets are guides, not cash. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Pastor Karl, for joining us. And
You're very welcome.
And again, it's carlvaters.com if you want to learn more, and I'll hopefully be able to catch up with you again.
And the website will hopefully be up by the end of the day. We're working on getting it back up again.
Yeah, just keep trying. Just keep trying. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Right. Bye-bye.
Well, I hope that was helpful for you. Pastor Karl is an amazing man who does a lot of work with small churches. And so the suggestions that he gives are made for practicality. And some of them, like you said, were like, duh. But the goal isn't to say you're dumb, but it's to just start with the basics. So we want to start with the basics. So we are going to now go into an extended break time to give you a chance to stretch your legs. Please, you're welcome, Linda, for the handout. And let's see here. And we will see you in a little bit.
Imagine a day when you're freed from all self-doubt. I mean, all self-doubt. What would that be like? How would that feel?
A lot of the leaders that I work with will have a hard time describing that.
They feel like they'd have energy, they'd be able to focus more. And what I realize is it just generates hope and opens up the world for so many other possibilities. And what I believe is that the world is genuinely looking for hope. And when they get it, it just really creates a ton of possibility.
What I've done through this process of working with these leaders is creating a safe space where they can enjoy, for the first time, being their authentic selves.
The most interesting thing about that is when they get to that place where they're just living in that authenticity and they're like, wow, this is okay. It almost instantly goes into this expansiveness where they're starting to just think about the possibilities of all the ways that they can now go out into the world and do new things. It's so exciting. They just literally start creating it with their God-given divine imagination, leaning out into the world saying, wow, because originally they started this little box and they're so afraid and they're so nervous. And then when they get to that place where they're okay with their authenticity and they're like, I can do that. And, I can also do this. And then I can do this. And they just start naturally doing it. And that is so exciting for me. And it makes me teary-eyed often just thinking about the fact that I get the opportunity to step into the lives of these people. And there is no other place that I would rather be than being in that moment, making authenticity valuable and doing it over and over and over again. I just enjoy thoroughly what I'm being allowed to do in this moment.
Imagine a day when living in your unique authenticity brings you deep joy. Let's go play. There was a day that Almighty God that created everything that we've seen, the trees, the mountains, the oceans, stopped everything that he was doing. And he said, I'm going to make someone new. And he thought about you. And he took the cells of your body and he swirled them in his hand. And he thought about the color of your eyes and the color of your hair and the shape of your toes. And he was excited. He says, angels, come here, check it out. I'm making me a new person. And they're like, wow, God, you've never made anything like that before. And he said, no, this one's different. This one's different than anything I ever made before. And he thought about your favorite color and your favorite animal and your favorite food. And he said, this is good. This is good. He thought about all the ways that you're going to impact the world and meet and see the world. And he says, I love you. I love you so much. Everything about you matters to me. Everything. The things that bring you happiness and joy, but also the things that bring you sorrow and pain. It all matters to me. And I want you to know that it's my hope for you, as it is for everyone, that when I put you into the world, that you have two parents that tell you every day how much you matter to me. Every day. Now, some parents, they'll do their job really well, and other parents, not so much. And then some parents aren't even around. And then sometimes bad people do bad things to good kids. And sadly, the world's going to come along and tell you you don't look right, and you don't sound right, and you don't live here, and you don't know these people, you don't have this stuff, you don't wear these clothes, you don't drive this car, you don't have... And the messages will go on and get louder and louder and faster every day until it might get really hard for you to hear my voice and to remember how much you matter to me. But I want you to know that every moment of every day, I'm right by your side. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, I'll be right with you. All you have to do is call on me. I will never abandon you. And I also want you to know that I have all these angels that can come as well. All you have to do is call on me. I'll be right there. And it's also important for you to remember that I will never be disappointed in you. I might be disappointed in some things that you say, or some things that you do, or even some things that you think about. But I will never be disappointed in who you are, because you are exactly the way I created you to be. I am your biggest cheerleader, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again someday and giving you a great big hug. And I hope you remember that every day for the rest of your life.
What is identity abuse? That's a very common question that I hear, likely because when I introduce myself, I say, hi, I'm Pastor Elaine. I teach people about identity abuse because no one is born with low self-esteem. And I let them ponder that for a moment. And when they realize nobody really is born with low self-esteem, that it had to come from somewhere, then they'll say, well, what is identity abuse? And the way that I like to define it is when you receive external information that damages your sense of self, and you begin to believe it as true because it feels true. So external information that damages the sense of self. And if we think about the word identity, having to kind of define that, it's really the self-perception. Honestly, our identity is given to us by God, and we have an identity that He created, but that can be damaged. Our sense of our perception of that can be damaged. And there's 4 different ways that it can be damaged. The first one is the one that I generally call identity abuse, which is somebody just saying something boldly to you that's damaging. You're stupid. You're not as good as your siblings. Why can't you be better? You're inadequate. Just a bold-faced statement that's an attack against who you are. And the second is an assault, which is a trauma of some sort, like surviving war or rape or something that's very violent, and it damages really your sense of humanity even sometimes. Who am I and what does this all mean? And then the third is neglect. It's really being neglected by not having your sense of self attended to. So this is children who have been neglected physically and emotionally, where who you are is not validated, especially for children if they're not ever asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? If you could be anything you want, what would you be? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? And just validating who they are and being able to give them that opportunity to express the truth of who they are. And people who've been, abandoned in relationships, that's also a struggle that it impacts their sense of value and their sense of self. The last one is perception. It's perceived. This often is seen in older siblings. When a younger sibling comes along and the older sibling may perceive that they're no longer as loved or cared about or valuable as the new baby. And this can also happen in blended families. So there's that perceived impact on identity, watching other people go through violence. So even in the state of California, they have regulations about child witnesses of domestic violence, because the impact on the children, even if the children are not actually experiencing the violence, they're witnessing the violence. The long-term impact of that growing into adulthood is the inability to receive truth, even in light of practical, concrete proof. So you can give them concrete proof of something and they can't believe it. Now, I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you've dressed well and you've gone to an event and somebody comes up to you and says, wow, you look really nice. And intellectually, you'll say, well, I put all this effort into making myself look better, but I don't feel like I look nice. I can't receive what they're saying because it doesn't feel true. People will say, wow, you sing really well, or you're really smart, or a wide variety of things. And the inability to receive that truth, even though there's proof of that truth. And it shows up in the mental health world, which is where my original frustration came in, that as a therapist and a pastor, I would have these people getting stuck. And I'm like, why can't they make progress? Why do they go this far and they get stuck? And it was during that meditative process that those 2 words came up, identity abuse. And I realized that they were believing the lie because it felt true. And by believing the lie, they couldn't believe the truth. They physiologically felt it impossible to believe the truth. And so therefore they rejected it. And by coming in and saying, okay, let's identify the lie. Let's identify the lie that you believe. And then say, you get to choose. You get to choose to believe the truth. And coming at it from an academic standpoint or a critical thinking standpoint, analytical standpoint, instead of an emotional standpoint, gave them the freedom to make a choice, to choose what is true. And it does take practice. I mean, philosophically, it's simple. But putting it into practice, it does take energy and effort, because you're really defying something that feels true to you, and saying, I'm going to no longer believe this thing. But I'm happy to say that it works, and I'm proof of that in my own life. And I know that it works for you, because the truth does set us free.
Well, I hope that you have learned a ton already and have, again, taken your worksheets and written down some ideas of what really truly God is showing you that you can apply to your unique context. Again, your success, your ministry success is the whole purpose of this summit. And let's review some of the speakers that we've had. So I started off by talking about speaker skills, just some basic speaker skills. And then Stu McLaren came in before Pastor Sigrid. We talked about building healthy communities. And have, again, taken your worksheets and next we talked with Pastor Sigrid, who talked about community connections and the various community connections that she has had, and being able to be selective about that by asking God, how can I help specifically my unique context? And then you saw the wide variety of connections that she made. And then Pastor Jason came in and talked about surviving your ministerial marriages, which is so valuable, and having that supernatural impact on standing firm supernaturally, right, for your marriage and the end result of that. And then Pastor Karl came in and talked about church finances for dummies, and again, somebody had asked for that topic last year, and it was a challenge to find somebody who was willing to tackle that topic. I think Pastor Karl did a fabulous job going over the variations of things to do and not to do when it comes to church finances. And I also discussed, leadership potential. How do you develop your unique leadership potential, and going over the 4 areas of your life that really enhance your leadership potential. So I'm excited about my next speaker, Pastor John Adams, and let me get his bio here. Hello, Pastor John.
Hello, Pastor Elaine.
Wow. Thank you. So I have here that you had served as a senior pastor for 38 years in 2 various turnaround churches. And I don't know if that was the end result of the totality of all of your service. But you also served as law enforcement chaplain to 4 local agencies, along with serving on the regional SWAT team as a drone pilot, hostage negotiator, and well understands surviving conflict and emotional trauma from working in a highly vested career serving people. And what you're going to talk about today is surviving and retiring victoriously. So I think that most small pastors are going to want to hear what you have to say today.
Yes, thanks, Pastor Elaine. Such a delight to be with you once again. I think this is our, second or third time to be with you. And I really appreciate, number one, your heart for pastors and going through all that you do to put this on to help small church pastors or smaller church pastors to hang in there and not throw in the towel. So I just thank you again so much for your invitation and for all you do. And you pretty much nailed the bio down pretty well. But rewinding the whole thing, when I first started out, the very first church that I was elected pastor to, I was elected pastor with 8 votes. 3 of them were absent. So 5 people voted me in and 3 were absent. The church at that time was in foreclosure. The utilities were shut off. There was no electricity. There was no lights. So we had to have church in the afternoon. The building would seat about 200 people. I had about 4 acres of land. So you can see I didn't come into a silver spoon situation. However, God just kind of put in my heart something to be able to overcome obstacles. So obstacles usually don't cripple me. They kind of energize me. And so as I took the church over and we grew and saw some wonderful things happen, I was there for 13 years. Most of that time, I worked a full-time job. So I pastored on the side, but I worked a full-time job so I could afford to be a pastor. I'm going to assume that many watching today will understand exactly what that's like, being bivocational. It's not an easy task. It can be daunting. It can be difficult, depending on the job that you have. But I was fortunate enough to be able to work for a Christian business owner. He understood where I was. So I was there for 13 years. The second church that I just retired from in May was also a turnaround church. It was a larger congregation, but their finances were in total disaster, so they couldn't pay me when I first came. So I continued to work my other job for a year and a half until the church grew and was able to pay me a salary starting out. I think my first salary there was $300 a week. You can imagine about how far that went. So I understand struggles, I understand difficulties, and what I want to try to help pastors of smaller churches understand is how to survive your ministerial career and retire victoriously on your terms, which is by the help of the Lord, I was able to do in May. I retired after 38 years of a senior pastor and over 40 years in the ministry victoriously. Why is pastoring so hard? I want to spend just a little bit of time on this, and then we'll get into the practical stuff. Why is pastoring so hard? Well, let me give you 3 examples from my life in ministry of why pastoring is so hard. One of the things that pastors have to do from time to time, and I've had to do as a police chaplain, is do the unfortunate thing of notifying somebody of a death. Somebody in their family has been deceased. One of those I distinctly remember, which has left a scar on my soul. It was an unfortunate situation. A young man had a disagreement with his dad over a girlfriend. The young man got upset, grabbed his father's gun, and took off out of the house. Some fishermen found him the next morning as he had shot himself in the head. My task was to go to the house and deliver that news to these parents. It wasn't the first death notification I'd done. I've done, unfortunately, many death notifications, but it was the worst one that I have ever done. And probably it was the worst because these people had no spiritual foundation. So when I told them, as they were hoping that we would tell them that we found their son alive, I had to tell them that he was deceased. He was dead and he wasn't coming home. The screams and the cries from those people still resonate in my soul today. That's a scar. That's emotional trauma. That's one of the things that pastors go through. Another thing that pastors may go through, in fact, pastors, if you're listening and watching this, I'd like you to put something in the chat, maybe just a thumbs up or a yes, this has happened to me. Have you ever been thrown under the bus in a board meeting? Or have you ever been thrown under the bus by somebody in your congregation that you thought had your back? And they did have your back. They had a knife in your back. Have you ever had that happen before? Type in the chat yes if that's happened. If it hasn't happened yet, then you're probably a young pastor. You probably haven't pastored very long because it will happen to you. No matter what the situation, those are not easy. That makes pastoring difficult. I remember another time, it's been a number of years ago, but we had lost our youth pastor. He had moved on. And so I was kind of working with our youth and trying to help them in the interim till we had hired a new youth pastor. And I remember working with some of the young men and trying to encourage them. And I wanted to try to mentor them and meet with them. And I remember one of the young men who was probably in his early 20s coming up to me and said, well, you know what? I just don't think I can learn anything from you. This was after he told me he wanted to go to the Billy Graham organization or another organization and try to help work with them. And I had told him, I said, well, you know who the first person they're going to call? It's going to be me. And I said, I want to be able to give you a good report. And then his response was, well, I just don't think I can learn anything from you. I'm thinking, wow, after all I've tried to pour into you and help you. These are some of the reasons why pastoring is difficult. Statistics tell us that about only 10% of pastors, full-time pastors, ever retire from their pastoral career. One of the reasons it is the vast majority of pastors believe that the overall pressure that they go through being a small church pastor is just too difficult. I could go on and on about some statistics, but you understand what that is. Now, you put the financial pressure on top of that, and statistics also tell us that the average tenure for a senior pastor in America is about 4 to 6 years before moving on to another church. That's the average tenure. I was fortunate enough to pastor my last church that I retired from for 25 years. Again, my first church for 13. You say, well, how does somebody do that? It just must be easier. It's not easy. It's not easy at all to be a pastor. It's not easy to be a law enforcement chaplain, but I want to give you some practical things of how you can make it, how I made it, and how I've seen others make it as well. You and I are trained, depending on the educational route we take to become a pastor. You may have to get your master's degree, your MDiv, you're going to learn Greek, you're going to learn Hebrew, you're going to learn all kinds of things. But one thing that you're probably not going to learn and haven't been taught is how to handle the emotional trauma that I just talked about. It's kind of like, well, you just wing it. It's kind of like, well, you just go through it and deal with it. Well, that'd be great if you're a robot. Well, the problem is we're not robots. So why is pastoring hard? Well, pastoring is hard because these things build up in us, these emotional traumas. And just like police officers who go through more acute things, pastors go through things that are really, really difficult. So what are some of those things? Well, the things we just mentioned. Here's a question I'll ask you, though, because it kind of comes down to this. When it comes to pastoring, how big is your why? Why did you get into this? Why are you doing this? And I can guarantee you, if you got into it for the salary, you were probably deceived because there's not all that much money into it. And if you don't have a love for people, you won't stand it very long either. I remember getting with a senior pastor in our community who had been a senior pastor for 32 years in the very same church. I had lunch with him, and because I was trying to get a group of pastors together to have a prayer time once a month. And so he graciously granted time for me to have lunch with him. So I sat down and talked with him. His name was Pastor Curtis Brown. I said, Pastor Brown, you've been the pastor of the same church for 32 years. How have you survived? He was an African-American pastor. He just kind of sat back in his chair and gave me that long, deep stare and said, well, I guess I just love the sheep. And that was kind of a simple answer. Probably not the answer I was looking for, but the more I thought about that, I thought, you know what? That's the glue that holds someone to the ministry. So number one, how big is your why? Why are you a pastor? I'm not going to tell you there were never times that I wanted to do something else. There were times. I never sent out my resume. I never dusted it up. I never got on churchstaffing.com and put my resume up there. I wanted to a couple times, but I didn't. My why was big enough. It was bigger than the wounds that I endured. It was bigger than the disappointments that I dealt with. It was bigger than what my family had to go through because my wife's husband and my kid's dad was a pastor. My why was bigger than all of those things. So number one, your why has to be big enough. Why are you doing this? For me, part of the why was I really felt called of God. But the second thing was I had a heart for people. I still have a heart for people. That's why I became a law enforcement chaplain and do what I do. I love to help people. So how big is your why? Don't let ignorance trump your why. Ignorance of what? Ignorance of how to empty your emotional tank. How to do that? How do I do that? Well, as I was working with law enforcement and working with pastors as well, I saw police officers burn out. I saw them their families ruined. I saw them divorce. I saw them get into drug dependency or alcohol dependency or into affairs. And I thought, how does this happen with these people? And I saw the same thing happen to pastors. You and I have seen stories of pastors having an affair, or we've read stories of them having substance abuse problems or alcohol problems or all of those things. And we wonder why that is. And I believe why that is because of emotional trauma and not knowing how to handle it. So I began to put together at least what my system was. I hate to use the word system, but it's 3 steps that I use that I just identified how I've been able to last and also how law enforcement officers have been able to last. And what I did is I put together, and I'll show you this here real quick. I put together in fact, I just got this book published. You can see it's called 3 Keys to Living the Dream, How to Survive Your Law Enforcement Career and Retire Victoriously. This is the book that came before a book that I'm also writing, How to Survive Your Ministerial Career and Retire Victoriously on Your Terms. The titles may change, but the principles are the same. I also, and I'll go through this now because this is the practical part. I also put this little card together, and it's going to be out of focus there. We'll draw this back here a little bit. But to put together the 3 Ds that I kind of identified as to how that I survived. Pastor Elaine, I forgot to hit my timer here. So when I get down close to like 5 minutes or something, give me a high sign or whatever. So I make sure that I respect your time here. But 3 keys to living the dream. Actually, they're 3 Ds. And the 3 Ds are this: disconnect, distract, de-stress, and then the 4th bonus D is dismount. Now, distraction or disconnection is the first thing that we have to do. Pastoring is stressful. So the first thing we have to do is learn to disconnect. It's difficult for pastors to do that, but you must do it. If you don't learn to disconnect from the power drain of your career, you'll become like a battery that continually drains and gets so drained that you can't put any more electricity back into it. It's drained beyond repair. It can't be recharged anymore. And that's how pastors burn out. That's how police officers burn out. It's how people burn out in any highly vested career working with people. And when you're a small church pastor, it's not like you have people at an arm's distance. They're very close to you. So the more they hurt, the more you hurt. And the smaller your church is, the more connected you are with the people, which puts a lot of stress on a small church pastor. So one of the most important things that you and I need to learn to do is we need to learn to disconnect from the power drain of our career. And when I talk about that, the principle of disconnection is distance. You have to separate your career, what you do, from your life and your family. You have to separate that. You have to disconnect. What do I mean disconnect? I mean, listen, you can't be on call 24/7. I mean, you are, but you can't always respond 100% of the time. You can't always put your family on hold. Yes, we're on call and we need to do that. But if you do that long enough, guess what? You're going to burn out. You can't be chained to your desk. You can't be chained to your office. You have to get out. You have to do some other things. I call it changing the channel. You have to change the channel of your career. You have to do something else. Too many pastors had maybe hobbies before they became a pastor. Now they're just a pastor. I don't care if it's fishing. I don't care if you like to walk. I saw Pastor Elaine get excited when I said fishing, because that's one of the things that she does, and does it well, by the way. And there's nothing more exciting, when you're fishing and you feel that line tug and you've got a big bass or something on the line, and then you fight to get it in and you pull it up and hold it by its mouth and you're like, this was a good day, and you forget about everything else, right? So if you're a fisherman, do that. For me, one of the things that I do, I'm a triathlete. I do triathlons. I'm not saying you have to do what I do. You don't have to go big or go home. You just have to go. Maybe you just need to start walking. That's fine. I know this to be a fact. It's a physical fact that in order to de-stress, in order to drain your emotional tank of the toxicity from emotional trauma that we pick up from being pastors, and that I pick up from being a law enforcement chaplain, one of the most important things we need to do, and I know you're not going to want to hear this, but I'm going to tell you the truth. The truth is you need aerobic exercise, at least about 30 minutes a day, depending on the things you go through. That doesn't mean you have to go out and run. Just walk fast at a brisk pace. But how many pastors have a sedentary lifestyle? They sit, they study. Study is important. But I'm going to tell you, if you don't disconnect, you don't sharpen your saw, and you don't get sharper. So you need to have that disconnection. Disconnect how? Well, you need a life-giving distraction. That's how you change hats. Like I said, it may be fishing, maybe triathlon. I don't know. Whatever it is, you need to have something that gives back. The pastors I've seen burn out, crash and burn, have life-diminishing distractions, not life-giving distractions. They may be tempted to have an affair. They may be tempted to do something online. They may be tempted to get into pornography. They may be tempted to take a little bit of alcohol just because it takes the edge off. I'm not saying any of those things are good. What I'm saying is those are life diminishing distractions. Yes, they're distractions. They'll change the channel, but they will not enhance your life. They will take away from your life. So you need to have a life-giving distraction. That life-giving distraction has to be done for a long enough period of time to start to de-stress and take the stress out of the rubber band, if you will. If you think that 5 minutes on a distraction is going to de-stress you, you need to think again, because you're going to need more than 5 minutes. You need to get out of Dodge, if you will. You need to walk out of the office and take a walk. You need to turn off your cell phone. You need to not check your email just for a little while. I know some of you are probably starting to twitch right now when I talk about turning those things off and not doing that. But listen, here's some things you need to understand. Here's some undeniable truths. Number one, you're not superhuman and you're not super spiritual. You're just a human being. I don't care the call on your life. Humanity will overcome the call every single time. That's why you and I need to learn what to do, how to drain our emotional tank. So we're not superhuman and we're not super spiritual. Number two, undeniable truth is you will suffer emotional trauma. It might not be mostly yours. It might be other people's trauma. And we call that vicarious trauma, or feeling or taking on the trauma of others, which is what we do as pastors, as a shepherd. 10 minutes? Great. Thanks, Pastor Elaine. So we need to learn how to do that. And if we don't learn how to do that, here's what happens. Our emotional tank gets full. And when that emotional tank gets full, that toxicity happens. That's when we start to make really poor choices. That's when we start to get snippy with our wife, our significant other, our friends, maybe our board members, maybe even our pastoral friends, because of that pressure. And we don't know how to get rid of that pressure. We start getting snippy. We may become lethargic. Those are two things that happen. Anger and lethargy that happen are two of the main things that happens when we get under too much stress. We don't care, or the other one, we just get uptight. And both of those things are bad. So we will suffer emotional trauma being a pastor. And the longer you're a pastor, the more emotional trauma that happens. Here's an undeniable truth number three. And that is emotional trauma is cumulative. It doesn't just happen and it's gone. Our emotional tank continues to fill up with these things. And I've had my tank get full. As I told you about that death notification. I don't have time to tell you the other things and scenes that I've seen working in law enforcement, and just those things that get burned in your mind, and the temptation, and what happens is to play that tape over and you have to do something different. That's where distractions come in. And if we do that, if we disconnect, if we have a life-giving distraction, guess what happens next? We de-stress. Like I said, you get that fish on the line, or you get a medal, or you finish a race. My big goal a number of years ago was to finish a 5K race. To me, that was a big deal, a huge deal. 5K, run a 5K. Well, now at this point in my life, I've already done a full Ironman, which is, it's swimming 2.4 miles in open water. It's hopping on a bicycle, riding 112 miles, and then running a full marathon. I've only done that once. I've not won any of those as far as my age group, but you know what? When I get that medal at the end of the race, I know I've done two things. I pushed myself harder than I thought I ever would, so I've learned endurance. And secondly, I've learned I could pull it off, and to get that finisher medal is a great reward. We need to de-stress. And you know what happens if we disconnect, get that distraction, de-stress, then we get the best D of all. You know what that best D of all is? It's D number 4, dismount. To dismount on your terms. It's not good to dismount on somebody else's terms when you've allowed the emotional trauma to overcome you. You make poor choices, and you get called in a board meeting, and they say, you know what, Pastor, it's not working. We got a call from so-and-so, something about your behavior and your morality and those kind of things. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to let you go. No. If you learn how to do these things that I've talked about, you can endure and dismount on your terms. I was able to do that. I just retired in May, and I had a plan. As a matter of fact, I spent a year of coaching with Michael Hyatt, and that really helped me with my retirement plan. I planned my retirement date 3 years in advance, and I told the church, guess what, folks? In 3 years, I'm going to retire. And I want you to hear it so often that you're going to finally, at the end of this time, say, all right, Pastor, we've heard it enough. Retire already. This is great. And what I really wanted them to say was, and it worked out this way, Pastor, you're too young to retire. You have too many more years. That's what I wanted to hear versus hear the rumors and saying, the pastor should have retired about 4 or 5 years ago. He's really past his prime. I planned it. I asked God to help me. I had a young man that I trained, and I preached passing the baton. And at my retirement ceremony, my last message, I took a little baton and passed it to the young man who became my successor. I didn't put him in place. The church put him in place, but I trained him, and they decided that he would be their next pastor. And that's what I'm talking about, retiring victoriously on your terms. Now, here's the kicker. I'm still a member of the church. I know some people say, no, that breaks the rule. You can't do that. You must leave because you can cause problems. Well, you can cause problems if you don't pick the right way to do it. I made a covenant with the church and said, you know what? Here's my new role. I'm pastor emeritus. That just means I've been here a long time. But you know what else that means? I'm just a member now. I'm just going to attend like everybody else. I'm not going to attend business meetings, though, because I don't want the pressure to be there. And I'm going to be the chief cheerleader of the church now. I want to attend business meetings. When you call me and say, hey, pastor, I need some help, I'm going to say, you know what? There's a fine young man here that has been trained to help you and loves you. And I point them to him. So I've been able to do that. And I'm thankful for God's help to be able to do that. But what I'm telling you is if you practice these 3 Ds, you'll be able to celebrate the 4th, and that's dismount on your terms victoriously. We had a man that I met, and he likes to do fun things. So they got this huge cannon for my retirement party. I mean, huge. I mean, the kind that you have to call the police department and tell them we are getting ready to do a cannon salute, just so when the calls start coming in, you know what they are. And they did that. We had a great time. I'm thankful that God did that and allowed me to retire victoriously. And I really pray and hope that you're able to do that as well. God doesn't want you to crash and burn. He didn't call you in the ministry to hurt you. He called you to bless you and bless others. So I'm challenging you, Pastor. Don't pull the ripcord. Don't give up. Ask God for help. Go for a walk. Go on vacation. Get out of Dodge. Do whatever it takes to disconnect so you can recharge. And that's really, really important. Pastor Elaine, I want to thank you so much again for calling me here and helping me to do this. And there are a couple things that I have free for you. One of those is, it's not this, but it's another one. It's called Emotional At-Risk Survey, not for law enforcement, but for pastors. That's available. You can get that. You can download that. And the other one is Pastor John's 10 Undeniable Rules of Life. So a couple things that you can get that I'd like to give to you. And I just want to thank you again for this time, Pastor Elaine. May God bless you, pastors. Hang in there. Don't quit. You've been called. Keep your why big and just love the sheep. God bless you. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor John. And I did put the link to the Emotional Survivor Workbook for Pastors in the chat. So I'm hoping that was okay. And
yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
perfect. And I just wanted to mention Kayak One, because if you follow Pastor John C. Adams on Facebook, you will get to watch him from Kayak One, tootling around in somewhere near Sandusky, Ohio, in the beautiful nature, doing his live videos, and it's a gas to see. And so that's one of the ways I think too that you de-stress, right? Just
Amen.
yeah.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And everyone, I want you to take a few minutes and ask God, what did Pastor John say that you can apply right now to your ministry? And make sure you put that down in the notes. And then as your first act of responsibility or accountability, type it in the chat. Type in the chat, what did God say for you to do at this time in your ministry? Welcome back. And I hope that you have enjoyed so far these amazing speakers. So if there's been something, if you learned anything that you can apply to your context today, just type me in the chat. Me. Because the whole idea here is transformation, right? Transformation, not just information. We want to know that the content that we're bringing you here today is creating transformation. And I'm excited to bring on my next guest, which is Miss Pastor Valarie Grimes. And I think I can hear her. I don't think I can see her yet. Here she comes. Ta-da! Welcome to the Small Church Rising Summit. Yay.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you. So I've known Pastor Valarie for a couple of years, and I'm not exactly sure where we even first met. So
I'm not sure either.
Yeah, which is funny. And that's, the whole thing about the digital world is that you can make connections with people on an eternal scale that bypass all of the other things. And it's just been a joy to get to know you. So let me read your bio. It says, Pastor Valarie Grimes is the pastor planter of Radiant Church Savannah, an evangelical covenant church in Savannah, Georgia. The vision of Radiant is to be a church without walls, bringing the hope of Jesus to everyone, everywhere. Her passion is inspiring people to realize their God-given purpose. Pastor Valarie is also a registered nurse of 27 years. Thank you for your service. Her most important roles, however, are the ones she holds inside her family. Pastor Valarie has been married for 35 years to Raman Grimes. They are parents of 2 children, and she is the Gigi of 2 of the most brilliant grandchildren ever born. And my daughter might be mad at me for saying that. Pastor Valarie's desire is to continue to influence others to become followers of Christ and lead radiant lives. So again, welcome.
Hi, it's so good to be here with you all today. And I have been listening in and just picking up on some great nuggets. So thank you for doing this.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I'm not exactly sure what all you want to share today, but I really think it would be valuable for people to hear your journey. So if that's embedded in there, I will let you have the floor.
Absolutely. And I'm okay to share, correct? Share my screen.
Hang on a second. Let me make sure that I've given you that capacity. There you go. You should be able to do that.
All righty. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up. All right. And I'm talking today about making the move to in-person services. And I'm sure most people who were out for the pandemic have gone back in now, but there may be new churches that are coming on the scene that are new church plants, or there may be even some that are holdouts from the pandemic. And they're like, okay, we've got to make this move back. And this is also an opportunity to just talk a little bit about the journey of Radiant Church. And I am always open to share that information and let people know that a small church can make some mighty moves. And even prior to us launching officially and being in person, we were doing a lot of work online here in our city of Savannah, Georgia. We officially launched in-person services on that word didn't want to come out. Resurrection Sunday of 2022. And in the process of launching in-person services, we had been online for about 6 months doing virtual services. And we are now in our own building, and we are doing in-person services, and we have a Zoom gathering that comes in. And so we're kind of doing both virtual and in-person services. And so we're just really thankful for what God is doing. But we definitely want to talk a little bit about that transition and that move. I said my yes to the Lord during the pandemic. It was I laugh at it when I think about it now, Pastor Elaine. I have been running from that process for a while because I was born in the 60s, and I'll just leave it at that. You don't need to know anymore. And and so I was also born into the home of a pastor who was a Baptist pastor, and they did not believe in women as pastors or even really in church leadership. And so I felt called to ministry as a young girl, but had no idea of what that looked like because of my my upbringing. And then fast forward, I got married very young, 19 years old. I'm still with that wonderful man 36 years later, and became a mom. And so my priorities, as I thought, shifted and changed. But even then, the church I was attending, I didn't see female pastors there. So the leadership that I entered into when I did begin to do leadership in church was I taught Sunday school to our children. And I also did women's ministry. So things like that. And so when I finally got to a point where it was just beyond a shadow of a doubt that, Valarie, you've been called not just to pastor, but to start a church, I said my final yes in 2019, started the process with Stadia Church Planting, started the coaching and the training and all of that. Had our first interest meeting, Pastor Elaine, in January of 2020. And then we had our second in February of 2020 and had planned our third for March. We did not make it to the third interest meeting. And so, that just called for a lot of regrouping, a lot of, rethinking. And we kind of put everything on hold for a little while and brought it all back to life about the end of 2020, started having some online interest meetings. And then in 2021, we started doing actual virtual services online. So that's just a little bit about our history. And I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that walking in that call, accepting that I am a female who has been gifted by God to be a pastor of his sheep, was a long process, but it is one that has been so rewarding. So making that decision to say yes, and then a pandemic coming, I almost laughed because I was like, Lord, are you saying it took you too long, girl? But anyway, we're here, and we've been utilizing technology since that day to move forward, and it will forever be a part of what Radiant does. And I think it should be a part of what every church is doing. But as you are maybe a new church getting started, or if you're a church that's really just about to move into your own space and you're going to be in person, these are some things that I thought may be helpful in that process. An overview, the things you're going to be looking at is making that transition. What does my space look like? Do I have the servant leaders that I need in place? And are there any systems that I have in place at this time? And so we're going to look at those, and we'll look at challenges and possible solutions. And the thing to remember is that every church is so unique. Every church has its own, what I call DNA, because God has uniquely gifted the leader of that church. And he's also uniquely gifted the people that will be a part of that church. So the challenges that I may talk about today may not be challenges that you face currently, or they may be, but you've come up with some different solutions, and that's perfectly fine. But this is just a starting point to let you see, what do I need to do if I'm looking at either going in person or I'm looking at getting a new space, because those are things that pastors are dealing with right now. When you're looking at your space, you want to look at who are the people that I'm called to serve? Where are they located? What's the real estate that's available in that area? And does it meet my ministry needs? Those are just a few questions that you definitely want to consider when looking at a space and going into in-person meetings. And we're going to talk a little bit more about those. One of those things is when you're looking at who am I serving, first of all. With us, we are on the east side of Savannah. Savannah is a very unique community, and I say unique because it's my community, but every city probably has some of the same things going on. Our north, east, south, and west, they all have their own vibe to them. They all have their own spirit and energy. And so we chose to start in the east. And in the east, it's a gentrifying community. There are homes there that look like they're about to fall apart. And then there are homes that are at almost $1 million and everything in between. And so we've been called into the tension of that community to work at letting them know, first of all, that we all need each other and that we need community. Those that are at the lower end of that spectrum, God has called us to help with things like feeding our community, clothing our community. He's also called us to help with having a safe place for them to gather at some points during the week. And then for the community, part of our community that they have a little bit more means, we're there to offer community. Because believe it or not, people who are making six figures are lonely. Coming out of the pandemic, you're talking 3 years almost of uncertainty. And they have gone into seclusion, and they're not having that community like they are accustomed to. And so for them, we're also offering community. So we're bringing those things together. But when you're looking at a space like that, it may be cost prohibitive. And it was for us. We're talking to small churches here, generally 65 and under. We're at about 50 to 60 people, and it was cost prohibitive in our area. The real estate is prime because it is under gentrification and it's expensive. And so we were like, how do we combat this and find a space that we can use? And we found it in that we share a space. That's one of the ways that you can solve that problem. We are in with another ministry, and it is called the International School of Story. I do recommend, if you can, you guys look that up, International School of Story. It's run by a young lady named Emma Smith, and her mission is to bring hope through sharing Jesus stories. And it fits so beautifully because, as Pastor Elaine mentioned earlier, our vision statement is that we are a church without walls, bringing the hope of Jesus to everyone, everywhere. And so we are joined together to bring hope to our community. And the amazing thing is that since we have been sharing that space, Emma Smith has become a part of our church, and she attends on Sundays, and really and truly is kind of like my right hand. We do ministry together, and so it's amazing. And Pastor Elaine, you're going to have the two of us on one day because we call ourselves the two African Americans. And let me tell you the unique story there. I am an African American born in the 60s at the height of civil rights, and she is from Johannesburg, Africa, born at the height of apartheid, and she is a white African. And so when we come together because our church is intentionally generational, multicultural, and multi-ethnic. And so the two of us, when we come, people are not really sure how to take us. And so because we are intentional about what we do, which kind of brings us to this next challenge, is the configuration of the space that you go into. When you're looking for a space, make sure it fits the needs of your ministry. And for us, we have two ministries coexisting together. And so we had to test different versions of how we delivered our ministry, when we deliver it, what times we deliver it. And most churches are going to have services for their young people, their children, their teens. So how do we configure our space so that it meets the needs of the ministry? So don't ever go into a space and discount it. Always try to figure out how can we fit in this space. And there may be some places that you really just can't do ministry, and be resigned to that and say, hey, we need to continue to look. So if it's cost prohibitive, think about sharing your space with someone else. And because we are a community-minded church, also, Pastor Elaine, we incubate entrepreneurs. And so on Thursdays, we have a Radiant Market, and we have people who come in that are selling handmade wares. We have produce that's being sold by farmers. We have a young lady who is an herbologist that comes in and, gives little, she gives little classes, mini classes to people as she sells her product. We have food vendors that come in, and guess what? It helps the community for those people who would not have a space to use, but it also brings revenue in to help pay for those things that a small church may not be able to afford. So there's always ways to do ministry. And so the same thing with configuration, always be willing to test different versions of your ministry delivery and be willing to change if necessary. All right. The next thing is, when you're bringing a small church into an in-person space, is servant leaders. When we were online only, I had a cameraman that came over on Wednesdays. We recorded the service, we uploaded them, and they were broadcast as live productions on Sunday. So that was myself and one other person. And occasionally my husband or a third person would come over and do announcements or different things. So maybe 3 people were involved in that whole process. When you come in person, you need a whole lot more people to actually pull that off. And so you're going to be looking at people. For us, we are a church that serves a meal every Sunday, because we have people in our community, one who may not have a meal that day because they cannot afford a meal, or 2, someone who just needs to have that companionship over a meal. So those who have the means but need the companionship. And so it's a well-prepared meal. It's not something that if I won't eat it, I'm not serving it. So it's a very well-prepared meal. So we needed someone to help with meal prep. We needed worship leaders and children's church workers. And so now you have to start recruiting and letting people know how important they are to the ministry. And so, of course, that brings its challenges. 3 people, you're going from 3 people to pull it off to about 10 to 15 to pull it off. So what you got to do is you got to get people to buy into that vision, to believe in what you're doing, and to believe in the growth that will come, and into the benefit of the kingdom of God in the community of man. And so we had to start really saying, hey, you've been gathering with us online, you've been meeting with us on Zoom. How can you become a part of what we're doing in person? So you want to get them to buy into that vision and see themselves working with you. And so that's what we had to do. And so anyone that's making that move to start a church or to move into a building, these are some of the things that you're going to have to do, get them to buy into that vision. And then the second challenge can be commitment. We are coming out of a pandemic. People watch church online. They're walking around with their phones and they have church there. So how do you get that commitment level up so people can begin to come back into the building? That is a $1 million question. But what we are doing is that we are letting people know we're concerned about their giftings. What is your gifting? What is your calling? I don't want someone like me wandering around with this call on their life to pastor a church for years. So from almost day one, if someone new walks through that door, one of the things we're asking them is, what are you interested in? Has God called you into anything? And we do assessments in what we call our Radiant Growth, which is our growth track where people learn who we are. But in there's a gifting assessment that they take. And our commitment is to them to let them know, hey, as a small church, you may be asked to be a greeter because we need greeters right now. But what is that giftedness that you have in you? How do we begin to bring that out? And here's the key for small church pastors. It may not be anything that is going on in the church. And so they'll come and be a greeter for you, but their calling is, we're partnered with a school called Susie King Taylor Community School. It may be that that person is gifted in working with children. So you get them connected to that partner outside and, set them up. We have someone who goes in to read to the students and who can help the students with their reading. Okay. And so with that being said, you're getting them into their gifted area and they're going to be committed to what you're doing. The third thing is systems, putting systems into place. And a lot of people in small churches are like, oh, I'm organic, I don't need systems. Yes, you do. So that what you do is reproducible. And so these are some of the systems that with us through Evangelical Covenant Church, we are putting these systems into action: worship, connection, leadership, outreach, small groups, missions, and stewardship. So there's 7 systems. And some of the challenges is that you don't want to become a cookie cutter. And so that's the thing. We talked last year, I did, about knowing your DNA, knowing who you are authentically called to be, putting that into action. So the mission systems talks about going out into the community, going out into your area or sphere of influence. For us, it looks different than a church that has 10,000 members as to what you're going out into the mission field looks like. So make it fit your DNA, but at the same time, put something systematic in place so you can reproduce the successes that you've had. And challenge number 2, when you're looking at systems, is the number of volunteers that you have. Don't try to go in and introduce 7 systems to your church at once. Find those that are strategically needed. Our worship, connection, and working with our children. Those were expedient. So we got those in place. And so that connection system, from that person walking through the door to where they are actively serving. So we got that in place. It's in writing, it's reproducible, so that now if I go away, Radiant can continue. So if you're moving in person and you're starting services, you want to always remember the space that you're in. You want to remember the servant leaders that you have in place, and then also getting some systems in place so things are reproducible. And some recommendations here that I have: consult your community. What do they need? What are they looking for a church to come in and bring? Don't just go in blind. Consult your congregation. Who are they? What are their gifts and their callings? And then you begin planning with your leadership team. Also remember to experiment. Nothing's set in stone. I think sometimes we get into this idea that we must do everything the same. Experiment. If it works, hey, we're going to continue this. If it doesn't, let's be open to the fact that we may have to change and adjust and do something different, and then rinse and repeat. Make sure that you are becoming the church that God has called you to be. We're Radiant Church in Savannah, Georgia. You can find us online at radiantrising.com. And there's our phone number, but I also put my information. If someone heard something today that they want to hear a little bit more about, or if they heard something and they're like, hey, I've got a recommendation or a suggestion for you, please reach out to me. I'd love to talk with you and hear from you. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Pastor Elaine. And I pray that this will help someone maybe move into a new space or make some decisions about next steps for their ministry.
Well, thank you so much for everything that you've shared. It's been absolutely wonderful insights, and just hearing your journey and the practicality of that. Again, we're really looking at transformation, not information, and you've been able to just exemplify that. And I was curious. I liked the comment that you said, what does the community want a church to bring? I mean, that's just an interesting concept. And then the other thing about the value of in-person, how to get them to buy into the vision. So I think that's probably one of the things that people coming out of COVID is, how do I get them off the couch and into the church? Yes. And was there anything, we got about a minute and a half to where you can say, what was it, something that you said to them that got them off the couch and into the building?
Well, one of the things is, like I said, is that we are interested in what is God calling you to do? A lot of times, I mean, we're a bit self-centered. What is it that God is calling you to do? And for us, most of the people that are part of our church are there because they're community minded. So when we can have serves that happen in our community and they can get connected to those things, that is what has motivated the members of Radiant Church. But that's because that's our DNA, is that we work just as hard outside of our walls as we do within our walls. So you have to figure out what your secret sauce is. What is it that your church has been called to do? And then you're going to be able to connect with people who have those common interests, and then be honest and truthful and get them involved in what it is you said you were going to do.
Yes. I remember going through that process where they did all your giftings, they did all this testing, and then they said, okay, we're going to find out. And then they never called me and said, here's where you could help. And I'm like, what's the point in that? So we had somebody ask the International School of Story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, International School of Story, and you can find them online at that address. And her goal is to collect 1 million one-page stories about how God made the impossible possible.
Oh, how
and
beautiful.
So I think she's now at about 2,000 stories. And so please go find that online, International School of Story, EMRA, E-M-R-A Smith. And if you have a story, please submit it. You'll find online how to do that. But we are definitely connected in ministry, and we're connected in spirit.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to see you again, and hopefully we'll chat again soon.
Absolutely. You have a great day.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone. I want you to take a few minutes and ask God, what did you hear from Valarie that you can apply to your ministry today? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience for this long day, but tons of great information. And I hope that as Pastor Valarie shared, you were able to, again, find something that's valuable for your particular context. Now, my next guest, Pastor Michael Beck, I'm going to read his bio. He has not yet appeared in the Zoom squares. And so I'm hoping that he will by the time I'm done reading his bio. And if not, then we will take another break. Yay! Okay, so Pastor Michael is currently the director of the Fresh Expressions House of Studies at the United Theological Seminary. He is the director of Remissioning for Fresh Expressions US and cultivator of Fresh Expressions for the Florida Conference of the United Methodist Church. He serves as the co-pastor of Wildwood UMC and St. Mark's UMC with his wife Jill, where they direct addiction recovery programs, jail ministry, a food pantry, an interracial unity movement, and house a faith-based inpatient treatment center. Wildwood and St. Mark's are traditional congregations and a network of 13 fresh expressions that gather in tattoo parlors, dog parks, salons, running tracks, community centers, burrito joints, and digital spaces. Michael earned a Master of Divinity from Asbury Theological Seminary and a doctorate in semiotics and future studies at Portland Seminary. He is the author of 7 books. And I have met Pastor Michael through the virtual reality church. And that's different than digital church. Digital church is through Zoom or streaming through YouTube and live streaming, where virtual reality is where you use a gaming system or a headset. And I had purchased a headset hoping to create a world where Christian leaders could possibly go in anonymity and get some counsel and help. And through the connections of another person who does an in real life, that's what they call it, IRL, in real life church, and a VR church combined, did some more searching about the different churches and just asked, even throughout my personal denomination, if there was anybody doing this. And that's how I got connected with Pastor Michael. He does amazing work on a variety of levels. And his goal today was to speak on creative spaces for ministry expansion. So I am going to start the video and I'm going to try to connect with him briefly. So if you'll have some patience as I do that, that way you don't have to watch me digging through my computer to do that. So hopefully I'll be back shortly with Michael.
Imagine a day when you're freed from all self-doubt. I mean, all self-doubt. What would that be like? How would that feel?
A lot of the leaders that I work with will have a hard time describing that.
They feel like they'd have energy, they'd be able to focus more. And what I realize is it just generates hope and opens up the world for so many other possibilities. And what I believe is that the world is genuinely looking for hope. And when they get it, it just really creates a ton of possibility.
What I've done through this process of working with these leaders is creating a safe space where they can enjoy, for the first time, being their authentic selves.
The most interesting thing about that is when they get to that place where they're just living in that authenticity and they're like, wow, this is okay. It almost instantly goes into this expansiveness where they're starting to just think about the possibilities of all the ways that they can now go out into the world and do new things. It's so exciting. They just literally start creating it with their God-given divine imagination, leaning out into the world saying, wow, because originally they started this little box and they're so afraid and they're so nervous. And then when they get to that place where they're okay with their authenticity and they're like, I can do that. And I can also do this. And I can do this. And they just start naturally doing it. And that is so exciting for me. And it makes me teary-eyed often just thinking about the fact that I get the opportunity to step into the lives of these people. And there is no other place that I would rather be than being in that moment, making authenticity valuable and doing it over and over and over again. I just enjoy thoroughly what I'm being allowed to do in this moment.
Imagine a day when living in your unique authenticity brings you deep joy. Let's go play.
Hello. And we are back, and I am bringing on the Reverend Dr. Bryce Ashlin-Mayo. Yes.
Greetings, everybody.
Yes. And we'll hope that Pastor Michael will join us a little bit later. And so Reverend Pastor Dr. Bryce.
Bryce is just fine.
Is going to be speaking to us about the power of digital discipleship. And I think this is going to be valuable for anybody who's doing church today. And so let me read his bio. It says he's got a doctor of ministry from George Fox University. He served for 25 years as a pastor in the Christian and Missionary Alliance in Canada, most recently as lead pastor of West Life Church. Bryce is currently Dean of Theology and Associate Professor of Pastoral Theology at Ambrose University in Calgary, Alberta. Bryce has written several books on social media and digital ministry, including Digital Mission, a practical guide for ministry online. So yes, thank you so much for joining us and hopping in at this moment.
No problems. It's good to be here. My pleasure.
Good. And do you need share screen options here?
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay. Well, take her away.
Yeah, thanks, Elaine. And greetings, everybody. It's good to be with you. One of my passions in life is to encourage and bless pastors, especially smaller church pastors. I've pastored in numerous settings, large urban churches, large rural churches, small urban churches, small rural churches. And I know the unique dynamics of that. And I also recognize the unique challenge of pastoring through the pandemic, which we thought would be really tough. And it turns out pastoring coming out of the pandemic, even tougher. Who would have thought this would be the generational challenge, trying to pastor church into our future in now this complication of in-person and digital modalities, and how do you function in both, and how do you manage both, and where do you put your attention? There's just so much that pulls on a local church pastor that I just want to honor everyone here who does that important and gifted work for all that you do. And hopefully some of this is the information I'll share today will be an encouragement to you and a help today. But I want to begin by maybe talking a little bit about the beginning of the pandemic, because I think this is the first time that many people in pastoral ministry started to really think about ministry online. I did my doctoral work on this 10 years ago and nobody cared. And then the pandemic happened and my phone rang off the hook because everyone all of a sudden cared about what I spent the last decade learning. And one of the things that I just recognized in terms of looking at the landscape of where people are at is there was typically two responses to the pandemic when it came to like this digital. All of a sudden we have to respond to what does this look like with ministry. And it was kind of like everyone got collectively shoved into the digital deep end of the pool. And there was two responses. One was some people, and you would have experienced this, were flailing, tried everything. All of a sudden, their enthusiasm and exuberance was this was going to change the world. It was the most amazing thing possible. And then after about 3 weeks, it was like, oh, like it didn't have the impact they thought it would have. And then there's other people that were the opposite. They just kind of like were overwhelmed and just sat in like a bit of like just atrophy, not sure. And I'm not saying either is right or wrong. I think both, the challenge is actually both of them are, if you think of like people who are thrown into a deep end, oftentimes the people that are flailing or we think are the signs of people who are drowning, when it's actually sometimes the case, and sometimes people who actually don't actually throw up their hands, just kind of like almost resign themselves to the drowning impact and go under the water. And actually that's what lifeguards have to be trained to check for. And I think this is just an acknowledgement that both of those kind of extreme dynamics just shared with us this sense of I would call like a digital panic of like, what do? I don't know what to do. Either I'll do lots or I'll do nothing. And I want to do this today a little bit. I want us to kind of or not dismiss. I want to like calm the digital panic and help us to like learn to swim digitally by like just recognizing that actually there's some things we can do. How do we make our way in this new world? It's maybe not as scary as we thought, kind of handing maybe our flutter boards, if you will, or our little water wings, if you remember from like your early swimming lessons, as we kind of learn together of what does it look like to do ministry in digital space or in hybrid space. And so I think to do that, I think it's important to begin by talking a little bit about the why I think it's important for us to swim digitally. Because post-pandemic, I've seen lots of churches who are like, you know what, that's not working. We want everybody in the room. And there's lots of different reasons why that might be the case. But I think there's a bit of an apologetic of why we do digital ministry and why even it's okay to do and why it might be an appropriate thing to consider doing, even if it maybe seems overwhelming. And I hope I can help to calm some of those concerns. But oftentimes there's a sense of like, should we do this? And here's the thing I would share to everyone who's watching today. We do, and we all embrace this in different ways, more of our life online than ever before. My phone is now like, if we used to do exercises like look into your purse and see what's in there. And there's like this, my mom, everything was in her purse, from like mirrors to library cards to, tons of credit cards to everything you would normally keep in your purse. Now, most of that's held in your phone, right? There's this dynamic that we do more and more digitally. We learn digital space. People prefer that as part of somebody who oversees a ministry training programs at a university. That's most of people's desire, at least to have that flexibility to learn from home online. People go shop online. We can say whether that's right or wrong, but that is by far people's desire to shop online, to learn, shop, and to some degree, what does it look like to worship online and to engage with people. And if it's where people are at and people spend more and more time online than ever before, then I would actually challenge us to say, well, then it would beckon us as followers of Jesus to go where people are. And if they're online, then we need to be there. We could talk about how to do that. That's a fair question with lots of different nuance, but the call for us to go to everyone is important. And even if it makes us feel uncomfortable and challenging, guess what? That's always the uncomfortability of mission, right? It always forces us to uncomfortable space and to challenging people that maybe we feel uncomfortable. So I want to normalize that feeling at the same time with the encouragement for us to go into that space. But then you'll oftentimes, I hear this all the time, hear commonly three objections to doing ministry or discipleship or evangelism in a digital space. One is that online relationships, they're just completely fake. Like they're not real, they're virtual, they're not real. But here's the easy kind of like pushback to that. More and more people's lives and relationships are lived online. In fact, it's a surprising percentage. I think it's over half of romantic begin online now. And I remember, maybe I'm getting older and older, but I remember when it was looked at suspicion that you were dating somebody online. Now that's totally normative. In fact, that's actually most people's experience, that they actually begin, meeting their partners online. So part of how we get to know people. In fact, if you're married to somebody, you wouldn't say like an illicit texting relationship was no big deal because it's not really real. We would absolutely say that's inappropriate and wrong because it's a real person on the other end of the phone. In the same way that I have relationships with people I've never met in real life, but our entire relationship is based in digital space or mediated by digital means. Elaine and I have never met in person, and yet we serve on kind of committee together. We've done some work together. We get to know each other. But that doesn't mean this isn't real. It's real relationships and real people on the other end. So yeah, online mediates that relationship and impacts it, but it's very, very real. And you can have a growing, flourishing relationship with somebody online. Then some people say, well, things you do online aren't authoritative. It's not. You can't worship online. You can't do preaching online, etc. And the classic apologetic to this when it comes to digital ministry is that always throughout history, certain technologies, i.e. the printed or the written text, not afraid printed text, the written text was seen as authoritative. It's how the Apostle Paul did his ministry. He sent the letters that we see now as our scriptures with to church. Paul wasn't there, but we looked at his letters they looked at his letters as authoritative and as Paul writing to them. Yet it was mediated by a technology, was mediated by material. So there's this sense of there's this common objection that sometimes online isn't authoritative, it's not real, it's not legitimate. But technology has always had that tension, and it always has actually been used often for just really positive things, just like the written word and the epistles. And then people will say, well, people don't connect online. They're not real. They're not really fully participating. They're not singing. They aren't really fully engaging when they kind of come to online church or a hybrid church, whatever that might look like. And I always caution people when they do this to not compare the best of something to the worst of something else. Because I don't know if you've been around church a while, but there's a lot of people in the room that show up late, that talk to nobody, that don't really sing and don't really pay attention to the message in person. And we can sometimes compare the most committed person in person to the worst person in their basement eating Cheetos and watching worship in their basement, right? As opposed to, I know people who fully engage online because they struggle with social anxiety, or because they live far away from their church community, or because they can't make it to church that Sunday because they're away on business, but they are fully leaned into their community. They may not be singing because sometimes it doesn't have that same appeal, but they're engaging, and sometimes we'll sing and we'll kind of be a part of their church community, our church community at a distance. So I think all of these things are just reminders to us that digital does have its, and that would be my challenge to those who will push back against anything we do online. And how then do we do this? So if I'm invited to swim digitally, as I want to do that as a pastor, be there with my people, then how do I do this? How do I swim digitally with our people? So I want to hand out some in essence digital flutter boards and water wings, and not in a pejorative sense, but more in a sense of let's have some fun with this, and say we don't have to be fully engaged swimmers with all the high-tech equipment to engage well digitally. We can actually do that with some very simple tools. And I want to give you today 6 practical things that you can do to swim and disciple digitally, and swim in the digital deep end, if you will. The first is to say, be hopeful. You can do this. This doesn't have to be really, really complicated. You do not need the most high-tech equipment in the world. You don't need to be the biggest actually celebrity on the planet to do this. No one's asking you to be Joel Osteen or Stephen Furtick or whoever the celebrity is in kind of your sphere of tradition, right? Nobody's asking you to be that way. In fact, I would actually suggest that social media is actually the season of the shepherd, not the celebrity, because it's social, it's intimate. In fact, if you've thought about the internet, and if you reflect on it for a little bit, you'll recognize that everything online is deeply personal. Everything is personalized to people. Everything is customized. People's setup is that way. Even their searches are personable. Everything is customized and personable. And that's because there's this intimate dynamic that the digital screen actually allows, which actually, believe it or not, gives credibility more so to the shepherding gift than the celebrity gift. So, and people need people need shepherds who know their sheep and not celebrities. And I think that's actually the future. So if you're wondering, I can't preach like the best preachers on the planet, okay, but you can love your people better than anybody else because they're your people and they're your sheep, and you get to know them and be very personable to them. So be hopeful. You can do this. but and do that in a way that is connecting with your people. The second, to be personal, more and more so. This is the nature. Everything online is personal and tribal. And so even, for example, as you preach, you don't have to be the best preacher on a massive stage with all the lighting and all the cameras and equipment. You can do this with very simple equipment. And the key part of this, I think, for online digital ministry and discipleship is to preach in a way that's proprietary to your people. What I mean by that is a celebrity doesn't know your people and how they're struggling. You do. And everything online is personal. So you have the ability to actually craft the message for your context, your people, and you can walk them through kind of their personal challenges, where they are, what's happening in your community, and not necessarily geographically restricted community, but your online community. You can walk with them through if there's economic issues or you can preach in a way that's proprietary to your people. That's, I think, the value. We need to be reminded of that in digital space, that it's not about just the mass celebrity who's got the big following and can preach an amazing sermon that, by the way, most of the people that you think of who are celebrities didn't actually draft the sermon by themselves in their home or in a Starbucks. They've got a team of 20 people that are researching and crafting everything they do, and they're working with a teleprompter to do it. And it's literally 90% of their job. So again, if you're struggling with, recognize you're not comparing apples to apples. And as a result, the invitation is to embrace the shepherding gift and preach in a way that's proprietary to your people. Third, I'd encourage you as you embrace digital as authentic as possible. In fact, some of the most viral and most effective videos online aren't because they're high polished. It's because they're people who are authentic and real, not because they have the most polished video. Now, don't get me wrong. Video quality can make a difference. Audio quality can make a difference. Don't give up on those things. And you can make those better with some simple pieces of equipment that isn't really cost effective. But that actually isn't the main thing. The main thing is people who are being real and authentic, because in a world of fake news and fake videos, and as we've seen recently with AI, fake voices, because now AI with 1 minute of somebody's voice can accurately recreate it and say it whatever you want, right? Everything is fake. And so a world where there's actually authenticity will actually connect with people like never before, right? So as you engage in this, don't sacrifice authenticity and participation on the altar of perception and performance. I'll say that again because it's a lot of words, but don't sacrifice authenticity and participation when you do things online on the altar of perception and performance, because those aren't actually the highest value of things online. So this is something we all can do. We might not be able to all put on a massive performance. We might not be the best preachers in the world, but we can all be authentic and real. And that's what will connect with people. And that's actually what you see the highest interactions of people online, the greatest podcasts, the biggest successful viral videos are people who are being authentic and real, as opposed to the big polished. This is good news for people who are trying to figure out how to do this and is possible and effective. Next thing I would encourage is you to be relational. What does it look like for you to connect with people in a very relational way, right? Social media, texting, the ability to have accessibility to people's lives have never been easier, right? When I grew up, my pastor would visit us in person at our house. I grew up in a very small church, probably once every 2 months. Pastor would come by, knock on the door, and come in. That was like your engagement with the pastor, period, other than what you maybe saw on the weekend. Now, when I was pastoring, and even the people I still connect with, you can regularly reach out and text, say, I'm praying for you. And that's always welcome in ways that just are way more relational than ever before. And this is actually the appeal for the shepherd in this season of even in a small church, your ability to be relational and connect, because this is actually where you see some of the greatest success in podcasts. One of the reasons podcasts are as successful as they are in people's lives is because they're usually multiple people in conversation with others, and you as the listener feels like you're part of a conversation and relationship. That's actually usually the connection. I'm connected to the people on the podcast because I feel like I'm their friend who have sat in a coffee shop with them, and it's relational. Right? This is the piece of like me being embrace the relationship dynamic of digital discipleship in this time. In fact, that's actually why streaming and Twitch the Twitch streams are viral with young people. So this is like people who game usually use Twitch streaming. It's a streaming largely for gamers that allow them to interact with their viewers, and they do. And it's one of the dynamics of digital ministry. The more you can engage with people, get participation, be authentic, be personable, but also be relational, call people and thank them for coming. So like even in this year, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, which I was watching earlier on, you can see everybody's comments, right? The sense of I can be relational, connect. If I was like live on YouTube, I could be like calling out people who are watching online and saying, hey, good to see you from North Carolina, or good to see you from Atlanta. There's this piece of like, we're a part of this together in real time. Like the sense of being relational is key dynamic to that. And then I would say the dynamic of online ministry, we thought in the pandemic, this is all of our like nations. You've seen this, you probably did it. I definitely did. We went online. What was the first thing that every church did? We created content, and we created content like the church has never created content before. It was bombarded with online devotionals and online services. It was like church content overload, because that's what we know how to do. And we created a whole lot of content. But if you've ever looked at any denomination's kind of like line of engagement with people, so whether it's baptisms, membership numbers, whatever, they're typically on a declining scale in the US and Canada. At the same time, content has never been higher. So the piece that I think we can take from that is that our problem with discipleship isn't a content problem. So with digital discipleship isn't going to be more content, although I think it has its place, especially if you can make it proprietary to your people, right? As opposed to just generalized content, personalized, proprietary content for your people. But the problem isn't going to simply be a content deficiency. I think the problem is actually a community deficiency, which, by the way, social media, i.e. social, is actually designed, maybe not utilized to its impact, to be able to do. And so this is a piece of online digital discipleship, is it's not a content-driven dynamic, but a relational-driven dynamic. Now, I've served in small churches. My last church was also a smaller church. I know that those churches, much like yours, functions largely on relationships. You are good at this. That means you actually have, as a shepherd, to disciple people online in a way that actually connects with them. So be focused on building community online rather than be worried about building content. Use Facebook groups and other kind of WhatsApp texting groups or whatever platform you want to do, but use it to build relationships and connections, because this is actually what you're not only good at, it's actually the deficiency in online digital space, as opposed to creating the most cutting edge, finely tuned videographer, kind of thrown together content that Right Now Media or other kind of media outlets are about to create. You don't have to do that. Actually, the main connection is just you building relationships digitally with people and leveraging your relationship skills to do that in digital space. And then finally, and probably the most important part, I would want to encourage you, be courageous. Be courageous. Don't be afraid. It doesn't have to be scary. It could just be like starting a texting group is social media. You do that, you're already doing digital discipleship to some degree with people in your church, right? This doesn't have to be super scary. It doesn't have to be super complex. Try, experiment, fail, learn, but be willing to like begin to get your foot into digital waters, because that's where people are at. And so here is, I think, the vision for all of us in this, right? If you want to get people to go to a distant shore, what do? You don't tell them how difficult the boat is to build, right? You pitch the vision of what that digital shore might look like. And if the place more and more people are spending their time online can be a place where we're engaging with people, sharing about them the good news of Jesus, praying for them, walking with them. If we're doing that, God can do is that we expand the potential in the church and in mission for all that God wants to do. And we don't need to have the most fancy production value graphic art as a video studio. Sure, those are all nice to haves. They actually all aren't actually the main most important thing when it comes to digital discipleship. And the pandemic proved it. But you, as a small church pastor, who can build relationships with people, be highly personable, are used to be able to craft sermons that are customized to your people, you actually have everything that you need and more to do this. It's just a matter of engaging. And I just hope this is maybe like a courage and encouragement to be able to put a foot in the water, to take a step further in this realm and see what God can do with you and your church for his glory and his purpose. Again, this isn't about building your platform. It's just about caring and allowing you as a shepherd to care for more and more of your people, because we don't need any more celebrities. We need shepherds who care for your people, and that is you. So be encouraged. Hopefully these are some things to think of when you think of discipleship. There isn't a magic formula. It's how discipleship has always been. Just be encouraged to be relational, engaging, personal, authentic, and be willing to use some online platforms to do so, all for God's glory. Hopefully that's helpful. It's great to be with you in this kind of short period of time. Happy to be flexible. If you got questions, ask them. I have included, I'm assuming it's in the chat, a link to a handout on these kind of items, as well as if you're looking for practical tools of how to do this online stuff. We don't have time in the 30 minutes, but I'm going to give everyone who's watching access to my digital ministry masterclass and my digital ministry course. You can just use the link there. The password's digital eruption, one word, all lowercase. It'll give you access to hours of teaching that I've done on this that hopefully will be helpful as you try to think through what is digital culture, how is that unique, and then how to like craft ministry around that. So trust that's helpful today for everybody.
Okay, and you wanted to, can you tell me the password again and I can type it in here?
Yeah, it's digital eruption, all lowercase. And it's on that website link, bryceashmail.com/smallchurchrising, I think is the.
Okay, yeah, I put the link in there. And I'll just stick that in there too, just for.
Yeah, I think the password's actually on that page.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Attached. So.
Well, ignore me then. So two things that came up though, while you were speaking. I've always been a proponent of online, and I'm in that era where, before cell phones, right? And, we hardly even use the house phone.
Yeah.
Growing up. And I think it's a fascinating era, absolutely fascinating era that we live in, to be able to pick up our phone at any time and be able to have a message go around the world instantaneously. What a gift that is that we have right now. And I love what you say. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to be real. Yeah. and authentic. I have there's a guy who used to be a youth pastor who now runs a YouTube channel on how, and his focus is teaching people how to do YouTube channels. And he says, don't start off by saying, I need a better camera, better lights, better this, because if the messaging is off, nobody's going to care. Yeah. And to be able to be authentic and say, we have something that's of value and we're going to share it. That's the most important thing. And so the church that I attend, they have a tripod and an iPhone, and not iPhone. I don't even know. Maybe it's a Samsung. I don't know. But that's it. And they stream live on Facebook, and it's to be able to reach those who can't come, don't come, right, or those that maybe just trip across it in the moment. I'm also I was really used to pitch this, that when Jesus came, he'd come to where the people are. And he'd go and hang out and share where the people are, which was typically the marketplace. I mean, he'd wander around where the people are, and the people are online. And so, I've gone on almost every platform. I have a Twitch account, have not gone on there yet. Same with Snapchat, but most of the other platforms I've posted some sort of content on, because I want, if they're looking for me because they've heard that I have something of value, I want them to be able to find it. And I don't want it to be a big mystery. And I try to tell people, put something out there, type your favorite Bible verse or type in whatever you're reading that day. It doesn't have to be fancy and big and bright and beautiful. It just needs to be authentic and real and valuable to people.
It's good. Yeah, I think it's just a good reminder of we kind of raise the bar so high that number one becomes even unattainable, or that actually we raise the bar in a direction that doesn't even really matter, most importantly. Right. It actually matters that we're real and we're personable and we're connecting with folks. I think that's where the place is. To go back to your point on the on the kind of encouraging people to go where people are at. I always a good like question a church should ask is like, where would I go that would get the most of the religious leaders upset with me? Because that's what Jesus seemed to go. And I don't know if you've watched recently, but it seems that online might be that place where everyone's like, it seems like it's kind of in certain segments, kind of has now post-pandemic kind of created a bit of a negative view, and yet that's where people are at. And so why would we run away from that space? I think we got to think about how we do that and do it critically. I'm a big proponent of that's what I do all my academic studying on. But to ignore it seems to be counter the way of Jesus, who would encourage us to do that in a way that would exemplify him and his kingdom and his mission. I think that's the invitation to us for sure. In fact, I'm sitting in my office here, so I got books behind me, but like I remember my mentor, Leonard Sweet, used to say, could you imagine going back in time and telling pastors, you shouldn't do your ministry without books? And yet they were seen with suspicion because they were going to make people dumb. They wouldn't have to memorize. Like the thought that somehow this would and it did change culture as a whole, but we didn't run away from it. And now we would never consider doing, church without books, or what we would do. We would do ministry without telephone. I remember there was tons of questions to whether a legal agreement or what was said on a telephone did it have legal ramifications. And now, of course, you can say yes or no to a bank on the phone and they record your voice. Now we just take that as how you do business. Right. But there was a season where that was seen with great skepticism. So I think we always have to be cautious that something new, we should be thoughtful around it, but it becomes normative pretty fast.
Absolutely. I have one of the ladies in my master class is a pastor of a small church up in Washington, and she got to be student of the week. And so I bought her a tripod because she wanted to go online. I said, your gift is a tripod, and next Sunday I want to see you online. I'm going to wait and see if you're online. And she got her phone out, and I said, practice inside this group. Anytime that you can hook it all up and come live inside this group and practice. And so you can see which angles, and she had the phone upside down at one point and all sort, and just practiced until she found out there was some sort of vibe. So there was background noise that they couldn't figure out what the problem was. So now she's got a new soundboard, and she's got someone coming in and do this, but we inspired her to take that step. And now she's, making all sorts of adjustments, and it's not like she's got a gazillion dollars either, but she went out and looked for help, and it's been amazing to watch.
Oh yeah. Now for a few $100s you can get, and it's a diminishing amount of return, right? So for a few $100s, you can up your game quite a bit. And then, you could spend, after a certain amount, you're spending $100,000 for 2% difference in quality, right? But investment now is totally within most churches or even in individuals' ability.
Yeah. Okay, hang on a second. I just really, the whole idea of going where the people are, being authentic, and just doing it service-mindedly. And like you said, we're not going out there to be fancy and famous. It's just, we want people to hear the message. And let's just do it as often and as frequently as we can. So
and demystifying some of this, because we use the term digital discipleship, and it seems like scary and almost like how do you even begin to do that? Well, they're humans, so so just to demystify, right? So humans. So what are you going to want to do? You want to help scriptures, learn how to pray. You're going to want to help them be in community. You're going to want to help them learn some things about who God is and how God's called us to be in a relationship with him. It's the same as digital church. How you do is important, but it's going to be the way the church has always been. There's going to be some sort of probably preaching, depends on your tradition, but usually preaching, some sort of worship, usually through song, some scripture reading. It's going to have all these markers, some of the ordinances that any church would have. So we're not adding or taking away from those markers of what a church is. We're just thinking about what does that look like in digital space. And my big thing is it does look different because digital culture is different than in-person culture, but it looks different. It looks different from here or my friends in Latin America or my friends in Africa or my friends in digital space. It's not like this mystery thing that's so completely bizarre. No, it's actually just a different culture. And how church is the same when you go to Africa or Latin America or in Europe, it's
And that
has
was the
same
other
markers.
point that I was going to make, and then we're going to let Pastor Rob join us.
Yeah.
Is that the Billy Graham Crusades were huge on television, and that wasn't in person, and yet the impacts that they made on our culture were tremendous, and we just can't discount that. And so, Bryce, I just thank you so much for your encouragement and your enthusiasm. And hopefully the people who are watching will just take a small step in that direction.
Amen. My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh,
God bless everybody.
All righty. So next, we're going to have Pastor Rob Beckett. Pastor Rob Beckett join us. And let's see if we can get him to come up on his video and or microphone. So Rob Beckett is revitalizing the Smoldering Church. So Pastor Robert Beckett is serving at the Shepherdsville Church of the Nazarene in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. He is also an author and the director of the Revitalization Network, which exists to engage, equip, and empower pastors to revitalize their churches and transform their communities. Among his various honors and recognitions, Pastor Rob received the WKLY Bell Award for outstanding humanitarian efforts of local volunteers in the Metro Louisville area for contribution of time, talent, and treasure to make the community a better place to live, work, and play. Pastor Rob's church was declining and dying when he arrived. This church now serves as a hub to the community, as a viable and transforming part of Shepherdsville and the surrounding county, and also engages an average of, it says 300, but I think it's more than that now, people each week. He enjoys life with his wife, Joanna, and has 3 grown children. So everybody, please welcome Pastor Rob to the Small Church Raising Summit.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome.
Glad to be here.
Nothing like a little live TV to mix things up a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's all good. And I've got my little heater over here beside my office because in Kentucky, a couple of weeks ago, it was almost 80 degrees, and now it's going to be 20 degrees.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, so it's cold, but it's all good.
Good.
We just go with it, and we're just glad to be here with you all. When Pastor Elaine had asked me to be part of this, of course, I take the opportunity any time I can to talk about what God is doing and what God can do for small churches. And, that's part of what makes my blood flow and my heart beat. So I'm glad to be here today, and thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. And so I'm going to go ahead and let you share what you have to share.
Okay. So I again, my name's Rob, and I pastor here in Shepherdsville, and she's already told you all that. And but also the one thing that somebody asked me the other day in the master class is how do you react, or have you realized yet that you're an author? And I'm like, I don't think about it too much. It just, when you're working out of the overflow of what God's doing in your life, sometimes you just have to step back and see that. But I'm an author of a book that just came out recently, back in December, and it's called Fanning the Revitalization Flame, Leading Your Church from Smoldering Embers to Revival Fire. And what that book is about is, it is about our church story, taking what happened with us and sort of mixing that in, and realizing that, hey, some of the stuff we went through, we could help some other people, some other pastors, other churches with this. So God just planted that seed. We stepped forward and we've done it. And it's like, wow, and but just to give you a little background to how I got to that point. I came from the small church background. I grew up in a small country church, and it was a church in West Virginia, which is where I'm originally from. I lived there from the 60s through the 90s. And but it was just a small country church that got things right and done things right. And what I mean by that is in our church services and the things that we did, the people knew how to take care of each other and how to serve God in such a way that it was good for the community, good for the congregates, and just good for everybody all around. If you're anything like me, I'm in my late 50s now, and very late 50s, getting ready to hit 60. And the time that I grew up, we lived in a time when we went to school that every single morning we said the Lord's Prayer, and we stood up and did the Pledge of Allegiance. And at lunch, before we had our meals at school, we said grace. There wasn't no question. It was just, that's what we did. There wasn't any question about whether people went to church on Sundays. That's just what they did. Stores on Sundays closed down. They weren't open on Sundays, and they observed the Sunday rest. But we live in a different time now. The church I attended then, back when I was growing up and when I first got saved, attended was in the country, like I said, and they exhibited faith and love for God that showed to everyone around the community what they were really about. Many times we had services that people would have to stand up in the back of the church because there wasn't enough seats in the pews. People came every service and in anticipation of God moving each and every time. And God showed up many, many times. And it was a regular occurrence to see people going to the altar and praying and being released from the hold of sin, being saved, testifying, in my church, shouting and praising God openly and freely. We live in a completely different time now. Churches today, a lot of them, too many of them, are struggling just to keep their doors open and to keep their lights on. Attendance by people in the church have fallen off so drastically that many churches are closing each and every week all across America. Pastors and leaders are struggling just to be able to keep their churches together and keep their own ministries from falling apart sometimes. Pastors are being discouraged and depressed and seem like they don't know what to do and which way to turn. And many pastors are leaving the ministry. There's actually a person did some research on this, and they came up with that for every 10 students that went to school for ministry, out of 10 students, only 2 would probably retire. And that is just an interesting fact to think about, and your schools can actually support some of that. Everywhere you turn, it seems like that you see these things, and sometimes you would almost be in despair about the condition of the church. But God has a plan for every church. God has a plan. He has a way. He has potential that he has placed in and planted in every single church around this world. And so small churches are no different than any other. Everywhere you turn, it seems like there's small, struggling churches, struggling pastors, struggling congregations. But the fire that seemed to die out can be rebuilt again through the fire of God and the wind of God blowing on those flames and those smoldering embers. So I want to look at, just for a moment, smoldering. The word smoldering means the process of burning slowly with smoke, but no flame. And, I'm a pastor of a small church, and I pastor a church that when I first walked in the doors here over 7 years ago now, they had seen their better days. Well, I walked in and the congregation had dwindled down from its glory days, had dwindled down to just a few. The facilities were not what they should be, and there was just things that was hard. It was hard, and the people were discouraged. But the thing is, we're reminded in Leviticus, and it says that the fire shall always be burning on the altar, and it should never go out. And that is what many churches today are needing. They needing a fresh breath of God to blow on them again and to help them to build that fire back. God is telling the church that we must take care and stoke those heavenly flames that the Holy Spirit provides for us. But we can sometimes be distracted by things in this world and in our culture, in our society today. But what happens is we need to rekindle and put our attention back on to the things that what God has called us to do. And so it is a time to reestablish and rekindle those fires again. And at some point, we have to realize that God wants us to listen to his call and to be able to help build that fire and bring that fire back. I just want to, in the book that I wrote and many of the things that we talked about how God is the fire in our church, and that God is the one that initiates the fire. He's the one that brings that revival fire. And all we have to do is just to be obedient to what he has called us to do in every little step that he wants us to be obedient in. And so what we do, we walk through and we talk about talking about the leader. Many people, they ask themselves, am I the one to do this type of thing? Am I the one to lead this revitalization, this restoking of the fire? And yes, you can. If you're a child of God and God has called you into the ministry that you're in, you have everything you need. You have him. And the Holy Spirit will guide you, lead you through everything you need to do. And the thing is, for my instance, before I was a pastor here, I was never a pastor before. I'd never pastored before. So in a way, I had an advantage that I didn't have any preconceived notions of how to be a pastor. So what I did and what I do, and this is what I still do today, is I just rely on God to give me the step that that he wants me to take next, and not to get ahead of him, and not to worry about 3 steps or 5 steps ahead. He'll take care of that, and just be obedient in the step that you're in. If you're pastoring a church, or if you're leading a church and you're a church leader, church somehow, then just ask God, what do you want? What do you want to see? What do you want from us? And he will, and if we ask him and sincerely open ourselves, he will show that. And when he shows that little step, take that step. And so, yes, you can be the leader. You can be the one to help lead your church in that. Also, we talked about that our perception of our church has to change. And what I mean by that is, many times when you hear the word small or small church, first thing you automatically think of is inadequacy, lack of numbers, lack as small, insignificant. But that's not true. For God, those small does not mean it's a insignificant or inadequate. Actually, small can mean potential and intimacy and getting down and getting personal with individuals and people in your community and people in your church. So God doesn't see small as a negative, but it can be an actually positive. So we have to change our perception of how we see our church. We have to see our church as potential. We have to see our church as able to do these things. And then we have to fuel the flame and stoke that wind on those smoldering embers with prayer. And pray and ask God, help lead me, help lead me to lead others. God, show me what vision you have for our church. Show me, here's another thing. Show me the pain points, not only inside the congregation, but outside the congregation in the community. Show me the areas that people are hurting. Show me the areas where people are in need. Show me the pain points. Show me the things where we can, or I can, be able to step into, and being able to see what God's vision is for your context and for your church. But also, when God does show all that, then being able to have the courage. There's one thing to have the vision. There's another thing to receive that vision. There's another thing to even recognizing what it is, but it's a whole nother thing to step into that. And we need to be able to have that courage and that boldness. The first Christians we read about in Acts, what did they do? They prayed for courage and boldness. And that is what we need today, is for God to help us to have the courage and the boldness to do what he has called us in to do. And I'm going to tell you right now, it can take the smallest little things can make a big difference in somebody's life. And so putting your money where your mouth is, investing in what you're saying that is important, not only to God, but to you and your church, putting your money where you say that it's important, putting your money where your mouth is. And then one thing, the last chapter in the book that I talk about that probably is this is one that probably even Pastor Elaine can, and I know she resonates with this, but your size of your church does not determine or dictate the effectiveness that you have in the people in and around you and in your community. That your size doesn't determine that, I can, we're a small church and we can only do little things. No, that doesn't. We serve a big God that does big things with small, uncommon, unordinary things. And so what we have to do is let God use us. So, that is just some of the things that I want to encourage you with on the book that I have. There's you can go. Whoops, I was just trying to. So fanning the revitalization flames, leading your church from smoldering embers to revival fire. Also, you can go to the web page. There's a web page for the the Revitalization Network, and there's you can go and get the book on there. You can order it. You can go to Amazon. You can go to Westbow Press. Either way, I just want to be able to get this book in every leader's hands as possible. And if there is something in this book, and I know there is, that can help you to lead your church the way God wants, that has planted in your church the potential, and to release some of that potential, then it's worth every moment of it.
Thank you so much. And I think people need to know that the points that you were talking about were actually points that were mentioned in the book.
Yes.
And the book is extremely practical. I mean, after every segment, you give them an action step, something to do, like a specific thing to do that they can apply to their particular context. And again, the whole idea of this summit is to be practical and transformational. And so can you talk a little bit briefly about the beginning of your food service? Because I remember it started off really small, and then what ended up happening?
So back in the first, I've been here 7 years, and back about the first year or so that I was pastoring here, so I guess 6 years ago now, is there's a big food warehouse in the town that I live in. There's all kinds of warehouses. There's this big food warehouse. And whenever a tractor trailer comes in and they have product on there and they go to unload it, if that pallet has even one box on it that's damaged, they have to reject the whole pallet. And so long story short, they got a hold of us as a church and said, hey, we have 36 cases of chicken, 40-pound cases of chicken. You do the math. It's a lot of chicken. And they said, we have all this chicken. And they were instructed just to throw it away somewhere. And so I was like, if anybody knows me personally, it doesn't matter what it is. If somebody's giving something away, don't throw that away. I'll take it and we'll figure out something to do with it. So what we done, we took this chicken and we started splitting it up out of these 40-pound things. And we started giving it to people in need because we were already touching and knowing some people that were struggling, homeless, and all kinds of people. And we was handing this stuff out. Well, one thing just led to another. Literally, I still don't know really how it all began. It all just started with chicken. And then we started, whenever we got stuff, we would hand out to other people. And then an opportunity came about 2 years later of the local regional food bank. And there was the place that was the county's central place was closing down for one reason or another. And they was not going to have a place in the county. And we stepped up and said, hey, we'd like to do something. We'd like to be part of that. Well, that's just where it all began. And each month when we started being a official food distribution with our church, we gave out about 35 boxes to 35 families a month. We have, fast forward to now, we have grown that. We have its own space in another place off property across the street. And now we serve 120 families every week. And that translates into 450, 500 people each week, times that by the weeks. And we're just, it's just tremendous because of that. And this will relate to what I was saying earlier about small steps. Because of these relationships, that's the key to things. You can hand out and you can give out and you can do all kinds of things. But unless as ministers, we are touching people and trying to help them in their other needs, which is the spiritual need, then we're just another service. So as we're serving all these people, we get to talk with them, we get to pray with them, we get to be a part of their lives. Now they call me their pastor, even though they don't go to church nowhere. I'm their pastor. I've done some funerals, I've done some weddings, I've done, all kinds of things like this. And fortunately, I have been able, because of one small step, accepting some chicken back 6 years ago, I have been able to walk people through conversion to salvation that were hungry in their bellies at first, but were hungry spiritually and have come to know the Lord. And now people are translating from that food to they're coming into the church. We're ministering to them. Fruit is bearing because of small steps. And so we serve, and it's going to be even greater here soon because another place in the county that was doing it is going to be closing. So it's going to be coming even more on us. But we look at it as opportunity to reach into more lives.
And I think too that one of the things that we talk about, you and I talk about, is the levels of revitalization. So there's the practical steps, and then there's also the philosophical steps of having your church on board. So I know that that's something that you discuss in the book as well. And then what I work on is the inner person, right? The inner person of the leader. And are you a healthy leader to be able to then go out and be the person that's going to guide them into this new direction?
Man, have I learned something from that? Even because and of course this is for the master class, I'm telling you, it will help you beyond what you don't even know what it's going to help you with. Pastor Elaine and the other ones in the group have been able to help me to be a more confident and courageous leader than I was before I started. And I'll say this: the spiritual, emotional, physical, all of it. If you're not a complete person, if you're not whole, then you cannot work effectively in all the other parts. If one part is off, and I'm going to tell you, everybody has some stuff, right? And everybody has some stuff that if you can get that healed and taken care of, it's going to make you even better in all the other areas.
Yeah, and what's fun for me to watch with the students inside the masterclass is the up leveling of their confidence, and it's not an arrogance. So I don't want people to think, oh, you come into my masterclass, I'm going to make you arrogant, but it's truly going to those authentic places and finding healing, whether that's emotional and then spiritual. And being able to then walk in confidence in your faith and in your ministry. And
well, can I share the one thing that the master class has helped me? When I came into the master class, I always dealt with the feeling of I didn't deserve to sit at the table. I didn't deserve to have a place at the table with all these other whoever, right? And one thing that now I know, I have a place at the table. I have a voice. And the thing is, even you as a small church leader, whether you're a pastor, whether you're a church leader, a church board, however you're set up, if you're a leader, you have a voice and you have a place at the table, and your voice is important, because without your voice, we're all of us are losing out because we're not receiving what you have for us. Exactly. And that is a big part of the revitalization of a church. You think about it, a church can be to where it feels insignificant, like it doesn't have a place, like we don't make a difference anymore, and that's not true. God says, I've spread the table out for you, and your church have a place at this kingdom work that I have.
And I love that, you and I have talked before about the mindset of the church and the identity of a church, and what is the identity that you carry for your church. And we go back to the whole scriptural part discussion about the body of Christ, and that there's no part of the body of Christ that's insignificant. So if you're participating in a board or at a church, or a Sunday school teacher or whatever, and you feel insignificant, know that that's a lie from the pit of hell. There's nobody who's in the body of Christ who's insignificant. And let's see. So Pastor Kathy says, I love that you use the word opportunity in regards to the chicken, whereas some churches would have looked at it as an inconvenience, right?
So who was it? Valarie said that?
Pastor Kathy.
Pastor Kathy, let me tell you something. We had, and to this day we laugh about it, but Miss Loretta and I, she was the one that was working with me, splitting all this chicken up and putting it in these big gallon Ziploc bags. We had chicken juice everywhere. It was on the floor, the tables. It was literally dripping off our elbows. So yes, you're absolutely right. You don't know how disgusting it can be, but knowing at the same time that you're helping someone.
Right. And I wanted to make mention of a couple of things. You said the church that you grew up in, the people would come and it was standing room only, but they were coming with an anticipation of God moving. And if we don't lead our people to have a mentality of, we're here to see God move. We're here to worship him, to invite him in, and to see him move, and that this is a spiritual experience. It's not a time of just, oh, that was good music, and oh, what a snazzy message, and wow, your bulletins look really nice, and the carpets got cleaned lately. It's, is God moving? And that goes back to the why. So you said yes to God. We all said yes to God, to a call on our lives, and to be reminded of that yes. What is our why? And make sure that we're focused on that why. And something else, we're talking about the smallness of things. And the first thing, of course, that comes to my mind is the loaves and fishes, right? That Jesus can take this seemingly insignificant person who has a lunch and utilize it to feed thousands and thousands of people. And I've quoted this often, that Jesus started with 12 disciples and he sent out the 70. He fed 5,000, but in 3 years he was alone, and his church lasted for over 2,000 years. So don't ever underestimate what God can do with your yes and the confidence that you have in him. So
absolutely. And because it's in my back door, a great example is God is moving in a great way right now. Started with Asbury. It's spreaded to other colleges. It's spreading to other churches. I'm gonna say for myself, even just the past few weeks, is just an incredible move of God in our church. And it wasn't because we had special singers, it wasn't because we had a special speaker, it wasn't because, it was because he was special. He showed up, and he showed up with his people that was ready to receive what he is bringing. And that's the key to everything. And so I'm encouraged for small churches, for congregations. I don't care if you have, my sister-in-law has been going and supplying at a church that has 10 people. And God is wanting to move in those 10 people, or the 35 people, or the 50 or 500, or goes on. And he's just wanting to use the people that are available and wanting for him to work in their lives. And that's where that wind comes in, for that those smoldering embers. He wants to come in and blow on those and make it just a tremendous fire. Maybe your fire's not as big as the church down the street or across the county or wherever it may be, but be the light, the heat source, the everything in where you're at. And God will use it in incredible ways.
Absolutely. So we appreciate your enthusiasm and your fire, knowing that, when you get to that place where God is moving, and am I going to participate in the movement of God, or am I going to, by no fault of your own, sometimes have blinders on because we're so overwhelmed with all the tyranny of the urgent. There's so many things that need to get done. And so to be able to step back and say, okay, God, these people you've given to me to help guide them spiritually, and then to go out into the world and to share that, and let's see, what you want to do through us and in us both at the same time, and to not dismiss one for the other. So thank you so much for joining us today, Pastor Rob. I really appreciate it. And again, you can find Fanning the Revitalization Flame on Amazon. And I highly recommend it. I've read it. It's good. You're not going to be disappointed.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome. So rather than taking a time off to do some journaling, I'm just going to wrap up. We're sorry that Pastor Michael wasn't able to join us, but I'm thankful for all of you who've taken the time to join me here today. And I had a stay on bonus for you that that helps you with your speaker skills and also some of your leadership skills, which is what my forte is. And also, I should probably put the link in here too. I'm going to put the link in here as well for the masterclass. If you want to know, it only opens up twice a year. And it'll be open now. So you can actually go to the link challenge.identityabuse.com and you can read all about it. The registration's open throughout the rest of this week. And then we close it and we all journey together through our mindset and our heart posture and some skill set things and journey as a group so that we're all learning all at the same time and we get to know each other really well. And again, I've never met Pastor Rob in person, but as you can tell, we have a really great relationship. So God bless you. Thank you so much again for taking the time to be here today and being committed to your call and what God has called you to do and willing to expand that into new places. Thank you so much. Take care.